How's everybody doing? Somehow my audio settings were weird, but that's fine. There we go. Hello, Yase. 2-month subscription. Here's to another good month indeed. All right. It's hard to want to click through because the music is so fucking good. It's not that I don't want to play the game. It's that the music is so fucking good. I'm doing alright. I made the mistake of getting on the internet. What the hell? Oh, new. Nice. Who am I thinking of first today? I haven't decided. I don't know. I think I finished Grass Wonder, right? We completed her career, right? But we didn't win the Ura finale. We got to the semifinals, and then I hadn't given her enough wits or guts or something. Possibly even stamina. And, I failed her. She bombed out at the end. I've been thinking about doing Super Creek. But I'm not sure. I might do Rice Shower again now that I know what the hell I'm doing. Because it's entirely possible that I lost with her because I didn't know what I was doing. Yes, today is 10 hours. El Condor Pasa. If you have any suggestion as to who I should run, I'm happy to hear it. Here I'm hoping to get Aizen Flash. So she's the spotlight. Got 3 runs and dinner and some reading, I think. Pretty close at least. She's okay, sadly. And I didn't even get her. We're gonna try to get the spotlight card. Or cards. Marzinski, Tozen Jordan, that's a new one. Tazuna Hayakawa, Andrew Palmer, Gold Chip, Sakura Bakushino, Kawakami Princess, Tamamo Cross, Simboli Rudolph, Mayana Top God. Damn it! That's okay. It's alright. It's gambling. This is gonna happen. I didn't want her strictly for her good. And yeah, being able to uncap that is good. What happens when you get duplicates for ones you've uncapped all the way? What do you do with those cards? Trade them in for cleats? Oh yeah! You said that before, and now I'm remembering it. I have the memory of a goldfish. I absolutely wish there was a button you could push to just uncap everything to the maximum. But that's just me. My impatient nature. Impature. Ba ba ba. It's all the uncapping. Race bonus. What is a race bonus? Increases stat gain from races. Got it. The main decision with carrots is whether or not you want to wait for a limited banner because something really good has an increased rate. Right. That makes sense. Am I out of support points? Oh, there we go. I just was overlooking the ones that need it. You're saying it's valid to want to get your SR support somewhere reasonable so career isn't like really hard. That makes sense. It's invaluable to have them. High enough level to worry about. I don't think I'm going to worry about leveling up the R's. Have I to this point? A little bit, but I'm not going to do it anymore. I think I already have a max level Kitasan Black follow. Jeez, what the hell? Because I've had, thank you. It hit me so fast that I couldn't even think to hit the mute button. It just fucking came out of nowhere. Anyway, I'm fine. I'm alive. It's okay. Everything's good now. What am I doing? Have I haven't won this one yet. I should send... That's an Agnes Tachyon. I did? That's good. I'm glad. I wasn't even trying this time. I was feeling slightly bitter about my nose. Might sneeze. What is this? I had to make up my decision. I needed to know which one I wanted to use. It was important. And I'm going to use Agnes Tachyon. Her stats are generally better than Grass Wonders. My version of her from that last career playthrough. Oh yeah, standard distance. There we go. Good, she's in perfect pace chaser position. Exactly where she needs to be. Look at her go! Not even to the point where she's trying yet. I feel sorry for the cyborg there. Mihono Bourbon! Agnes Tachyon, my beloved. Alright, let me look at the daily sales. Hugging a girl from behind. You know I'm in perfect pace chaser position right now. You're not wrong, but also... That's very funny. Oh, I'm low on monies now. That sounds like a good idea. Get some headache meds. Alright. Who do I have? Who's best at taking the mile? Grass Wonder is apparently best at taking the mile, so let's go ahead and send her. Awful! How dare she? That's a good way to cheer people up, is to be mad at them for being upset. If anybody's like real sad, you gotta get in their face and be mean. She's exactly where she needs to be. Oh god. Okay. Umas that aren't feeling well. She had a awful mood when she started. She left everyone behind so fucking far. Yeah, like L and Grass, exactly. She left everyone. She was like an entire, like, straightaway length away from everyone else. That's very funny for me. She's missing a G. That's true. That's true. She does. Like, she was just pacing herself the whole fucking time. She didn't even have to use her unique skill. This is just a jog for her. Watch her. She's a late surger. She shouldn't have to do this. Like, late surger as a front runner. And again. Bam. I do believe that's all of my, daily race tickets. Team trials. All right. This is gonna be This is sad. I just want to see the results. Yeah, there's no way you're gonna win against her, sweetheart. I do want to see My Grass Wonder against their Agnes Tachyon, though. Late start! Grass. How dare you? Professor of Curvature. There we go. Haha! That was good. Their Agnes Tachyon was almost a challenge. Just gonna see the results. Damn it, Gold Chip. Alright, Agnes Tachyon versus Daiwa? Daiwa. So close. Daiwa Scarlet. Come on, Agnes. Agnes Tachyon versus Dialga. That would be an interesting contest. Fuck yes. Unfortunately, Daiwa Scarlet used her thing too. Alright, so... Oh, fuck! Ah. That come from behind, that pace chaser move at the end. Beautiful. Fucking beautiful. I should have known Agnes Tachyon wasn't being serious there. A draw? Interesting. Also a draw. That's fine. Alright. It's very important to get your dailies out of the way. Alright. Career mode. Huh. I kind of need a dirt runner. I also need a sprinter. Ba-ba. I'll give Urara a shot. See, I got Kita-san black. Alright. I didn't know it cost money to start a career. Triumphant Pulse. I only learned today it costs extra to take guest veterans. Alright, that's what that is. Today is the day where Haru Urara finally starts her training for the Twinkle series. She insists on taking first place, and it shows with just how much enthusiasm she has. At least that's what I thought. However... Ah, it's you, trainer! It's a pleasure to start training with you! Let's give it our best. Yeah, I'm the best at doing my best. You have nothing to worry about. Then let's start training. Okay, I'm ready to run. Hup, hup, hup. Phew, that's one lap down. Great, do another one. On it! Ah! What's wrong? A butterfly. It's so big and pretty. Huh? Oh, look! It's fluttering off toward the grass over there. Where are you going? Wait for me! Urara! Haru Urara bolts off. I think to chase after her, but I wonder if this is part of her plan for training. I decide to trust her and wait and see until she comes back. A bad plan, obviously. But she doesn't. Something must have happened. I have to find her. Oh good! She's... ditz. That's fine. She's not here. Or here. Or here. I look almost everywhere for her until... Phew. I'm beat. Time to take a break. She's filthy. I found Haru Urara, but she's covered in mud. What happened here? Urara. Huh? Trainer! Fancy meeting you here. Oh, are you going to play tag with Mr. Fish too? Huh? Huh? I ask her to explain. It seems that after she chased the butterfly, she found herself by the river and started to play tag with a fish. I don't really understand, but maybe this is all a part of a unique training regimen of hers? Actually, I think I found the king of the river, and I almost caught him too. Never mind, she was just goofing off. So, how about we get back to training? Huh? But I already did it, didn't I? Yeah, I did it. Or did I? Ah! I just saw a huge fish. That must be the river god. Let's go find it. Don't you want first place? Of course. Getting first place is so exciting. I want to run a lot, get first place a lot, and have a lot of fun. I mean, that's why you became my trainer, right? You're going to help me make that happen. So I'm going to try my hardest from now on. It seems that Haru Urara really does want to try her best. As long as she has that mindset, I'm sure she'll reach her dreams of taking first place, but... Oh! That cloud looks like a carrot! It looks so tasty! Wait for me! First of all, I need to get her to focus on her training. Then I'll think about what comes next. In any case, Haru Urara's training starts today. Is this... Okay. Okay, so yeah, this is... the scenario. Alright. Moving on. Let me see what skills she has. Why can't I speak? Super duper stoked. Moderately recover endurance with a glance at nearby runners when positioned toward the back on the final corner. So she's very much a late surger also. Triumphant Pulse. Slightly recover endurance. Sprinting gear. Slightly increase velocity on an uphill. That's an interesting. situation. How do I want to do this? Maybe speed, stamina, wits. And we'll just set it up that way. Fly through this announcement setup. There's 4 people on that one, so I've got to do that. I gotta get wits going. I can't make the mistakes I've made in the past. I need to make different mistakes. You know how it goes. Things come to those who persist. I should rest at this point. Look, look! Something amazing happened this morning. I woke up and I now have a lion's mane. Rawr! Whenever I oversleep, my bedhead looks like this. King said she'd fix it for me, but I wanted to show you first since it's so funny looking. Well, it seems like Haru Urara is well rested today. Good. I need her to be. It's been a while since Haru Urara's training started. I've learned many things about her in that time. Wow! What big footprints! I wonder who these are from. They're way bigger than my feet. They must have been left by a giant. First off, she's very easily distracted. She can't concentrate on any one thing for long, and on top of that, focus, Urara. Ah, sorry, I'm supposed to be jogging, right? Okay, I'm gonna do one more lap. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. She'll apologize once she gets scolded, but... 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Huh? What's all that noise? Is something happening somewhere? She's going to get distracted and run to whatever is more exciting again. It seems training her right now is pointless. Oh, that Urara. She's scampering off during training again. That really is her worst habit, huh? La-di-da over here, ura-di-da over there. In all seriousness, though, shouldn't we do something? If she keeps neglecting training because she can't focus, it's really going to hurt her in the long run. You're worried about her? You're such a softie. She's like that in our dorm, too. Of course I'm concerned. Well, Urara likes having fun. If she sees something interesting, she just wanders off towards it. That's just who she is. Apparently, Haru Urara's capriciousness is well known even among her classmates. I'll need to know more about Haru Urara before I can come up with a plan for training her. I give myself some time to think it over. One day on break, I visit the shopping district and... Hey, apples! Get your apples here. They're super yummy. They're sweet and super juicy. They'll melt in your mouth. Give them a try. Urara? Oh, trainer. Want to try one of these apples? They're cheap. Are you helping the store out? Yeah, I like volunteering. Oh, is this a friend of yours, Urara? Then this one's on the house. Ah, this is my trainer. A trainer, huh? Wait, a trainer? And they're yours? Oh my goodness. Everyone, group meeting, come on. Wow, so Urara finally has a trainer. How wonderful. You can't enter races without first making a debut, right? Oh, I was so worried. But this solves everything. Yeah, so please don't worry anymore. I'm gonna work really hard. Of course you will. You're always bringing us joy. You have the whole shopping district's full support. Please, train her well. She can be a little scatterbrained, but she's a hard worker. Take good care of her, okay? I'm counting on you, trainer. Leave it to me. The shopkeepers seem to adore Haru Urara. I've learned something new about her. After that, in exchange for looking out for Haru Urara, the shopkeepers gather to give me a bunch of their wares for free. Wow! They gave you so much, I'll lend you a hand. It's really heavy, you know. It's fine. I like helping. Whoa, these really are heavy. But I can do it. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. She tries her best to carry one of the bags that's practically half her size. You can tell the task has her full attention. I think I just found the perfect way to get Haru Urara to focus. Huh? We're gonna train at the shopping district? It's not training, it's a contest. Huh? A contest? This is the Carry the Apples contest. Carry the Apples? Oh, what do I have to do for that? With the help of the shopkeepers, I plan out a training regimen that simulates her daily life of helping in the shopping district. I see. So the winner is whoever can carry the most apples the fastest. That sounds super fun. I want to give it a go. I won't lose. After that, I successfully hone her skills by disguising my training as varying contests. I'm confident this will prove effective. With this method, getting her to focus is no longer a problem. This is going to make me really sore later, but I'm just going to have to suck it up. Hell yeah. Let's not do wits, because... the energy's down. Or energy's not down. Hell yeah. Let's see. Which one should I do? Sure, and I'll run as fast as you can. Fuck yeah. So stamina. Ooh, 4 of them on wits. Excellent timing on that. It's 4 in the morning, the very crack of dawn. Wide awake, I head outside to take a walk. As I stroll about, I hear a commotion in the distance. I head toward the source of the noise, where I find Director Akikawa and several other staff members. Commendations! Wonderful work, everyone. Another day, another pristine track. Indeed! In recognition of your efforts, behold! I have decided to bestow upon you all a new piece of equipment. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Director, what on earth is that strange machine? Surprised? 'Tis a turf and dirt course maintenance machine, or so I'm reliably informed. It's a cutting-edge model, 10 times more efficient than our current methods. Between its prodigious size and high performance, it's the invention of the century. Thusly, I was happy to empty my own pockets to obtain it. Bzz. Bzz. Why is it making that weird noise? Rest assured, I'm confident that you can master it in no time. But it's only natural to fear the unknown. Very well, allow me to provide a demonstration. Huh? But Director, you can't ride that. It's 5 times your size. Nonsense! I was born on the turf, raised by it. I am one with the maintenance equipment. Now let's see here. Zoom! Ah! Director! Apologies. Thank you all. Without your intervention, I dread to think what might have happened. As long as you're all right, but what compelled you to buy this? Naturally, it is to express my gratitude to you all. It's thanks to your hard work that our students can focus on pursuing their dreams. Tireless commitment, flawless performance. As much as it is within my power, I want to reward you for your efforts. Director. Thank you, Director. You won't regret placing your trust in us. We'll put this machine to good use. Now that's the kind of smile I like to see. Wonderful. Magnificent. I'll be counting on you all. All the staff members seem heartened by Director Akikawa's commitment to the academy and its students. Feeling inspired by her enthusiasm myself, I resolve to help her out in any way I can. Later, I tell Haru Urara what I saw. I appreciate that cheered her up. I feel more confident about how I've been spending time training her. Nimble Navigator seems like a good one. But I also really want Triumphant Pulse, so we'll hold off for now. We only have to run in the junior make debut. She's got the best of all the stats though, so I believe in her. Today is finally the day of Haru Urara's debut race. Well, she's not the best in guts and wits, but she's in the top. Urara's debut, Urara's debut. It's my debut. You look happy. Of course, I'm actually debuting me. It's so cool. Having a debut means I get to run a lot. And I love to run, so I'm super duper happy. And guess what? I feel like I've gotten stronger than I was before. I always win in our little contests after all. If the results of our contest boosted her confidence, then I guess all those days of soreness were worth it. That's why today I'm gonna get first for sure. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be number 1. Here I go. She also does it. It's not just a happy meek thing. Maybe it's an Uma thing. I have loose eyelashes in my eyeball, and I hate it. Alright. I believe in her. Incredible. She's leading the late surgers, so that's perfect. Because there are only 9. So... Okay, she's about to pass the pace chasers, even though she's pacing herself. That's very funny. That number 8 girl is about to feel sad. Go on, Haru Urara. Show her what you can do. There she goes. Phenomenal. That's a strong start. Oh goodness, incredible. Oh my gosh, I did it! I got first place. No one was in front of me for once. I'm finally in the winner's circle. Way to go, Urara. Thanks, we both won. How does coming in first feel? Well, it's amazing, of course. Way more amazing than I ever expected. I want to get first again. Hey, enter me in a bunch of races. I'm going to try even harder. It's probably a good idea to participate in a variety of races to build up her experience anyways. And while she's at it, I'm sure she'll find a new race that she really wants to shoot for too. Alright, then you better run like the wind. Absolutely! Hey, hey, oh! What? What's wrong? Look over there! My friends from the shopping district are here. I follow Haru Urara's line of sight and see her supportive friends from the shopping district all grouped together. Urara's here. Okay, everyone, now! Congrats on your debut. Flap. Wow! You made a banner for me? The shopkeepers hold up a banner that says, "Congratulations on your debut, Urara. I got so excited seeing you run so fast on the track. We're going to be with you all the way." I love that she has devoted fans right out the gate. Like me. Aw, thanks. I'm going to give it my all. Yeah, you can do it. She's only just debuted, but it already feels like they're throwing a festival for her. It seems like the shopkeepers really love Haru Urara. Since they're expecting great things from Haru Urara, I promise to train her well. Hell yeah. Earn 5,000 fans. She really meant it when she said run me in a lot of races, huh? One day, while I'm out shopping...
No.
Hey, you. Come with me if you've got nothing better to do. I'll give you whatever data set you want in return. There's some goods I want from that store, limited edition shoes to be precise. The studded Umax 226. It makes no sense to me that shop-exclusive products still exist in this day and age, but them's the breaks for me, I guess. There's a reward in it if you line up for me. You in? Why don't you line up yourself? There's no logic in standing around in a line. I got mad as hell earlier when I tried to do it. Damn it, why don't they just sell them online to begin with? Then I wouldn't have to waste time doing this. Why don't you get them in a way that suits you? Well, if we're talking about a method that suits me, I had one from the start, but I decided to nix it right away. Then again, I already got approval from the academy, so it'd be rude if I didn't go ahead with it, right? Guess it's time to stop holding back and do things my way. Whatever Air Shakur's suggesting sounds kind of unsavory, but maybe I could learn a thing or two from her way of doing things. She could do whatever, it's fine. It's okay because it's Air Shakur doing it. Just look at her. She can't do anything wrong. Everything she does is right by virtue of her being the one doing it. I am normal and fine. Good morning! Did you have a good break? I hung out a bunch with Sei. We played with a kitty at the park and took naps and skipped stones at the pond and took more naps. It was super nice. Now I feel amazing. Urara la la la. After hanging out with Sei and Sky, it seems Haru Urara feels very relaxed. Good. Oh, good. Finally got Itsuko Odonashi hanging out. Let's see. I'm gonna do 3 trainings and then a race. Hey, this is top secret info, but I just found out about something called sand training. If you build a really big sandcastle at the beach, it makes both your mind and body super strong. I read it in a ninja manga. You should read it too, trainer. I don't think that's how... Alright, sure, whatever. Following her passionate speech, Haru Urara drags me to the beach. Alright, time to build a ginormous sandcastle. I hope you're excited for this, trainer. The sand training is going to be so good for building up strength. The main character of the comic was so strong they could even break unbreakable rocks. Setting aside my belief in sand training's effectiveness, this seems to be a nice change of pace, so I decide to play along until she's satisfied. Sand is way heavier than I thought. My feet keep sinking in, it's so hard to walk. The training must be working. It's just like the manga. Alright, we've got to pull out all the stops and make a big one. Let's do this, trainer. Huh? I'm doing this too? Huh? Well, yeah, of course. Don't you want to get stronger too? It's hard work, but our efforts pay off in the form of the large sandcastle standing before us. Sandcastle? Alright. It looks great, but I want to make it even better. Hey, trainer, what should we do now? Let's make it even bigger. Yeah, you're right. The one in the manga was way bigger. We need lots and lots of sand. We gotta make this thing out of the world huge. Alright, I'll go get us more sand. Wow, it's so big! We did it, trainer! A massive sandcastle looms over us, and Haru Urara looks extremely satisfied with the results of her sand training. The next day, hey trainer, have you ever heard of waterfall training? With those words, I accompany a very excited Haru Urara to a river. The day ends up being quite relaxing despite the trials I faced. I've heard of waterfall training. Alright, that was 3, right? No, it was... That was 2. I was so close yesterday. If I'd gone just a little bit faster, I would have passed the racer in front of me. Okay, I've got a plan. Today I'm going to learn how to get faster. Bouncy bouncy, McQueen! Let's have a race, kangaroo style. No chance. But kangaroos are even faster than Umamusume. Isn't that crazy? Come on, we gotta try it. I feel like a broken record at this point, but I'm telling you, I still have no clue what you're talking about. What? Are kangaroos really that fast? At that moment, a neuron fires in Haru Urara's brain. Aha! If I act like a kangaroo, I'll become super fast. Pictures of kangaroos fill her mind. Okay, I got it now. I'll become a kangaroo. A single neuron. Exactly. That's all she's got. Bouncy bouncy. I feel faster already. I think. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. This is so fun. Feeling the speed of a kangaroo, it seems Haru Urara has made a delightful discovery within herself. Good. Hey, it worked, apparently. Alright, she has a friend training. It's hard to pass that up. I do need to go race her, though. She absolutely needs to get some fans. Phew! That was a great training session. I'm starving. Ah, once again, you shine brilliantly in the night sky. Huh? I know that voice. I knew it was you, Op. Are you leaving to get dinner? I was just about to go for a run, together with the evening star up yonder. You run with the stars? Indeed. I always train my body under the glimmer of the stars. Wow! I want to try that. That sounds like an amazing way to get stronger. Hey trainer, I'm gonna do it. Star training will no doubt make me the strongest Umamusume ever. First place is as good as mine. Let's see. Go for it. Splendid, my dear. But I shall not relinquish the starlight of first place so easily. I was going to say the same thing. What an amusing run this will be. Wait up! Wait. For me. Haru Urara puts her whole being into this extra training. That's fine. Haru Urara and I are having a chat as we make our way back from an exhibition race for an event. Oh, I lost again! But next time I'm gonna win for sure. Let's train harder from now on. Yeah, let's do it. She's always smiling, no matter how many times she loses. She always tries her best and looks on the brighter side of things. I really want her to win for once. For once. Hey, isn't that the racer who placed last today? Oh yeah, what's her name? Haru Urara, right? I think I can hear gossiping from far away. You think she held back because it's not a real race? Nah, she always loses. She's never won once since her debut. Wow, that's actually pretty amazing in itself. Huh? They're talking about me. Urara? Haru Urara rushes over to the gossipers. Hey, you saw me race today, yeah? You just called me amazing, right? Well, I catch up to her. Haru Urara is inches away from the gossiping man who looks like he's shriveling up. Her eyes are filled with sparkles. It's true, I am amazing. I love to run, but I don't usually go very fast. That's why I'm always losing. Is that so? But next time I'm gonna win for really reals, and then you can say, wow, she won. So please come watch me again. Sure. I'm off. See ya. You know, I kind of want to cheer her on now. She seems like she tries really hard. Same. Fans are very important for an Umamusume. Haru Urara's natural talent for gaining support will be a huge boon for her, but we still need to focus on getting her some wins. These thoughts race through my mind as I chase after her. We're gonna get her some wins. Alright. Oh, I'm raring to go. I want to run already, because today is gonna be amazing. After all, breakfast today was carrot rice. I had a dream that the carrot princess said I'd win, and I've been training so hard with you. I can't lose. Go out there and win. You can bet on me. Okay, here I go. Oh good, her stamina went up right before the race. I believe in her. Only the number 2 favorite, but that will change. She's pretty far back, and I don't like that. Wow, what is she doing? Is she okay? She's not even with the end closers. What is happening? Is she even in the race? Is she participating? I don't think she does. What? I see. I fucked up by putting her on the wrong racetrack. That was my fault. On my way back to the waiting room after the race, a reporter corners me. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me. I'm Etsuko Aranashi from Twinkle Monthly. I had the pleasure of watching the race firsthand, and I'd just like to commend you on all your hard work. It's a shame she didn't get first place. But your trainee really put her unique personality on full display with her performance. So, trainer, how do you intend to steer your ship back on course? We're carefully considering our current position. Is that so? Considering these results, I expected to hear somewhat more concrete plans. I'm going to start her career over. Thank you for your statement. I hope you find more success in the next race. It seems like I wasn't able to make a good impression on the reporter. I decide not to mention the interview when I go to praise Haru Urara for her hard work. Yeah. Wow. We'll keep going as far as we can, and then... This one's a dirt track. So we're gonna try her there. I have a hard time with setbacks that stark. But yeah.
Haru Urara. 私が一番期待している馬娘、気合い入れてほしいですね。各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いました。スタートです。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。先行争いは11番、5番。
There we go. She's with the late surgers this time. So much better.
先頭に立ちました。続きました。11番と3番。2人とも花は譲りません。いいライバル関係になりそうですね。ハルウララ。
No!
スタミナを切らさないか心配です。11番会長に飛ばしていきます。花を奪っていったのは
I like that they like I like when they use borrowed words. It's very good to me.
続いている外16番5番並びかけてきた15番並んできた。そして内目をつきましては1番少し後ろから春うらら、さらには13番差がなく8番その後から6番大欅を越え4コーナーへ。
Hell yeah!
先頭は宮様はこのまま直線での争いになるのか。春うらら外で足を止めています。春うららまだ
Come on, Haru Urara.
前を狙っているぞ。さあ誰が最初に仕掛けるのか。さあ2番手に来て様子を見守る。最終コーナー最初に立ち上がったのは11番栄光まで411番。先頭は11番。これは強い。春うらら先端を目指して加速する。外を回っていったのは春うらら。春うらら
There we go. That's much better.
200を追加食い下がる春うらら。先頭は変わらず11番足色は衰えない11番リードは1打数。
Second place. Okay. Wait, shoulder to shoulder. Okay, so it was a photo finish. Alright, okay. That's fine. That's way better than before. Alright. It's just so fun to race with everyone. And I think I've gotten stronger. I can even keep up with everyone now. Isn't that amazing? Still have a long way to go. Whoa! Scary! Why do you say that? I'm trying to pump you up. Oh, I've seen that on TV. You're like those coaches telling me to give it my all. Gotcha. We'll roger that. I'll try even harder. Giving it my all is my specialty after all. She has no energy now. Where's the next? I don't want to do that. Good morning, trainer. And with that, time for bed. Nighty-night. You're going to bed already? I'm so sleepy. I was studying with Rice for the test during my break. I memorized the whole 3 pages, but now my brain hurts. Nighty-night. Seems like Haru Urara needs a proper rest. Energy recovered by 30. I hear a familiar voice while taking a stroll to clear my mind. Where'd it go? I can't find your bow anywhere, Rice. It's alright, Urara. I can just buy a new one. But you loved that bow, didn't you? It must be precious to you. We can't give up yet. No way. Urara. Don't worry. I'll find it no matter what. It's not here either. Where could it be? I join in on the search, and it starts to drizzle as we split up to go look for it. Rain. It must be because I'm here. I'm so sorry. Urara, you don't have to look anymore. I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess. Why? What's wrong? We've still got plenty of search left in us. Isn't that right, trainer? Let's keep going. Yeah, it's too early to quit. But... However, it's not long before the drizzle turns into a downpour. Phew, I'm glad we found your bow. Unfortunately, we're all soaked to the bone. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. Huh? Why are you apologizing? Because I was the one who lost my bow. And the rain must have been my fault too. What? You can make it rain? Huh? That's awesome! I love playing in the rain. I had no idea you were the one who brought the rain. Thanks, Rice! No, Urara, that's not what I meant. Even after their misunderstanding is resolved, Rice Shower's troubled expression clears up thanks to Haru Urara. Let's rest again. Wait. People can do it all are cool. Okay. When is the next? There's a dirt race now, but I haven't done any training since the last one. The stupid fucking horse girl is making me emotional already, and I'm not even the one playing. I know, right? How dare she? On the way back from a walk, I run into Machikane Tannhauser and some of her friends, and we all head back to the academy. Okay. They've got a Japanese-German compound word here. What does this mean? Let's see. It's not a word, it's just a horsey name. Apparently, Machikane Fukukitaru is derived from Warao Kado Niwa Fukukitaru, meaning laughter brings good fortune. Therefore, the name Machikane, part of the name, is related to the idea of good fortune, or bringing good fortune. Okay. So Tannhauser is an 1845 opera. It's a guy named Tannhauser. What does it mean, though? A German knight and lyricist. So basically, a bard of good fortune, kind of. That's very cute. On the way back from the walk, I run into Machikane Tannhauser and some of her friends, and we all head back to the academy. Jeez, I can't believe I ended up nodding off during hide and seek. You were playing hide and seek? Yeah, we were playing with some kids as part of our volunteer work. But I ended up falling asleep in the middle of the game. There's no need to get so down about it. Everyone looked like they were having a great time.
あの
But Tannhauser, I have to ask, where the heck did you hide? Even after the kids left, we still couldn't find you. We were panicking, thinking something had happened to you. I heard we were gonna play hide and seek at the park, so I went ahead and scoped out the best spots beforehand. Wait, don't tell me. Is that notebook filled with hiding places? I fucking love this deadpan German accent for Tannhauser. It's the best I can do. I don't get it though. I thought I'd picked a spot where even a kid should be able to find me easily. Wait, could it be that I'm so normal and boring that the kids just forgot about me? No, I really think it's just that you hid too well. Yeah, she's normal and boring. It's a normal, boring thing to do to scope out a park for the best hiding places prior to playing hide and seek with children. That's normal and boring. Oh, this is no good at all. I've got to become an Umamusume brimming with character so nobody will forget me again. I think you're fine and memorable just the way you are. You freak! I'm kidding, she's not a freak. Thanks for the vote of confidence, but it's okay. I'm determined to be better. So this is where I ask you, the professional trainer, to give me some advice. I think you're fine as you are. Stay as I am. You mean stay ordinary and boring? I wouldn't call you ordinary per se, but you're wonderful just as you are. Yes, you're always hardworking and straightforward, Tannhauser. You're already the best you. There's nothing to worry about. Wow. Thank you so much, everyone. Stay as I am, huh? I'm feeling pretty confident all of a sudden. So, instead of worrying about how to be me, I just need to keep trying my best in my own way. I gotta keep it simple and not overthink it. Just keep my eyes on the prize and completely reinvent myself through fashion and a new haircut. What? Why would you do that? After that, the three of us desperately try to stop Machikane Tannhauser from choosing bizarre wigs and clothes. Why? Just let her do it. Why did friendship with Machikane Tannhauser not go up? Alright, 5 turns of training. And rest, of course. Choose a random event, not one of my supports. That's fair. Trainer, Happy New Year. Thanks for everything you did for me last year, and I forgot the rest. Anywho, Happy New Year. Let's have a great year together. Yeah. Alright, so what are we supposed to do now? Have you made any resolutions? Resolution? What's that? Resolution? Oh! Like revolution! Yeah, sure, I'll take someone down! Oh, I love her. You just need to come up with a goal for the new year. I was like, have you come up with any resolutions? And she's just like, yeah, let's lead a revolution! And it's like, you're wonderful, but also stop. Oh, a goal! I've got one of those. I want to run and get first place a lot. That's a great goal. I think so too. Keep it silly, Sally. You mean keep it simple, stupid? Yeah, that's right. Isn't that what I said? But, you know, running is easy. Winning is a lot harder. So please figure out what I should do to win more. You're my running coach, so you're my winning coach too. What do you think? You can count on me. What should Haru Urara do to achieve her goal? Let's see. Get more skill points. My own original killer technique. That sounds so cool. I want one. I want one. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, let's see. Something like Haru Urara's Carrot Love. Haru Urara's first place taker. Sounds good. Really? They sound cool, right? Hey, trainer, what's your killer technique? I'm sure you have a super duper amazingly awesome one, right? Come on, you can tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone. After that, we spend the entire day coming up with Haru Urara's killer technique. I'm sure there was some benefit to it.
トレーニング頑張ったら
There's always benefit. She has so many skill points, I need to spend some now. Triumphant Pulse. And... Nimble Navigator? I'll hold off on more.
何からやる？ワクワクする。
How can I pass up 5 supports on that one thing? Again.
なんだろう。
16%. Do I want to risk it? For a double friendship? I'll risk it.
さあ、出ていくよ。
Hell yeah. Rest. And now it's race time. Wait a minute. I must have missed the one I was looking for. Fortunately, there was another one I could put her in right after. Wow, that's not good.
輝く太陽。さあ、ゲートが開いた。
And a late start.
揃って
Come
綺
on.
麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
桜爆心王と10番、この2人が競り合っているぞ。島原ガートに入ります。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら、桜爆心王、快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭は桜爆心王。
Well, she's at the head of the late surgers, so that's good.
12番、5番、水槽。
Alright, good. She's okay.
そしてその内を回って10番、そしてその外から行ったのは春うらら。1馬身離れて
This is how I want her to perform.
8番、内から1番、少し離れて6番。
She's finally there.
後方2番手に2番、そして最後方9番。意気揚々と先頭行きます。桜爆心王、どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが、
まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
ウマ娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
平行まで4
Come on.
最後のコーナー。最初に駆け抜けてきたのは桜爆心王。内から仕掛けたのは春うらら。飛び込んできた春うらら。一気に上がってくる春うらら。
Triumphant Pulse, come on, yes!
桜爆心王、変わらない桜爆心王。苦しいけど粘っている春。
Yes!
抜け出した
Good girl!
助けてゴール。勝ったのは春うらら。
Phenomenal.
桜爆心王。3着14番。
That's what I wanted from her. Hell yes. Etsuko was happy about that. On a day off, Haru Urara stands on a stage in her favorite shopping district. Ahem. Hello, everyone. Hello. I'll be your shopping district poster Umamusume for today. My name is Haru Urara. Wait, poster Umamusume? Do I have to make posters? Of course not, Urara. Oh, well, I don't really know what I'm supposed to do, but whatever it is, I'll do my very best. Good luck. We're rooting for you. Several days earlier, poster Umamusume, temporary store manager, PR manager. I could do all these jobs? Yep. Haru Urara always gives it her all when she races, which is why she was suddenly chosen to do some promotional work. Wow, so cool. This actually sounds like so much fun. I want to try them all. Where are the jobs located? At your shopping district. It's a little different from usual PR work because the client isn't a company or store, it's a whole area. Haru Urara's beloved shopping district. I see! So it's pretty much the same as how I normally help them. It's an actual job, so not quite. PR means that Haru Urara won't just be representing herself, she'll be the face of the shopping district. The increased visibility would certainly benefit her. What's important for her right now is both training and increasing her popularity as an Umamusume. But I doubt she'd understand that even if I explained it to her, so you'd better give it your all. Will do, trainer! Haru Urara away! With that, Haru Urara heads to the shopping district not for pleasure, but for business. Okay, let's do our best today, Haru Urara. Uh-huh? Oh, I mean, Roger! The Academy is forcing these people to actually pay you, Urara, which is important, believe it or not. Exactly, like... I don't even think they're forcing them. It's more like these people have decided they want to pay you. I just now realized that instead of normal irises, she's got a circle of hearts around her irises, with the points towards the middle. That's intriguing. Like how Agnes Tachyon has the red with the black stripes across it, like a robot eye? I don't know. Like a headlight, kind of. Really? King told me I had to be super formal because it's a real job. But if you say so, yeah, just like that. Okay, it's a bit sudden, but I have a job for you already. I'd like you to go visit all the stores around here. Okie dokie, just take a loop around, yeah? Alright, it's loop-de-loop time. Ah, it's the fish stall owner. Hi there! Oh, if it isn't Urara, you're working hard again today, I see. What are you here for? Shopping? I've got some delicious tuna in stock today. Oh, is that so? You know how fussy I am about tuna. I know, that's why I mentioned it. How about we call it a match then? Okay, if I call it delicious, then you win. It's so delicious. I knew it. Then I have your seal of approval. Oh, something's going on over there. Hey, this is an excellent way to sell your stuff to people around though, right? You take a relatively famous person and have them just like hang out and eat the food and buy this, like take the stuff from the local shops. Like that's just advertising. You're right. Oh, the fish stall. That reminds me. I do need something for Dorotai's dinner. Especially since she's loud and cheerful. Like, it works for streams too. It does. You're not wrong. Ah, hello ladies. Please come take a look. People gather around Haru Urara wherever she goes. Her personality is just that magnetic. It really is heartwarming to see. Wow, these daikon radishes are so big, and they're only 100 yen? Yep, just 100 yen. They're all bursting with flavor, too. Oh, they look so good. Can I munch on one? As long as you buy them first, you can have as many as you'd like. Oh, I'll take 5, please. Thank you for your patronage. Nice one, Haru Urara. Haha. Thanks. You all should buy some, too. Hey, are you an Umamusume? No, she's a worm. And I love her anyway. I am! I run super duper fast at everything. Cool, I want to watch your races. Really? I'd love that. Please do. No matter where Haru Urara goes, she draws a crowd. If only she could use this power on a race, she'd win no problem. Just as I'm pondering this thought, someone approaches me. Hey, aren't you Urara's trainer? It's a woman from the Shopping District's Promotion Association. She's watched over Haru Urara since she entered the academy. Thank you for choosing Haru Urara for this. No, I should be thanking you. She's been a big help to the shops here. Ever since she came here, this district has really been thriving. This place was practically a ghost town before she showed up. Urara isn't that strong, is she? I heard she's never won a race before. She hasn't, but she's working hard to get stronger every day. Yeah, she's always tries her best, doesn't she? but she can't become the strongest overnight. But that's okay, as long as she enjoys running. It really pushes us to do our best too. We're happy just the way she is. She looks fondly at Haru Urara as she talks. Her gaze is full of love, like a mother watching her child. As long as she enjoys running. That's what a parent would say about their child. That's love. But is that really enough? I mean, I don't know. I have to earn up to 12,000 fans. Inspiration time! Training's done. I'm so hungry. Oh, it's the three goddesses statue. I better say hello today too. Hello, I trained super hard today just like always. I'm gonna do my best tomorrow too, so I'd really appreciate it if you all watched over me. Hell yeah. I love how big my stamina sparks are. My speed and power went up almost nothing. What the heck was that? My chest is getting really hot. I feel like I'm bursting with energy. I know that's a friendship training there, but I kind of need to... I need my guts over 200. Boost your power by tightening the reference room. Failure 28%. That's not great. Definitely get my guts over 200. Summer camp in 2 turns. Still, only 12 steps. What are you doing? Oh, hey trainer. Well, I heard when it gets dark, these stairs gain another step. It sounded just like magic, so I wanted to check it out, but I've been counting them for an hour now. An hour? Yeah. No matter how many times I count, it's still the same number. Okay, I'm gonna count them one more time. This tenacity is usually to her benefit, but in this case it seems to only lead to her downfall. That's not great. Let's do recreation. Every year, the Academy has a summer camp for special training. This is a great chance for Haru Urara to gain some strength. Wow, look at all this nature. The sky looks so huge. I've been wanting to have a sleepover together with everyone for so long. Ah, I can see the ocean, just a little bit. This will be fine, right? I still have some reservations, but in any case, let the summer camp begin. I'm sure it'll be fine. How could it not? Wait, how many fans does she actually have? 5,186. Okay. Let's do stamina training. To get Haru Urara more experienced, I've been entering her into a variety of races. On one of her days off, la that was such a fun walk. Plus, I got to eat loads of snacks. Now I'm extra ready for training tomorrow. Well, aren't you energetic, young lady? Being energetic is my specialty. I see. Wait, are you an Umamusume by any chance? That means you run in those races, don't you? Yeah, I race a whole bunch. My name's Haru Urara. Haru Urara. Why, you're exactly like they say. You've heard of her? Yes, of course. I often go to the shopping district, you see. Everyone over there is over the moon about you. They even created a Haru Urara fan club. Over the moon? What? I explained to her that it's an expression used to describe the strong emotions a person feels for another, and in this case it shows how dedicated her fans are. Oh, I see! Actually, I still don't get it. But it means a lot of people are rooting for me, right? Close enough. I'm starting to think about joining too. Ooh, do it! Actually, can I join too? You want to join your own fan club to root for yourself? Yeah, exactly. Wait, would that be weird? You are a funny one, that's for sure. I can see why everyone adores you. After we say our goodbyes. I'm so happy. So many people like me. Now that I've got my own fan club, I gotta work even harder. The more her fan base grows, the more motivated Haru Urara gets. Let's make even more fans. Yeah, Urara fans, let's go! I'm sure she'll continue to gain experience in different races while also growing her fan base. Damn. Oh, I see, because her goal was achieved. I was like, why is she getting all that stuff? As though she... something. I don't know. You know? Oh no! She seems to have sustained a slight injury. Make her take a proper rest. Power, huh? Much better. One day during summer camp, while I'm taking a nighttime stroll on the beach, I see Urara talking with Rice. Wow, so even you lost during today's scrimmage, Rice? Yeah, I just couldn't keep up. Haru Urara and Rice Shower are in deep conversation while staring at the ocean. It seems like they're talking about today's scrimmage. The summer camp's main event is a group race where students do a 2,500 meter race in pairs. Unfortunately, Haru Urara didn't stand a chance. As I expected, the distance was much too long for her. However... But I thought you were great at long-distance racing. I thought so too. That's why I'm so disappointed. I thought I finally found something I'm good at, but it looks like I was wrong. I knew it. I can't do anything right. Huh? What do you mean you can't do anything right? Huh? Well, I lost, didn't I? So because you lost once, it's just poof, all gone? You can no longer do anything anymore? Even though you're still the same person before and after the race? Does that mean the old you just poofed away and now I'm talking to a different person? That's not quite right. Then you can still do great things, right? You're still a racer at heart. I guess so? It's true. One loss doesn't mean anything. I lose all the time and I'm still the same old me. I guess you're right. You're still the same smiling Urara. See? I lose and I'm still me, so you're still you too. It's important that you do you in the way that you like to do you and, well... Anywho, you're gonna win next time for sure, Rice, so don't worry. Thanks. I feel better already. It'd be rude to continue listening in on their conversation, so I turn around to head back when... You're really amazing, Urara. No matter how many times you lose, you're still optimistic. How can you stay so positive all the time? Huh? Actually, I've been wondering the same thing. How does she keep going despite others' losses? I wonder if... But that's okay, as long as she enjoys running. It really pushes us to do our best, too. We're happy just the way she is. I wonder if she really does just love running for the sake of it. And if that's true, then... Isn't it obvious? I want to win. You can't win if you don't compete, you know? I want them all to see me finally win. Who? The people from the shopping district. My friends. Oh, and my trainer. No matter how many times I lose, they always cheer me on. So once I finally win, I'm sure they're going to be even happier. That's why I want to win. That's why I'm gonna win. I see. That's so like you, Urara. It all makes sense now. Haru Urara will never give up on her dream of winning, which means it's clear what I have to do. Ah, it's just me now. Oh, I feel like running all of a sudden. I'll just do a little extra training for a bit. I'll join you. Whoa, trainer, nice timing. I was just thinking how much I wanted to go for a run. What kind of training should I do? Let's see. Drag a tire across the sand. Drag a tire? Roger that. Nothing says serious training like dragging tires. Let's do this. Haru Urara gains a bit of muscle from her training. Good. I needed her to. Should I do rest and recreation? Ah, I had such a good time. That was so much fun. I splashed around in the sea a bunch and I got to talk with everybody a whole lot. I made so many memories this summer. Memories of your training? Oh yeah, I did so much training. I'll always remember those long training sessions we had together. I've really grown, haven't I? Like I think I've gotten 50 centimeters taller. And I got a tan too. Oh, King, let's compare our heights. 50 centimeters taller? That's a lot. And with that, summer camp comes to a close. That's 1.5 feet. Roughly. Stamina went up by 5. Guts went up by 5. Why am I reading that? Alright, now it's time to race. If there's a dirt race, there is. Hanshin Dirt.
ここは負けられない一番人気6番
Come on, Haru Urara.
太陽の下にさあゲートが開いた
That's a good start.
綺麗なスタートを切りました
Okay.
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは2番10番4番
She's doing good so far.
入ります期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気春うらら2番会長に飛ばしていきます花を奪っていたのは2番続いて10番2番と10番序盤からやり合っています
ハイペースで流れる展開
Still holding 7.
2番先頭に勝ちましたそしてここで先頭は10番激しい先頭争い3番手8番一馬審査3番さらには4番少し離れて1番春うららこの位置につけています1馬身離れてエルコンドルパターそしてそのうち5番9番続いている
Halfway,
2番
huh?
先頭を進みますがこれは正解でしょうか
2番彼女の客室には合っていますね。
第4コーナーカーブ
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
先頭は見合ったまま果たして抜け出すのは誰だ春うらら外で足を溜めていますさあ外から先頭を伺うのは10番さあこれから坂右側の舞台
There she goes.
外から踏んできた
Perfect.
春うらら
Hey, Quartz.
春うらら
Thank you for the anniversary.
残り200これは強い春うらら足色は
Hell yeah.
春うららリードは3と
Thank you for another subscription. I'm happy to have you still around.
春うららこれは完璧な勝利です
Hell yeah.
あの食いついをまるで許せなかったぞエニフステークスを制しました春うらら見事な勝利だ2着は10番3着は2番
Yeah, we're doing Urara today. She's a lot. She's very sweet and I love her. Even though she has no idea what's happening from minute to minute. She died a few weeks ago? Oh no. Clearly you mean the horse that she's
なんだろう
based on, right?
すごく眠くて
That's sad. Why did you kill her? One day on the training course, I smell something delicious. This curry turned out wonderfully. I hope everyone enjoys it. Huh? Something smells really good.
あら
Oh, Ogre! Are you finished for today? Yeah. Hey, Creek, do you know where that smell's coming from?
はい
Oh, that would be me. I brought some homemade curry. Curry. Wait, hold on. Why did you bring curry? Happy Halloween! That's right. I forgot. It's time for the spookiest time of the year. As we play this silly visual novel gacha game about silly horse girls. Tam Tam's been training all day. I knew she'd probably work up an appetite, so I made a little something for her. But I accidentally went overboard. I figured I could give away the extra.
なるほど
Oh, okay. In that case, don't mind if I do. Oh my. If you're that hungry, then I'll serve up a portion right away.
ごちそうさまでした
Thank you so much. You really ate it up. Yeah, it was so good. Actually, I was wondering.
あら
Don't worry, there's still plenty to go around. Feel free to have
ありが
seconds.
とう
Wow, thanks.
うん
Eat up. Growing Umamusume need a lot of food. That was amazing. Whew. I think I still have room though.
ま
You eat so fast. And you're still
あ
hungry?
よし
What passion! If that's the case, then you can eat until you're full. Ogre Cap eats, then Super Creek serves more, then Ogre Cap eats until...
ごちそうさまでした
Now that hit the spot. You had me a little worried there for a moment, but thankfully there was enough curry. Uh-oh. Please don't tell me I ate Tama's share. Did I? Are you worried? Aw, you're so sweet, Ogre. But don't worry. I can cook up some more lickety-split. I've got this.
よし
Really? I'll help.
いいか
Oh my, are you sure? You really are too sweet. I feel bad for the, shall we say, endowed Umas.
トレーニング頑張って
It can't be comfortable.
ワクワクするね ありがとうございます
Everyone, I must thank you for inviting me. I feel truly honored to be having tea with you all.
あら
Oh, you don't have to act all formal just because you're in the presence of a first-rate athlete such as myself, Satono.
ええ
That's right. Please speak freely and eat as many sweets as you like.
さあ
Here, have a seat. Let's enjoy this day together, Satono. Bra's uncomfortable? For real! Would you care for some jam cookies with your tea? They're a delicacy kindly sent by my grandmother. Oh my, yes please.
まあ
Oh my. So the recent charity cup was also hosted by your family, Satono?
はい
Yes. I helped my parents with the event, though I didn't do much.
へえ
Wow. I'd heard stories, but your family certainly is enthusiastic about this stuff. Your parents' names are often mentioned in my own social circles. They're said to be quite wealthy and philanthropic. Goodness, I'm delighted that you know of them. I think it's just so lovely of you to help out your parents. Ever since I was a child, I've been watching my parents helping others. So naturally, I find myself hoping to follow in their footsteps. I know, just what you mean. A princess must be of service, isn't that right? Huh? Oh, yes. A house of distinguished nobility and renowned philanthropists.
You're cute
That went on to produce an Umamusume who is now enrolled at Tracen Academy. Thank you for the follow, Geocaden. Hey! You just put me over my 460 follower goal. I appreciate it. I hope you're having fun and enjoying. A great many must be watching you with keen interest.
あの
McQueen? One day, I spot Satono Diamond in the middle of a press interview.
ありがとうございます
Thank you for your enlightening comments, Satono Diamond. Actually, there have been a great number of voices eagerly awaiting the release of your exclusive interview. You're very welcome. Really now, how wonderful. Yes, you can see that the public have lofty expectations for you indeed. I'd better ensure that I do the best job I can as well. Now, if you'll excuse me. At the end of your shift, I get it. That last hour can be a drag. When I worked for TSA, I would regularly pull 12-hour overtime shifts. Even when I was a supervisor, I would stay extra hours on the next shift in order to make sure things were fine, and it was hell frequently. Lofty expectations, huh?
お疲れ様
That was a splendid interview,
あ
Satono.
りがとうございます
Ah, McQueen. Thank you very much. As the reporter mentioned, your article is likely to be read by a lot of people. That certainly would be lovely.
もし
You don't happen to feel under pressure, do you?
ありがとうござ
I
います
appreciate your concern, McQueen,
はい
but I'm quite alright. Oh. My family and all of their acquaintances have been kind enough to celebrate my birth and wish for my success. Very uncomfortable? Yeah. Their support has always been a source of comfort and encouragement to me, never a burden. It appears I was worried for nothing. So it's not pressure you feel, but inspiration. Fulfilling one's born duties is no small feat, you know. I know, but I embrace the challenge, McQueen. If you're gonna perform for people, and don't get me wrong, racing like this is performing for people, you gotta get used to the fact that people are going to be paying attention to you. And it definitely takes getting used to, right?
何からやる 張り切っていこ
Let's see. Do some partner running.
うなんだろう
I'm gonna rest. No matter how many times Haru Urara loses, she never gives up. I've been hearing more and more people praise Haru Urara for her tenacity. Ah, winning is so hard. Everyone whooshed right past me. What do you think is the key to winning? Well... Oh, I know! I should enter a race where it's only me. Then there's no way to lose. That wouldn't be a race then. Oh, really? I thought I struck gold for a second there. She's such a ditz, and it's so cute. Ah, is that Haru Urara? Hey there! Huh? Who said my name? You've been trying so hard. I'm rooting for you. Hey, it's that plucky Umamusume. Oh, you know who I am? Of course. We're in your fan club. I love that you keep going no matter how many times you lose. Don't ever give up. Wow! Yeah! Okay! You're so popular. I feel like an idol. I'm glad I've worked so hard. I guess that laughter is more like right? Like she's slightly mischievous about it. Everyone is so excited to see me race. I want to race even more. Then they'll be really excited. Haru Urara's motivation skyrockets. It was a good idea for her to enter races to gain experience and grow her fan base. Let's keep up the great work and enter more races. Okay! Perhaps by having her enter races, Haru Urara will find a race to aspire to. Once she finds that dream race, I'll do whatever I can to help her reach it and win. Hell yeah. 12,000 fans next. Three turns to reach the goal. Fortunately, I was planning on having her race right away anyway.
注目の1番
So let's...
7番春うらら
Hopefully she can take this by storm.
出走だ
晴天のもとにかいスタート各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました
みんな
There we
集
go.
中してましたね
I
プロレスが
was
開
trying to
幕
figure out
そう
where she was.
争いは6番16
But she's short. She's a little shorty, and she was stuck in amongst the tall girls.
さあ花に立ったのはマルゼンスキーこのままリードすることができるか2番手の
Excellent.
を伺うのは6番3馬身離れて16番5番
She's actually pulling up behind the pace chasers already. That's good.
各馬娘一段となって団子状態の大混戦
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
花を奪っていたのはマルゼンスキー第4コーナーカーブ
ここからスパート。
She's not even really using skills to do it.
6番ここで抜け出したまだ先頭は動かない
Look at her go,
こ
though.
のまま直線での争いになるのか栄光まで400
Alright, now it's time for her to really go for it.
最後のコーナー最初に勝ち上がってのは6番
And she is.
並びかけてきたマルゼンスキー先頭に変わった残り200
Come on.
裏だすごい足で上がってきたハル
Hell yeah.
ハル裏だ足色は衰え
Good girl.
ハル裏
Hmm. Nailed it.
オートムリーフステークスを制しました。春うらら
Love to see it.
見事な勝利だ。2着は
Fuck yes. And of course, with my support cards, she was more than able to meet her goal. Yay! I came in first! Woohoo! Everyone in the crowd looked so happy. Did you see how loud the supermarket lady and the parking lot security guard cheered when I won? I'm super happy. This is only the beginning. Yeah, I think so too. I've got a lot of things to improve on. I'm gonna come in first next time too, no matter what kind of race it is. Hehe, you can count on it. Hell yeah. 365 skill points. Time to spend them. At least some of them. Let's see. If only Unrestrained was any good for me. Slightly increased acceleration on a straight. She is a sprinter, so... I guess velocity on uphill. We'll see how these work. What is her next goal? Place top 5 in Negishi S. The Negishi Stakes. Well, we gotta get this friendship training in. And then... I want to do stamina. We got double friendship training on speed though. It's real hard to say no to that. One day, as Haru Urara is steadily gaining recognition and nearing the end of her classic year. Hey trainer! Let's go to that Arima Kinen race thing. Arima Kinen? The Arima Kinen, a very high-profile race where participants are selected through a fan vote. I heard both Spay and Grass are going to be in it. They've been training super hard. Say said she's going too, so I want to go too. I'm sure watching some top-class racers will have a positive impact on Haru Urara, which is why we're here to watch the passion-filled Arima Kinen today. Yay! Woo! Wow, there's so many people here, I can't believe Spay and the others get to run here. Special Week and Grass Wonder are both among this year's most watched Umamusume. And a bunch of older Umamusume are racing too. It must be so cool to race alongside them. Oh, I'm so excited. I hope it starts soon. You'll go too? That would be cool. The racers walk out onto the track. Ah, they're here. Hey, Spay! Huh? What's the matter? Spay's face. It looks way different from usual. She looks kind of scary. But this is her big day. I wonder what she's upset about. She's probably nervous. Nervous? Huh? Why? But I hope she can do her best. You've got this, Spay. And with that, the Arima Kinen begins. The results are in, folks. The winner is Grass Wonder. Grass Wonder has won. That matches my playthrough. Special Week loses by a hair. The goal just barely escaped her grasp. I was so close. Just half a step more and... That was an excellent race, Spay. Grass, I planned on winning a much more decisive fashion. Frankly, I'm not satisfied with this result. I'm not satisfied either. Next time I'm gonna beat you for sure. I look forward to seeing you try. I'll see you again next year. You can count on it. Wowie, wow, wow. That was so amazing. Spin and grass were so cool. My heart is pounding. I wonder why. Special Week and Grass Wonder put on an amazing performance. Watching their race has opened Haru Urara's eyes. Maybe now she'll finally... Oh, I get it. It's because it's the Arima Kinen. Huh? I'm sure it's super fun to run in the Arima Kinen. That's why my heart is beating so fast. Okay, I've decided. I'm going to enter the Arima Kinen too. What? What? Did I hear Haru Urara say she's going to enter the Arima Kinen just now? What? Seriously? There's no way she could get in. Following Haru Urara's declaration, I can hear the audience's confused voices getting louder and louder. As her trainer, I should be happy she's decided on a goal, but what a difficult goal it is. However, if she's dead set on it, I have to support her all the way. It'll be a long and hard road. Can you handle it? Yeah, I'm no quitter. Whew, haha! See, I'm super pumped. You have to do well in a lot of races too, you know. If Haru Urara wants to enter the Arima Kinen, she'll first have to prove that she's got what it takes by placing high in graded races. Well, you'll help me, right? I'll run a bunch, so we'll be fine. I can't wait for next year's Arima Kinen. I'm going to believe in Haru Urara's resolve. Now that she's set her sights on a big goal, she can move on from her classic year. Time for senior year. She only has to run in the Arima Kinen. Of course, she has to place top 5 in a few, and then 1 in the last one first. So, and she's got 1 turn to get to this one. Okay. First visit, the first shrine visit of the new year. I'm gonna drink some amazaki and eat some fried squid. Oh, and I gotta gulp down some cold water. Cold water? Yeah, you don't know? Shrines always have those little fountains. And they got cups and everything, but it's hard to hold them because they got these weird long handles. You're not supposed to drink from those. Wait, really? But the water is so nice and cold. Oh, God. That's gross. That water is for washing. Wait, that's why she's so pure. Yeah, that's wash water. It's ritual purification water. That's like walking into a Catholic church and slurping out of the holy water bowl at the front. It's like, what are you doing? Oh, trainer, let's go write down our wishes. I've got a ton of wishes. First is, I want to enter the Arima Kinen. And also, I want to eat tasty carrots. And I want to get first place a lot. I want to become really fast. And I want to become really strong. And I want to have lots of fun. And how about you choose just one to write down? Just one? It's too hard to pick. What would you write if you were me? Right now, Haru Urara is set on entering the Arima Kinen, which means it'd be good for her to wish for... Health. Oh, health does come first. I can't race if I'm not feeling well. But I'm always plenty healthy and full of energy already. So you want me to feel even better? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1... Actually... Ura, 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 ura. Wow, saying ura, ura while I run is so much fun. It's not the way I imagined it, but Haru Urara becomes even more energetic than before. I finished writing my wish. Then let's head back to do some training. What? Training already? You don't want to? I love running, but look at all these stalls. Can't we stay for a little longer? I thought you wanted to run in the Arima Kinen. I do, but you mean I have to start training now if I want to compete? You have no chance of winning if you don't take your training seriously. I am taking it seriously. I'm always running my hardest, you know? I always go full force till I hear the whistle. I can't help but worry. It sounds like Haru Urara thinks the Arima Kinen is just a normal race. So far, she's just been racing for fun. But now results are actually going to be important if she wants to qualify for the graded races. We need to work on her form and times as well as prep her on how to run in graded races. Urara, do you want to try running in the Negishi Stakes?
いいよ
Sure! You didn't even think about it. Why would I? I love running. Hey, can we do another lap around the shrine? I guess her listening to what I have to say is a measure of progress. In any case, our next goal is the Negishi Stakes.
トレーニング
Perfect. Hmm. Let's get that friendship speed training in. Hell yeah. One evening, as we're walking through the shopping district. Hey, raffle time!
何何
That looks like so much fun! Step right up and try your luck with our New Year's lottery. This year's grand prize is a coupon for a hot spring vacation for 2. First prize winners get a deluxe carrot hamburger steak. Second prize winners get a bushel of carrots, and third prize winners can take home a single carrot. Oh, Urara, good to see you. What do you say? Want to give the raffle a whirl? A raffle? I do.
トレーナ
Trainer, can I give it a go? Do you have a ticket? A ticket? What's that? I need one for the raffle? I explained to her that she needs to buy things in the shopping district in order to get a ticket. Oh, you mean like this ticket that lady gave me the other day? Exactly. Love that the raffle adjutant just knows her when it's Urara. Absolutely. I mean, this is her shopping district. This is basically where she lives. Not literally, but like, everyone here loves her. Wow, what the hell was that? Everyone here loves her. There we go. That sounds like words. I've been talking a lot lately. She gave me one along with a piece of candy. You can try it out with that. Yay! I'll give it a spin. What prize would you like to get? Huh? Going to the hot springs sounds fun, but I really like hamburger steak. And of course I'd be happy with carrots too. Even if I lose, just spinning it is fun, so I'm fine either way. I bet it'll spin so fast. Spinny spin spin. Haru Urara excitedly encourages me to join her in pulling the lever. A small plastic ball drops from the spinner's opening. Looks like we have a first prize winner. Congratulations, you get 1 deluxe carrot hamburger steak. You obtained deluxe carrot hamburger steak. Wow, a carrot hamburger steak. It looks so good. This isn't your ordinary hamburger steak. It's a deluxe one. That's the best prize I've gotten so far in this thing. I promise this will blow all the others you tasted out of the water. Does that mean if I eat it, my stomach is going to explode? Regular hamburger steaks are delicious just by themselves. If this one's going to blow all the water out of me, then it must have a bomb inside of it. Should I still try it? Are you brave enough? I am. Just you watch. Trainer and I are both going to finish off your hamburger steak bomb. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I've never seen you this fired up. I'll leave it in your hands. Here you go, the deluxe carrot hamburger steak. Time to dig in. He's just like, whatever you say, sweetheart. You lovely girl, have your hamburger steak. After returning to the academy, we split the hamburger steak and enjoy its explosive flavor. Hell yeah.
見ててねトレーナ
Alright. Okay. How's she doing? Okay, she should be fine. All her stats are top notch. Wow, I'm gonna race today. I'm gonna run super fast. I know this is a prestigious race, but try to stay focused. Prestigious? What's that mean? It means it's very important. This is a graded race after all. A great race? Yeah, I bet it's gonna be amazing. Okay, time to move it or lose it. Here I go.
ここは負けられない一番の5番ハルウララ
実力は完全に上位ですね。貫禄すら感じてしまいます。最
This
後
poor
の
sweet
直線での
girl.
粘り強さには目を見張るものが
I'm glad she's racing and not doing science or something. It's good that she's somewhere she can shine. put her real abilities to the test. And not be like making important decisions or something. Ah, jeez. Because that would be a bad move.
曇り空の下、東京レース場ダート1400ネギシステークス16人の馬娘たちが挑みます。3番人気はこの子です。菱アマゾン2番人気を紹介しましょう。桜爆心王スタンドに押しかけたファンの期待を一身に背負って本日の1番人気春うらら。
私が一番期待している馬娘、気合い入れてほしいですね。
各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いました。
And Sakura Bakushinzo's eyes are like cherry blossom.
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは15番西のフラワー。
I started watching their eyes now to see what the design is.
15番快調に飛ばしていきます。
Since they're clearly never just eyes.
2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは桜爆心王。3番手に西のフラワー。それを見るように1番8番続いている。さらに外14番内から行く12番すぐに続いて7番少し後ろから9番その後ろから春うらら。その外並んで13番少し離れて菱アマゾン大欅を越え4コーナーへ。
うららくん。
さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。
Come on.
外で足を止めています。春うらら。
I'm worried she's not gonna make it. That late start may have screwed her up. But she's got plenty of space. Come on. Okay, good. There she goes. Alright. I was worried for no reason. Yep, we got a Haru run going on. And she killed it. A very good Haru run, despite our rough start. Welcome in, by the way. #1 Vocaloid fan. Which Vocaloid are you the #1 fan of? Or is it just the entire industry? Still just the Make Debut concert. Yippee! I won! I got first! That was such a short race. I won before I knew it. Plus it felt so good being in the front. You kept your cool and ran well. Kept my cool? What do you mean? Didn't this race feel different from usual? Nope! It was as fun as ever. Every race is a blast, so I just try my best and have fun. No matter the race, Haru Urara is always the same. I'd say that's one of her strong suits, except being a little nervous can actually result in a better performance. So I decide to recommend that she take on a higher level race. How about tackling a G1 race next? G1? That's such a cool name! Yeah, let's do it! How about the February Stakes then? If she's surrounded by hard workers, maybe it'll change her mindset. February Stakes? I feel like I've heard that before, but oh well. Sure, let's try this fairly lovely stakes race. She's such a bimbo. February Stakes. Huh? Isn't that what I said? These race names are so hard. February, fairly... What was it again? We decide on the next race to shoot for. However, Haru Urara doesn't seem to take anything seriously. I wonder how hard she'll actually compete. What is target in sight? I should take a look at that one. How many turns do I have for that one? 1 turn! Okay. One morning, while I'm in my room, getting ready for the day... Morning, trainer! Wakey, wakey! Urara. Clack. Good morning! Why the wake-up call? Why do you think? Isn't it obvious? I'll give you a hint. It's gonna make you super-duper happy. I mean, it can't possibly not make you happy since it came out so well. I used my spare carrots and everything. Carrots? Yep, I made sure not to eat all of them so I could make it. Oh, I can't keep it a secret anymore. Okay, here you go. Ta-da! I present to you Urara brand chocolate. Haru Urara hands me some surprisingly, or rather impressively, orange chocolate. What do you think? Looks tasty, right? Valentine's Day is when we're supposed to give chocolate to people who are close to us. That's why I worked real hard last night making this for you. I mashed the carrots, then whipped and whirled them into the chocolate. I thought you'd like carrot chocolate over plain old chocolate. You do, right? That actually sounds really good. Carrots are sweet enough that they'd be really good prepared for that. Yes, thank you. It's my pleasure. I'm thinking of taking some to the people in the shopping district, too. Do you want to come with? I bet everyone will be happy to see you. Sure. Yay! Okay, let's go. I made everyone's chocolates super special. I matched the flavors to the stores they work at. I added veggies for the supermarket lady, fish for the fishmonger, and meat for the butcher. Alright, that's weird. That's so thoughtful. Right? I can't wait to see their reactions. Fish chocolate? Meat chocolate? That's either great or terrible. Listen, I've seen Iron Chef. I've seen them make fish ice cream and the judges love it. I've seen them make ham ice cream and the judges love it. So, I would try it. I'm skeptical, not cynical. I want evidence. After that, Haru Urara and I spend a busy Valentine's Day in the shopping district together. Let's see how she's got 181 skills. Just target in sight. Moderately increased performance when the favorite is using the same strategy. I don't like that. It's not so great. Fall, sunny weather. Let's take Nimble Navigator. Slightly, moderately increased velocity on a straight. Alright. Which one should I go for? Let's do stamina. Air Shakur winning because she's used to running. In the rain. Alright, February stakes. We're finally here, ready to take on the fairly lovely stakes. Most Umamusume would be shaking in their boots right now, but... Wow! Did you see the size of the crowd? There's like twice as many as before. Do you think there's some kind of special event today? They're probably here for the G1. G1? That sounds kind of familiar. What a cool name. I want to check it out too. After I'm done today, let's go watch it together. Focus on winning this race first. Okay, here I go. Yeah, like, Alright. Just run, sweetheart. I believe in you. You got this. What an interesting intro.
ファンファーレが高らかに響く春の G1 開幕戦フェブラリーステークス。3番人気はこの子です。オグリキャップ。この評価は少し不満か。2番人気はこの子マルゼンスキー。さあ今日の主役はこの子に置いて他にいない。本日の1番人気ハルウララ。
The Beast herself.
デッドヒートに期待しましょう。
ゲートイン完了。出走の準備が整いました。スタートです。各馬
Would target and sight apply if you're the favorite?
先行争いは桜爆
Because like you can't help but use the same strategy as yourself.
大通りの結果を出せるか一番人気春うらら桜爆信用快調に飛ばしていきます先頭を行ったのは桜爆信用続きましたマルゼンスキー桜爆信用マルゼンスキー2人の競り合いは続いている
いいライバル関係になりそうですね。
先頭をかけます桜爆信用さあ先頭に立ちましたマルゼンスキー早くも激しい競り合い一番審査5番
12 of 16.
12番追走そのうち並んで3番外を通りまして8番
She's really kind of pushing it, huh?
1馬身離れて西のフラワーそしてその後方には7番それを見るようにエルコンドルパサー大欅を越え4コーナーへこの直線で勝負が決まるぞ春うららまだ抑えたままだ春うらら
Come on, come on, come on.
まだ牽制し合っている
Alright.
互いに探り合いのまま
The music swelled,
出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
swelled, and I started to get anxious.
マルゼンスキー
There she goes.
すごい足だ残り4
They're really just letting her run straight up the inside.
飛んでくる春うららまくって上がってくる春うらら2番手争いはオグリキャップ桜爆信用
That's kind of silly.
並んできたオグリキャップ抜け出した先頭
They really did. Oh no, Ogre Cap. Alright, that's fine.
今1着でゴールインこれは強かった
Second place is fine.
日本の砂の上にもはや敵はいないのか
It's not strictly what I wanted, but it's well within the target. Unlimited impact. I'll watch that concert when I earn it. Whew! I ran so fast. You did great. That was a blast. So this is what G1 races are like, huh? Hey trainer, did you see who was in the stands? My shopkeeper friends came to watch. I was waving at them. Do you think they saw? Come to think of it, before she came back, I did see a group in the stands waving their hands vigorously. You think they'll come to my next race too? Which one am I doing next? You don't have one in mind? Huh? As long as I can run, I'll do any of them. It's just like her to say. I'd rather she have a specific race she wants to shoot for, but in any case, if she wants to enter the Arima Keenan, then there's only so many races to choose from. If she wants to run in the Arima Keenan, she needs to get used to races that are longer than a mile. To that effect, the race I have in mind is only 100 meters longer than this one, but how about the Elm Stakes? Okay, I'll tell my shopkeeper friends I'm entering the Elm Stakes then. It's in Hokkaido. What? That far? I guess there's no way they could come then. But if I do good in it, then I can go somewhere they can come watch me. Okie dokie. Time to prepare for my concert. Haru Urara goes back to her waiting room and I head backstage. Wow, there's so many people, way more than usual. Have a great time. Yeah, I would... Huh? Haru Urara's gaze lands on an Umamusume with an unhappy face. She ran in today's race too. Hey, are you okay? Urara, yeah, I'm fine, I guess. But you look so sad. The concert's about to start. You're not happy? Look, so many people came out to watch us. Where's that smile you always have? How can I smile right now? Huh? I finally got into a G1 race. I finally had a chance, but I blew it. I wanted to win, but I didn't even make it to the center stage. I'm a loser. How can I smile at a time like this? I'm so angry. I can't smile. Angry? Sorry, forget it. I'm fine. I'll put on a happy face for the show. Next time, I'll be center stage. She left. Is she a friend of yours? Yeah, she's smiling all the time. She's super nice to everybody too. I've never seen her like this. Haru Urara seems shocked. Seeing a new side of her friend like this must have really impacted her. However, the concert's about to start. Oh, right! Okay, I gotta give it my all. Haru Urara regains her composure and heads toward the stage. During the second half of the show, I join the audience and see that Special Week has come to watch. Ah, Urara's trainer, hello. Urara looks like she's having so much fun dancing. Just watching her gets me excited too. That's why I love coming to see her concerts. Just like Special Week says, Haru Urara's charm is in how much energy she exudes. That's why everyone loves her. No matter how many times she fails, she's always smiling. Urara always tries so hard. I want to see her smiling on the Arima Keenan stage too. I hope she qualifies. I overhear a familiar voice. Looking over, I see the shopkeepers from the shopping district talking while watching the performance. But can she even enter the Arima Keenan at this rate? Her results aren't great. I wonder if there's anything we can do to help. Oh, the show's almost over, huh? When you go back, please tell Urara I said the show was fantastic. Sure. I head back to the waiting room with the shopkeeper's conversation still fresh in my mind. Speed went up by 2. Stamina went up by 2. Blah, blah, blah. Because she placed second. They increase proportionately to how well you place in the races. 10 turns to reach the goal. Okay, good. I stand a chance to win the next one.
いいよおやつタイム終わったとこだし
Alright. Power training. I think I need to up my stamina.
ワクワクするね なんだろう
Hmm.
ヘルと頑張りましょう
Perfect. I'm glad it was a success. That was risky. Inspiration! I never have to train stamina again.
力がバーンって溢れそう
That's almost an exaggeration. At the Fan Fest, an overly excited Haru Urara competes in a variety of different racing events. The tire pull is finally over, and I came in last. I saw. Right. The tire was so heavy. She's one of the smallest girls here. I lost in the bunny hop, carrot picking, and pipe rolling too, but Haru Urara just keeps losing. Shouldn't she just call it quits? How dare you say that? Urara never gives up. Urara, you can do it. Yeah, there's still hope. Keep going. Yeah, give it your best shot, Haru Urara. Wow. Everyone's cheering even harder than before, but I'm losing. So why? Every time Haru Urara appears in an event, the crowd goes wild. They love watching her unrelenting drive to keep going, no matter how many times she loses. If I win now, I'm sure they'll be even happier. I'm great at the mud run, so I'm sure I'll win. You've got this. Yeah! Now onto the FanFest main event, the mud run. The Umamusume will have to run through thick mud. Oh, Haru Urara is off with a bang! Looks like she still has plenty of energy left after all those events. It seems like she's taking an early lead. Let's see how that plays out for her. No, last again. My plan to take the lead as a frontrunner was a huge failure. I'm sure my fans are all disappointed. Oh, that was so close too. You'll get it next time for sure. Show us more of that classic Urara spunk. What? They're cheering even louder. They're looking forward to seeing my next race. Then I gotta do my best. I was gonna take a break, but never mind. I need to find another event to join. Dash! No matter how plucky Haru Urara may be, it's not good if she pushes herself too hard. I run over and finally manage to slow her down. After the event, Haru Urara has a meet and greet with her fans. Urara, you like carrots, right? Here you go. Wow, really? Yay! Thank you. My mom told me not to give you snacks, but this is okay, right? She did. I'm sure it's fine. Because they're horses. You can give me as many snacks as you want. As I watch Haru Urara spending time with her fans, I hear some voices talking behind me. Haru Urara is so popular. Makes sense. She's really cute. She said she wants to compete in the Arima Keenan. She's sure to make it in, given how popular she is. What? There's no way. She may be cute, but she isn't that good. Well, I heard there's a fan vote. As long as she gets enough votes, there's a chance. A vote, huh? I'd probably vote for her. She's just so cute. A fan vote. It's definitely one way to increase our chances, but... Oh, so there is a way. I've got to tell the others. That person is... I recognize the shopkeeper as part of Haru Urara's fan club. I open my mouth to say something, but they're already gone. Trainer! They want a group picture. Can you give us a countdown and take the picture? Sure thing. All in all, the fans are overjoyed with Haru Urara's performance. The Fan Fest was a huge success.
なんかヘロヘロかも。力が。
Take a rest. I'm on my way to the shopping district when I encounter Haru Urara singing a tune. Doo-dee-doo-doo, doo-dee-doo. Something put you in a good mood? Oh, trainer, hiya. The people from the shopping district got me a You Can Do It present. Isn't that sweet? Last time it was a Don't Overdo It gift, but now it's a You Can Do It. I bet it's because I've got a lot more oomph in my running these days. And you're part of the reason why, trainer. We're both in it to win it. Yeah! 3 cheers for us. Hip, hip, hooray! I promise Haru Urara that we'll both give it our best shot.
トレーニングが。
Alright. Double friendship training on the speed. On my day off, I head toward the shopping district to see a crowd gathering around. My name's Haru Urara. Please take one. What are you doing, Urara? Oh, trainer, I'm handing out flyers. Hello, here's one for you. I look at the flyer that's been handed to me. Vote Haru Urara for the Arima Kinen is written on it. This is... Arima Kinen participants are decided through a vote, right? So my fan club said we should try and gather votes from other fans. It'd be really hard for Urara to qualify on her own. So we figured we should do something to help her. She's always bringing joy into our lives, so we want to help her achieve her dream. Thanks, everyone. I'm definitely going to enter. It seems Haru Urara's fan club wanted to help her in some way, and this is what they came up with. What a remarkable gesture. Although I'm not sure Haru Urara fully understands just how much they're doing for her. Wow, Haru Urara is going for the Arima Kinen? Oh my. Don't worry, we'll vote for you. I'll tell my friends too. Really? Thank you. I need all the votes I can get. Haru Urara is quite popular. In fact, I'm sure she'll get enough votes to enter the Arima Kinen like this. However, let's give it our best, trainer. I'm so excited. Hey, Urara? What the heck is this? Hey, aren't you... How can I smile right now? It's the Umamusume that competed against Haru Urara in the February stakes. She looks at the flyer distastefully. Hey, long time no see. I'm passing out flyers. Yeah, I can see that. For the Arima Kinen, right? That's right. I wasn't on track to make it in, so everyone is helping me get votes. Hey, Urara, do you even know what you're doing right now? Huh? I'm asking people to vote for me. That way I can enter the Arima Kinen. What the heck is wrong with you? Huh? This is the Arima Kinen we're talking about. Everyone wants in, but only those who work hard are going to get in. That's why we're all training our butts off. But here you are taking the easy way out, using the voting rule to bribe your way in. You're making a mockery of all of us who are serious about running in this race. I don't want to compete against someone who's just doing this for fun. Haru Urara stares silently as the Umamusume storms off. When you think about it, she does have a point. I do want Urara to run in the Arima Kinen, but it should be based on her abilities as a racer. Yeah, the Arima Kinen is a really big race after all. But I still want to see Urara run in it. Everyone. She seemed angry at me. I don't know what to do. Sorry, Urara. It's our fault. This is our idea, and it caused a fight between you and your friend. We're really sorry. Why are you apologizing? You guys didn't do anything wrong. I just don't understand any of this. But I messed up, I know that much. The once cheerful atmosphere goes sour, and the fan club decides to stop handing out the flyers. After calling it a day, I take Haru Urara back to the dorms. I'm actually shocked that they didn't have her mood go down as a result of that. Several days after her friend's outburst in the shopping district, Haru Urara's peppy self is still nowhere in sight. Instead, a gloomy cloud seems to follow her wherever she goes. Until one day, I spot Urara while walking by the river. The sunset is so pretty today. Haru Urara staring absent-mindedly at the sunset. Like I thought, she seems a bit down in the dumps. I start to think of what to say to her when... Urara.
あれ
Oh, Rice? What's up? Well... I'm actually been following you from behind for a while. Wait, really? I didn't even notice.
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry, you just look so sad. I'd probably be of no help, but... Do you want to talk? I see. Yeah, I didn't really get it, so I didn't say anything. What does it mean to take running seriously? Can't I just have fun?
どうしよ
I get that I have to do something different, but I just don't know what. Every time I think about what I should do, my head feels like it's gonna explode. Like, boom! Well, how about we just stay calm for a minute?
う
I know it's not the same thing, but I've had people get angry at me before. I won in a race that someone else cared really deeply about. I heard her sigh in disappointment. There was so much sadness in it. A lot of people were really upset about the results. Rice. But I worked hard. Even though all of their disappointment couldn't have really discouraged me. I kept running and kept winning, and before I knew it, more people started to congratulate me. Then that means I just need to keep trying? If I do that, will people stop being sad? My friend said she didn't want to compete with me, but if I keep going, will she change her mind? Urara, you said you wanted to win before, right? I want to win! You can't win if you don't compete, you know? I want everyone to see me finally win. If you still feel that way, well then you're fine as you are. As long as you keep that dream close to your heart, everything will turn out just fine.
あの
Huh? But that sounds hard. But you know, I don't think I'll come up with a better idea even if I try for 1,000,000,000 years. So I'll just trust you, Rice. Thank you. If anyone can do it, you can, Urara. After talking with Rice Shower, Haru Urara seems to go back to her normal self. Perfect.
イッチギイッチギ
I normally wouldn't do stamina or power, but we've got a stack of 5 supports. Let's see, strength also requires rest. 2 turns
なんかヘロヘロかも
before the So I'll put my
賞賛ご健闘を祈る
commendable. You strive towards your dreams together as one. Know that I am always behind you, cheering your efforts. Forge ever ahead. She's apparently quite impressed with the way we're conducting our practice sessions. Hell yeah.
なんだろうすっごく
That would be very cool, but it would also wipe her out. Summer camp starts today. Haru Urara is... Trainer! Trainer! I've put away my luggage and changed clothes. So come on, let's hurry up and start my training already. Well, aren't you ready to go? I mean, yeah, I gotta train hard. I gotta run hard and train hard. Harder, better, faster, stronger. Oh, she's been listening to, Daft Punk. Listen, the first ones that popped in my head were Depeche Mode, and that's not right. If I do that, then I'm sure to win. So let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. I see how this is going. Haru Urara is the epitome of energy right now, which means I also need to gear up and give her some effective training.
どんなトレーニングなん
She's fully rested, so that's perfect. Let's go with, let's go with power.
エルと頑張りましょう
Ah, what's going on? Should I do stamina? Let's do speed.
ワクワクするね見ててねトレーナー
Alright,
バビューン
race day. What did I get a hint for? should get steadfast and unyielding. Okay, it was level-headed. It's not great. Alright. Here she goes. Another big race. What's wrong? I'm trying to calm down. I get too excited if I don't. But I just love to run. I can't hold myself back. You don't have to hold yourself back, you know? Really? But I have to take this seriously. You are taking this seriously. Even though she doesn't know what it means, she's worried about not being serious enough. She needs to know that she's fine just as she is. What? I am? How? Just go out there and find out. Really? Okay, I will. Hey, Urara! Oh, everyone! You all came to watch me, huh? Wait, but this is Hokkaido. There's no place we wouldn't go for you. Urara, we're sorry. We messed up before. We were happy just watching you run, but we didn't realize how our words held you back. We didn't really believe in you. We didn't cheer you on the way we should have. You guys... But this time's different. Urara, please, please win. You gotta win. Our hopes are riding on you. We want to see you in the winner's circle. Okay, I will. Wow, I'm shaking. But it's a good shaking. I won't lose to anyone, so please, watch me race. Number one favorite and top rated in the physical stats. She should be fine with guts and wits too, because they're both almost 300. And she's in the third bracket, which is pretty incredible. I love that Haru Urara has been the number one favorite every time. Pretty good start. Until that. She'll be okay though. I believe in her. Come on, Urara. She really is the shortest girl on the track. Wait, no, there's one other. Whoever that is in third place is just a little shorter. Or at least their heights are so close it's hard to tell. Fuck yes. Come on. There she goes. Okay. So who's in second? Yes! Perfect. Oh, I lost. Let's head back to the dorms already, trainer. Aren't you gonna say that was fun? It was fun, but everyone wanted me to win and I didn't. I gotta try even harder and get even stronger. I have to get first place. Then everyone will take me seriously, and once everyone takes me seriously, It'll make them smile even more when I win. Haru Urara really has changed from her days of just doing everything for fun. She finally has a real hunger for victory. Then you better win the next race. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna get first. And I want to enter a G1. G1 races are a big deal, right? So I want to win one. Haru Urara has finally found a race goal. She's grown more than I thought. Then how about the JBC Sprint? It's a sprint on a dirt course, which is what she excels at. I think she has a great shot at getting first. Okay, I'm gonna give it my all. We set our sights on taking first place in the JBC Sprint. That's right, I'm still at summer camp. Phew, I'm worn out. I ran bunches and bunches. Good work, you did well. Thanks, I really tried my best. Hey, do you think I've gotten better at this? I think I have. I've been working so hard after all. We'll know for sure after your next race. Oh, that's true. Okay, I'm gonna run hard in the next race. Haru Urara has a very fulfilling summer camp. Good. I'm glad for her. Happy Halloween, Jet! Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. I was feeling a little peckish. Thank you for the present. Treat entry. That's good. I don't have it set up to do tricks. I need more skills for her that increase velocity. Is what's happening here. Oh! That, you're right. I was wrong. You sure showed me. Sit, speak, roll over. I'm not that well trained. Let's see. She can get out of hand sometimes. Let's rest. You're slightly bummed. Why? Some original flavor. Alright, I have to win this one. A trick-or-treater rang the bell but left before you could get to the door. Oh, I'm sorry. Rook just took our kid and left. I guess she's finally sick of me streaming. I'm kidding. They're out to go trick-or-treating. And I'm like, okay, I guess. That's sad. I'm sorry that they didn't wait around. I just looked in the other room and it turns out they haven't left yet, so I was wrong. I'm glad that you are fine. It's good to hear. Oof, I feel so nervous and trembly. Actually, we should take a break. I hope it has a good time too. We're gonna take a quick break, and when we get back, we'll read this script and go through the JBC Sprint. Until then, hatchlings, I love you. I miss you. Sit tight. Hatchlings, welcome back. How is everybody? Are you ready? Ready for what, you might ask? Well, not if you've been around. If you've been following me for the last month or so, I guess it's been a couple weeks, then you know what time it is. It's book review time. And today, the book we're reviewing is another sapphic romance called A Little Kissing Between Friends by an author named Chintzia C. Higgins. I love this book. I love this book so much. It's what are their names? I forget. It's been a while since I've read it, but I remember everything but names because I'm bad at remembering names. Send the Star and her best friend, one of her two best friends, Juicy, are, like I said, they're best friends. Send the Star is a music producer. She's an artist. She does she does a lot of she doesn't do singing, but she does like beats and melodies and stuff like that. You know, the production stuff that goes on behind the scenes, especially in things like hip hop and rap and the associated genres. And she's very good. Like she's very well known in her field. Like it's one of those things where like she doesn't have a lot of solo stuff out because that's not her role. She's the woman that other artists come to when they want beats and music to sing or rap over. And people go out of their way to hear the new stuff she's made. She's the one in the back. She's a stud. Like, if any of you is familiar with lesbian subculture, specifically among the black lesbian community, then you know what I'm talking about. Like, she's a stud. She has two best friends. One of them is just kind of around in the story as a support. The other one is Julissa Jones, or Juicy as she's known as her stage name. She's a stripper. She and Sen have been friends for a while. And everything's been fine for most of that time. Sin goes out to the club and supports her, makes it rain on her, lets her get her stuff on. And Juicy goes to the clubs, like to bars and stuff, the like nightclubs, not the strip club, to hang out with Sin the Star when she's celebrating one of her songs going viral, going platinum. And then one night, Juicy happens to witness, like she's cornered in the bathroom by a woman who is at the club specifically because she wants to find Sin the Star. She's a groupie and she wants to hook up with her. And for some reason, Juicy hates it. She's been fine with people doing that in the past, but for some reason, with this specific woman at this time, she hates it. And she and Sin end up realizing that they have a thing for each other, and Sin has to deal with adjusting her life to have an actual relationship with a woman she cares about. And Juicy has to deal with shifting her own perspectives so that she can be with Sen and the two of them can take care of each other. It's very good. It's incredibly well written. I found it comforting because I grew up in a very black part of Georgia, and I was immersed in a dialect very similar to what the characters use in this book. So it felt good and nostalgic to read people talking in that way again. And the sex scenes were very hot. The romance was on point. The emotional conflict was poignant and well written. So yeah, if you like sapphic romance, then I absolutely suggest you pick it up. I think you'll have fun. All right. Ta-da. I'm having a hard time getting back into it because there's a new main character on Blue Sky who is super fucking bad. Like, it's real bad. He's... I don't know what else to say about this guy except he's an advocate for sexual assault. He's got a history of writing stories about people, like women he knows, like effectively erotic friend fiction, but specifically about them being sexually abused and passing it off as normal. He's got a history of telling women on the internet that they need to be dicked down real bad or that they should have a baby put in them against their will. And recently he has gone on to talk about how normal and fine it is for men to be interested in Jennifer Connelly, but not like now. Like Jennifer Connelly as she was in Labyrinth. A 14-year-old girl playing a 14-year-old girl, and it's normal for men to be into that. And people have pointed out to him that no, it's developmentally normal for girls that age to have crushes on older men because they tend to grow up to be interested in adults. It's not normal and fine for adult men to be interested sexually in little girls. And he then accused the person pointing that out of being, you know, a pedophile. He's super bad. So don't go looking for him unless you're ready for a bad time. Anyway, let's get back to the game. Haru Urara deserves better than this. Oof, I feel so nervous and trembly. I guess that means I just want to win that badly. I'm gonna win, and that'll show everyone I can run in the Arima Keenan. Do it! Yeah! I'm gonna go get first place, just you wait. Sure hope so. Alright.
実力は完全に上位ですね。貫禄すら感じてしまいます。
Okay, so she's 200 above the next two down. So she should be pretty good. I hope. Damn, she's pretty far out, huh? Oi, dirt? What does that mean? Oh, I see. Never mind. I thought it was the name of the place, but I wasn't sure. And it looked like an adjective on dirt, and that's why I was confused. And it is an adjective, but it's the place name adjective.
私が一番期待している馬娘、気合い入れてほしいです
Ogre
ね。
Cab has interesting eyes too. Oi, dirt! That's exactly what I was reading it as, and I was like, that doesn't make any sense.
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
Okay, good. She's holding a great spot. It's exactly where she needs to be. Okay, good. There she is. She's so fucking short. It's hard to find her in the crowd. She's a tiny little girl. It's adorable, but also.
内から来るか外から来るか最後の局面です。
この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。まだ1馬身以上の差
Alright, here we go.
ここから捉えることができるのか。出走レース場トップクラスの中
Come on, Urara.
ゴールの直線
You gotta place first, sweetheart.
回っていったのは春うらら。まくって上がってくる春
Five. Yes! Okay.
苦しいけど粘っている春うらら。すごい
Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Yes! Ooh! Yes! I'm so proud of her. I'm so proud of her. She did so good. Oh.
やったやったやった。
Hell yeah. Oh, new. Oh, yes. A new concert.
視界全部奪うような打ちつけるスコールの中でもきっとさらわれ流れるのは言い訳と迷いだけよぬかるんだ現状に足を取られて憂鬱な空気が喉塞いでもこの声は絶やせないでしょこの足は止まらないでしょ命の限りどうか全力で射抜いてよ瞳で私を焼き付けていこうそれは約束の仕掛け傷を痛がって投げ出す程度の想いじゃない君は目撃者だよ Yes, unlimited impact 見せてあげるエボリューション Go ahead 未来です
This is so good. That's so good. That's incredible. And I learned something new about myself vis-a-vis cowgirls in halter tops. How could I possibly have known? I did it! Yippee! Hooray! First place. Trainer, I got first. Nice job. She placed first in a genuine G1 race, and by doing so, she shed all doubts about her own abilities. Hey, does this mean I can enter the Arima Kinen? I'm ready for it, right? She looks a little uneasy. It seems like she finally understands just how important the Arima Kinen is. In that case, the only thing I can say is, take a look around you. Around me. Whoa! Haru Urara! Congratulations! Great work! You were amazing! Didn't you say you wanted to take on the Arima Kinen? I'll be rooting for you. What a great race! You have my vote! Wow! They're all cheering for me? That means I'm ready, right? Yep, let's get you into the Arima Kinen. Okay! Her fans' cheers continue on for quite a while. On my way home, I see Haru Urara off at her dorm. Welcome back, Urara. Congrats on getting first place. Wow, say, thanks. What is it, Urara? You two are gonna enter the Arima Kinen, right? Yes. Of course we're entering, and of course I plan on winning.
あのね
Well, I want to win it too. So that makes us, yep, we're rivals. Yeah, that's right, rivals. Both of them are looking straight at Haru Urara with serious
いけ
eyes.
ないぞ
You two better watch out. I'm gonna win and take first place. It's decided. She's running in the Aranea Makinen. Hadn't it already been decided though? Two turns, huh?
いいよおやつタイム終わったとこだし
Alright. Seems pretty clear I just need to double up on speed. Carefully optimizing your trainee's workload while managing her motivation with friendly banter. It's amazing! Simply amazing! You must be the greatest trainer in history. I'm so blessed to be a reporter in this era. But I can't stand here mesmerized. I must go back to the office and write this article at once. I'll title it, Top Trace and Trainer Gives All for Beloved Umamusume. I received an amazing review. Hell yeah. Speed training is maxed out now. Speed over 700. That should be plenty. The holiday season is fast approaching. Haru Urara loves fun get-togethers, so she's been waiting for this time of year for a long time. Hey, it's that time of year again. I want to throw a party. 1, 2, 1, 2. We could eat a big carrot cake during the holidays, right? I need the holidays to come now. Oh, I know. Can't we just add another holiday to the season? Like today? I want to meet Santa. I've been wanting to reward her for working so hard lately, so as a present to her, I... Wowie, wowie, wow, it's so cool! A real holiday party! You set up all of this yourself, trainer? That's incredible! Oh, it's so cute! Santa also gave me a present for you. Really? Yay! Thank you! I'm so happy! Yippee! Do you think he knows how happy I am? I'm sure he does. Great! So you're friends with Santa? Of course you would be. You should bring him to the academy. I want to thank him directly. Well... Oh, that reminds me. Trainer? I have a present for you too, but I can't give it to you today. It's super special and super big. I'm sure you're gonna like it. What is it? Well, it's first place in the Aranea Makinen. It's gonna be really tough, but I want to win it for you. If I know you're looking forward to my win, I think it'll give me a really big boost. So can you wait just a little longer? Sure. It's a promise. I'm gonna win it for sure. I look forward to Haru Urara's present for me. After that, we continue to celebrate the holidays. She's so excitable. Alright. Real quick. First having to fix my hair because it's getting in my eyes. Go with the flow. Moderately increased navigation late race. That wouldn't be a bad idea, honestly. Sometimes she struggles to get around people. Alright, she only has to run in it. But if she wins, that'll be incredible. I hope she does. Trainer, something's wrong with me. What is it? My chest is tight, and it feels hot like it's on fire. I'm shaking and sweating. What's going on with me? Sounds like you're taking this seriously. Really? Oh, so this is what it means to take something seriously. I think I get it now. So it's okay that I feel like this? Then I'll do my best, sweatiness and all. Trainer, I'm gonna get first place this time. This is going to be a tough race. I'm sure Haru Urara knows that. Just being able to enter is quite a feat. But she won't give up. She's not that type of person, so... I'll be watching. Yeah, here I go. The audience's cheers get louder. I'm sure there are quite a few of Haru Urara's fans among them. Fans that believe in her. And I believe in her too. I'm looking forward to your victory, Haru Urara.
16番人気は2番春うらら。
結果を残すのは難しいかもしれませんが、経験を糧にしてほしいですね。芝で本領を発揮できるかどうか、ちょっと不安ですね。
勝ちは十分に狙える。
Who has the best stats, if not her?
声優スカイ7番人気16番ダイワスターレット2番
Huh.
春うらら16番人気です。
結果を残すのは
She's the 16th favorite?
経験を糧にしてほしいですね。芝で本領を発揮できるかどうか、ちょっと
Oh, this is a turf race. That's why. Okay. So this is set up so that she likely won't be able to pass or win because it's a turf race and that's going to penalize her stats. Okay. All right. Oh, to be a tween on Halloween. Is it having fun?
年末の中山で争われる夢のグランプリ有馬記念。あなたの夢、私の夢は叶うのか。1番人気はもちろんこの子グラスワンダー。2番人気を紹介しましょう。スペシャルウィーク注目の春うらら1枠2番での出走。
気合十分いい顔してますね。
ゲートイン完了。出走の準備が整いました。
Found a group of friends at said friend's house, so you're gonna pick it up later.
各馬娘
Okay.
綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いはセイウンスカイ9番ダイワスターレット。
I-
レースとなった春うらら大丈夫か。
まだこれからですよ。頑張ってほしいですね。
第4コーナー
There she
セイウン
goes.
スカイ快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭集団を見て
Falling way back.
セイウンスカイ単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは
It's wild that she's this bad at running on turf.
ダイワスターレット。まずは1周目正面スタンド前に入って
Are the
9番この辺りまで
track surfaces that different?
先頭から後方まで間延びした展開です。
各自自分のペースを保っているようですね。
現在1番手はセイウンスカイ、続いてダイワスターレット。2馬身離れて5番、そして9番ナリダ・ブライアン5番手。1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かう。先頭セイウンスカイ、レースはよどみなく進んでいます。続きましたダイワスターレット、少し後ろから5番、後ろ9番5番手にはナリダ・ブライアン。1馬身差、1番外を回って11番後からスペシャルウィーク、そしてそのうち10番、その後ろ12番、その後ろからグラスワンダー、その後から13番、そしてその後ろから行くのはシンボリ・ルドルフ、そしてその後方には3番、後方2番手にテイエモ・オペラ王、ポツンと1人春うらら。セイウンスカイ先頭を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。
セイウンスカイ彼女の客室には合っていますね。
向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ20馬身、残り1000メートルを通過。先頭は依然セイウンスカイ1馬身リード。さらにはダイワスターレット、その後5番少し離れたブライアン、そしてその外から行ったのはスペシャルウィーク。
She got to run.
1番そのうち並んで9番、その後ろに11番グラスワンダー、ここにいます。さらに12番2馬身3馬身開いて10
I'm
番
proud of her for making it this far.
得点へ向かう。
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
まだ1馬身以上の差があると、ここから備えることができるのか。
It's interesting that she's got a career where she's practically guaranteed a loss in the last race. I'm proud of Special Week. She deserves the win.
圧巻の走りでレースを制した夢のグランプリを制したのはスペシャルウィーク。年末最後の大一番を制し栄光の先端。
みんな強いね。次は負けないぞ。
16th place. It's too long, and it's turf. She was never going to win that. It's fine. Phew. I'm back, trainer. Welcome back, Urara. Wasn't that amazing? The crowd was cheering the entire time I was running. I could hear everything. They were saying, "Go, Urara, go!" That's great. And I was trying so hard to pass the person in front of me. Oh, they were so far in front of you, though. I was running so fast, but I couldn't reach her. My legs were just a little longer, I could have done it. And... Huh? That's weird. Why am I crying? I had so much fun. Even though it was so fun and I want to do it again, You did great, Urara. It was so fun. So fun. Haru Urara finally took her race seriously, and because of that, she feels bad about losing. This is most certainly proof of her growth. After that, I pat her back until she stops crying. While it didn't end in a win, Haru Urara still managed to qualify and run in her dream race, and for that alone, she should be very proud. I wonder if there are any examples of anyone winning the Arima Kinen with Haru Urara. Well, these are dirt races, so she should be fine. She's got a chance anyway. There are? Really? How? What's the trick? Challenge very well established players take on. I see. So I'm gonna need some incredibly good legacies, is what you're saying. Got it. Extremely late game, purpose-built veterans and luck. So we're talking about like some veterans with really high turf sparks that can pass the aptitude on to her to overcome that dirt track limitation she's got, and other things like that. And of course, like the luck that those sparks actually trigger and apply enough, frequently enough. Alright, well, I think she stands a chance at winning these. So, let's let her prove us right, shall we? I don't like that she's placed so far out. I am anxious. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, that's a good sign. Good. She's gaining ground. Good, I want her right behind the pace chasers. She's doing well. Yes! Oh, hell yeah. I love that her navigation improved too. Triumphant Pulse. Yes! Fuck yes. She didn't win the Arena Keenan, but she's doing real well at the start of the Ura finale. I'm so proud of her. Oh, thank you, Lucky. Welcome in. Welcome in, new hatchlings. My name is Lady Aranea, and I'm happy to have you. Find a comfy strand to land on, but watch out for the sticky ones. Those are for snacks, is what that says. But also, I've been on a Umamusume kick, and you're catching me at the tail end of a Haru Urara run. Happy to have you here. Thank you, Lucky. Happy Halloween. Best career? I felt sorry for her at the Arena Keenan because she is set up to fail, and it's so sad. But she's doing pretty good for the Ura finale so far. I'm gonna rest. Alright, semifinals. All of my insides are scrunched up into a ball. They put her all the way out of the outside, which I guess should be fine. We'll see. I am anxious. Only the number 4 favorite? That's sad. I'm gonna check and see if I have Mihono Bourbon, because I want a Mihono Bourbon playthrough. I don't like how far. Okay, never mind. She fixed it. 7 of 16. Excellent placement. I'm so glad I took that one. After some research, it's basically possible if you take her turf and long to at least C from F, and also build 1K in both speed and power. Possible, not guaranteed. Yeah, it probably still relies on having the right skills and having them proc, right? Yeah, and RNG, of course, yeah. Oh, come on. It's very hard to get her aptitudes at the match. I bet. Oh, shit, yes. Come on. God, look at her go. Ah, damn it. Can you only try again 4 times a day? For some refer to getting Haru Urara to win the Arena Keenan as one of the ultimate challenges of Umamusume. That sounds about right. Like, it is so fiercely outside of her strengths. Like, just incredibly so. That it's... No per career? Got it. Okay. Well then, there's no reason for me not to try again. I think she was pretty close. I think that with slightly better luck, she could win. Oh good, a further inside placement? That is a significant reduction in the distance she has to actually run. So assuming she can get past the crowd, the pack that she's going to get trapped in, then she should be fine.
京都レース場ダート 1200URA ファイナルズ準決勝16人の馬娘たちが挑みます。さあ1番人気の紹介です。ミホノブルボン。続く2番人気はアイネス風神。注目の春うらら4枠8番での出走。
Getting Haru Urara to win the Umamusume
ゲートに入って体勢整いました。
is like getting me to win the pay close attention to fine details for 10 hours competition.
揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
I'm not built for it.
ミホノブルボンスペシャルウィーク。
Straight away adept going off. Welcome in, Zark. Another Umamusume F1 video. I have destroyed your algorithm. That's not great. You can't be rushed.
集団が一つにまとまって混戦状態です。
お互いに牽制し合っているようですね。
まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
内から来るか外から来るか。
7 and 16, come on.
最後の直線に持ち越された。まだ石橋以上の
The Kaizo Mario of Umamusume. Incredible. Nimble Navigator. She's doing way better this time. Go with the flow. Triumphant Pulse. Yes! I knew she could do it. Can you just stick with your red Italian prancing horses? Allegedly, no. Apparently not. If it makes you feel better, Zark, I didn't anticipate liking this so much either. It was not my intention to infect everyone with Pony Girl playtime. I know, I'm joking around as well. I don't feel remorseful. Advance to the finals. If I get her to win the finals, I'm gonna feel pretty good about it. Alright, 181. Haru Urara? Yeah, she really is a pink pony girl, absolutely. Autocorrect was really messed up there. Urara and the Hendersons. Slightly increased acceleration on a straightaway. It was mean. But yeah, she's absolutely a pink pony girl. Fun fact, the real life autumn tennis show is this Sunday. Incredible. I wish I knew how to watch it. Number 8 fave. I don't think we're gonna win this one, but it would be nice. We'll see. Moon Pop. Moon Pop was one of the girls. We'll load up this crossover video after the Ura finale.
曇り空の下、京都レース場ダート 1400URA ファイナルズ決勝16人の馬娘たちが挑みます。さあ、一番人気の紹介です。マルゼンスキー、続く2番。
Alright, let's just go.
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘、綺麗なスタートを切りました。
She's got to be in there somewhere. There's an egg, a triangle pointing at her.
6番、9番、
Oh yeah, sprinting gear.
マルゼンスキー、快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ、期待に応えてマルゼンスキー。
Starts the autumn triple crown.
続きました。6番、マルゼンスキーの6番。序盤からやり合っています。
ハイペースで流れる展開もありえますね。
やはり
That's very cool, Lucky.
6番、激しい先頭争いとして外目をつきましては、マモクロス4番手には
Look at her, all her skills.
その後からナリタブライアン、その後ろに
I picked such good skills for her.
春うらら、その後ナイスネイチャー、少し後ろからハッピーリーク、さらに外から12番、そのうち並んで2番、第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
ここからスパート。一気にレースが動きます。
この直線で
Well, we're gonna beat Happy Meek.
前を狙っていると、さあ誰が
Yurimi Keenan is the final race of the autumn triple crown. That's really cool. Go with the flow, come on.
先陣を切ったのはマルゼンスキー、外を回っていったのは春うらら、飛び込んできた春うらら。
Triumphant Pulse, straight away adept. Oh. Yes! Yes! She fucking bombed it at the Uri McKinnon and then trounced the Ura finale. Fuck yes. God, I love that. Ura finale finals dirt. Let's go indeed. I love that breakaway at the end. Your runs at Umamusume. I sometimes like to try for a classic triple crown, spring senior triple crown. To get a triple crown, that would be so good. The first time I got the triple crown was with Agnes Tachyon. We're obviously going to watch Haru Urara perform Umamusume Legend, right? Obviously. Which Umas is that even possible for? That's a good question. Who is that in third place? She's tiny. Classic triple round is often the one Umas have conflict with. It's gotta take a lot of planning to pull that off. Another director's fan. Haru Urara leaves her mark in the Twinkle series. As such, we were able to get through those crucial first 3 years together. One day, while basking in the glory of our accomplishments. Now entering the track is the racer we've all been waiting for. It's the Umamusume who never gives up, Haru Urara. Hello, it's me, Haru Urara. Urara, you're so cute today, just like always. We've been waiting for you. Wow, there's so many people. Welcome. Wait, is it weird for me to be the one saying welcome? Well, whatever. Today is the Cheer on Haru Urara event, after all. That makes me the king. That's right. Today, Haru Urara makes an appearance on a talk show sponsored by her fan club. Many people are gathered at the small shopping street to get a glimpse of her. Among them is... Excuse me, who's king exactly? The only person who deserves that title is me. Ah, let it go. Urara's only king for a day, okay? Hey, Urara, you've got this. Hey, you do it too. Go, Urara. Wowie, wow, wow. You all came out for me? Thank you. Her friends from Tracen Academy are here as well as... Urara, don't be nervous. Ones that have to run the Mile Championship in senior year can't do the Autumn Triple Crown since it's the same time as the Japan Cup, the second race of said Autumn Triple Crown. That's fair. Just smile and be your energetic self. Thanks for the reminder. I'll try my best. The people from the shopping district, her very first fans, have closed their stores for the day to come and watch her too. So many people have come to see you, Haru Urara. Yeah, I'm so grateful they all want to see me. They all saw how hard I ran in my races. Today's such a good day. Seeing everyone smile makes me so happy. Haru Urara's smile is like that of a sunny spring day. Those around her can't help but be drawn in by it. And of course, by her can-do attitude too. Well, Haru Urara, let's get started with the first question. How do you feel about these past 3 years? I can't really remember anything from that long ago. I ran a lot? I ran a whole lot, and I also, oh, hold on a second. Haru Urara? Haru Urara jumps down from the stage. She's making a beeline for me? Trainer, come with me. Let's answer together. Me? Yeah, you should be up there too. You're the one who watched over me these past 3 years after all. You saw how much I ran, how hard I tried. You know everything about me. So I need you up there with me. Come on, take my hand. Let's run up there together. Also, the final race of the Spring Seniors Triple Crown is the Takarazuka Kinen, which is on the last turn before Senior Summer Camp, so it can be hard to work it in since that's usually when you're resting and getting ready for summer camp. It wouldn't be so bad to have a trainer who remembered important stuff for me and it was her job. You're telling me. And also she loved me. I know, right? You're not wrong. Obviously, we're going to take Russian Gale. Anemia manager. I know, right? Like, I'm not equipped to make decisions to take care of myself. Hell yeah. I super wish that she'd gotten better sparks. Let's see. Major wins, JBC Sprint. Nageshi Stakes. I'd love for one of those to be like major wins. Remaking in, but it's gonna be a while. Are you talking about my... Did she get a 3-star spark? I wasn't paying attention. Ba 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 da 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 da. But I only got 2 sparks. Is that... I have no idea how to determine if a spark is good. What, have I missed any... Win 1 legend race. I don't even know. Hell yeah. I can enhance trainees now. Who? Wow, that would have been really good last time. We should do it. We could do another one. What needs leveled up? Oh, just the R's. Which we're not worrying about. If an Uma needs to run the Queen Elizabeth II Cup, it's probably not good to try for the Senior Autumn Triple Crown, as the QE2 Cup is in the turn between the Autumn Tennis Show and the Japan Cup. The first 2 races of the Autumn Triple Crown, and doing 3 races in a row is bad for your Uma. Yeah, that would be bad. She doesn't know how hard it is to get monies once she gets through the intro period. I don't. I'll be more sparing with them going forward. Just to make you feel better. How am I doing on carrots? 24.95. Are carrots also hard to get? Should I be sparing with those? Maybe save those? You got your own money's situation to worry about? That's fair. Alright. Next. Career. Who do I want to do? Every gacha game gives you a lot of their gacha currency. Yeah, it's true. And I always... I'm a sprinter. I'm not a late closer. Nice nature. Sakura Bakashin seems like she's a lot to deal with. If you got dupes for the good SR supports or got lucky and got a good SSR, you wouldn't have the money to upgrade them right now. That's true. 38,760. I love that she calls herself Goldchip Sama. Like, not even an ounce of chill. Just 100%. Yes, I'm the one and only Goldchip. And it's like, are you okay? Aw, she's sad. Bakushin is fun because you can literally only train speed and still win her entire career with good RNG. I believe it. Who do I want to be? You know what? I meant to do Super Creek the other day, and I ended up doing Grass Wonder instead. So now, I'm actually going to do Super Creek for real, and we're gonna pull it off. Time to play Goo Goo Babies. That sounds great to me. Super Geek gets ramp up and potential too. I should do that. I think I did give her potential too, because I intended to use her. Not like that. She's the mommy. If anybody does the using, it's her. Almost at the finish line. Currently working to max out her potential to get Swinging Maestro on her. That sounds really cool. I'm not going to comment on that. trainer is waiting for me there. There's a variety of relationships that can exist between an Umamusume and a trainer. Just like 6 spring tennis show sasers. You gotta win the spring tennis show 6 times? Oh, 6 more. Got it. Hey, what's with this time? I know you can do better than that. Right, sorry. These aren't exactly the results we were aiming for. What do you think? I thought that might be the case as I was running. I don't foresee myself gaining swinging maestro incorporated into my runs anytime soon, sadly. I think it's probably something you have to work at to do it in any sort of time frame. We, on the other hand,
やりました
finish. A new record. My time's slightly better than before. You're on Fire Creek. You want to use her as your ace in the Leo Cup?
ありが
That
とう
seems
ござい
reasonable.
ます
Thank you. You're the reason why any of this is possible.
いい子いい子
Who's a good trainer? You are. Oh shit. Hold on. Okay. What happened? I call my plan team Your Life on the Line featuring Super Creek and some nefarious supports. Moving on from that, this is how we've always been, not a hint of strictness. Pat, what a good trainer you are. Oh, they're trying to kill me. I think that's enough.
あら
Oh, right. Sorry, it just feels so nice patting you. Oh, God. Is it okay for us to have this kind of relationship?
あら
Huh? What do you mean? We're way more laid back than the others.
うーん
Laid back? I guess I see what you mean. But this is what works for us.
え
There's one thing more important than anything else when it comes to us running together. What's that? Whether or not you feel the urge to coddle. As long as we both do, then we're peachy. That applies to everyone to some extent. You think so? Super Creek is a bundle of maternal instincts. She was the one who actually chose me. That's how our partnership began. Oh god. Oh no. Alright. I can make it through this. Honestly, I don't think we're anything like the others, but I like to think that this is what makes our bond unique.
トレーナーさん
Okay, let's get our Twinkle series started. There's a long road ahead of us, but I'm sure we'll be okay.
はい
I'll be watching over you. Right. What? We discuss our future goals, I guess. We'll need to start with the classics, right? The Satsuki Show, the Derby, and the Kikka Show.
え
It's everyone's dream to be a classics trainer, after all. At the very least, winning one would be great. All of them, if possible. I want you to have these victories, my precious trainer. But you're the one running the races.
はい
I want you to have all the glory, so please, let me help you.
いっぱい
If you're happy, I'm happy. Okay, let's roll our sleeves up and get to work. I feel like something doesn't quite line up. Still, thus marks the start of our Twinkle series. She's an Umamusume with a bright future ahead of her, while I'm just a novice trainer. We're in totally different leagues. I need to focus on improving my own abilities if I want any chance of leading her to success. Our path to the top will be a long one.
これでも走りの粘り強さには定評がある
This is gonna kill me, y'all.
せっかくですし
I am looking forward to it.
頑張りますよ
These early events just fly by.
まず
Wanting to make some snacks for Super Creek to have during her training breaks, I decide to go out and shop for various ingredients.
こんにちは。
Hello, trainer. Out shopping?
あらあら。
Goodness gracious. Look at all the stuff you have. Are you planning a party or something? The way she said ara ara is illegal. It's criminal. I would have cooked for you if you had just told me. Please remember that you can ask me for anything, okay? Oh god. I thought you might want something to munch on during your training breaks. I'm sorry, you're saying that's for me? Nutrient intake during training is necessary to improve strength and stamina, and I figured a tasty treat wouldn't hurt either. You're planning to make the snacks yourself instead of just buying nutrition bars?
ありがとうございます。
Goodness me, thank you so much. I'm only who I am today because you're always working so hard for my sake. You study so hard, are super considerate, and give me tons of energy. Which means I must find some way to repay you. A gift of gratitude full of love to soothe your body and soul.
今日は何をしますか？
Alright, yeah. That sounds good. Soft step? I wonder what that is.
悩んだら
I don't think I'm gonna worry about doing power specifically. Holy cow, what a ton of... Should do wits though.
今日はとってもと 頑張りますよ。
Boost your speed by wiping the floor.
ごめん。
The real-life Super Creek was known as Yutaka Take's wife. Yutaka Take is the legendary racehorse jockey who has ridden several of the horses portrayed in game. To the point people sometimes forget Super Creek was a male horse. Why though? Why was Super Creek called that? That's weird, right? Oh, trainer. Good morning. Morning. How is your day off?
はい。
Very refreshing, actually. You seem pretty energetic yourself. You must have got some good rest, too. Your peppy greeting and perky smile are raising my mood even more. Let's not push ourselves too hard and go at our own pace today. And as always, let's give it our all. Super Creek is light on her feet and looks well rested.
元気いい。
Taka Take had a close bond with Super Creek in particular, and is known to have baby talked him like one might with a dog. That's adorable.
行きましょうか。悩んだら
That explains it.
頑張りますよ。
One day, while walking around the campus, I notice an unnatural pile of leaves in my path. This looks pretty suspicious. I'd better go around it. What? Why'd you dodge my pitfall? Pitfall? Uh-huh, my prized pitfall. It got clowned on before, but still. Scold me all you want, but I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna keep making pitfalls. Is that right? You really gotta reflect on your actions, but I guess you're not all that bad compared to Golshi. So with Super Creek, the Yutaka Take would win his first G1 race. Thus, Super Creek in a sense nurtured Yutaka Take as a jockey. I see! So that's why Super Creek is a mommy. She made the perfect pitfall in a carrot patch and caused all kinds of trouble for students coming to sneak a stack. Even I can find the pitfalls you make, so I guess that makes you some kind of small fry compared to her. Wow. Ah! I'm gonna totally make a pitfall that's way better than Golshi's, and it's gonna catch all of you, usually. Looks like she actually made this pitfall to keep students from eating the carrots, not just to cause mischief. She just doesn't realize that herself. Dang it! How can people tell? I hit it perfectly this time, with leaves! That's what made it so obvious. Oh, of course, I knew that. You got a pretty keen eye on you. I'm gonna make you my minion, so help me out. Since I don't have anything pressing to do, I decided to give her a hand, but then... How's that? I put leaves all over this time, not just around the hole, so it looks real natural-like. Yeah? The wind blew them all away! I used rocks to weigh everything down this time, so it's not gonna blow away again. Now I just gotta pour some water in there to cushion the... The water will just soak into the ground, you know? Huh? Why? Won't it stay in there like a pool? No, you have to seal those. I spread a tarp inside the hole and filled the hole with water. Now if someone steps onto it like so... Huh? Now you can't even fall in? Ugh! After we make it again? I'm pooped, exhausted, tired. Why don't you take a break and try again tomorrow? Nuh-uh. No matter how tough my prey, these things of mine ain't gonna crack. It mentions in game that Super Creek chose the trainer rather than the trainer choosing her, which reflects the fact that in real life, Super Creek was the one who approached Yutaka Take, prompting him to become his jockey. That's adorable. I love the way they choose to parallel these real things that happened. It's very good. That's my rule as a hunter. Alright. Her unwavering drive is magnificent, but I'm worried about her level of fatigue. What should I say to her? Leave the rest to your trusty minion. No! Nuh-uh! Shut it! You're my minion, so you gotta listen to what I say. It's a leader's duty to delegate work to their minions. Huh? Actually, a hero show I watched the other day had the leader sitting in their chair the whole time. Mischief is hard work. Okay, sure. Put your back into it. Your almighty leader will be watching you from right over here. With Shinko Windy resting, I get the job done smoothly and efficiently. Meanwhile, Shinko Windy is like that because the real-life horse loved to bite both people and other horses, including during races. Got it. That makes sense. And we know that Golshi is like that because the real-life horse was a little weirdo who liked to make faces and be weird at people and other horses. Although he really liked socializing with people. Oh, you're done, eh? Looking good. But the most important thing is that it actually works. I hear footsteps. Someone's definitely coming for a snack. Let's see if your pitfall does the job. Huh? She's not here yet either. Wait, ah! Yes, nice. We caught someone. You deserve some praise, minion. Maybe later. We have to check up on them first. Oh, yeah. Time to confirm the catch and revel in our success. Haha. I was worried I pushed you too far, but it looks like you made a real nice pitfall here. Now I'm gonna have to reward you handsomely for this one. I love the knuckle crack. It's just like, oh, she's gonna hurt you. Although Shinko Windy's effective pitfall earns her praise, it also catches the innocent Hishi Amazon and results in another scolding. Why didn't... I have that card. I don't know why the friendship didn't go up. Alright. I don't actually know how she's going to perform in this, but the day has finally come, trainer. This is your debut race. My heart feels like it might just burst. If anything, we should be calling this Super Creek's debut race.
ね
Do you have your handkerchief? What about tissues? Don't you go forgetting things now. I made sure to iron your clothes perfectly yesterday. Okay, time to head out. This girl's gonna kill me. This is too much, y'all. Wow, the crowd's cheers are so loud that we can hear them from in here. So this is what a race course is like. Oh, are you okay? Please don't be afraid.
いいか
There's nothing to be scared of, see? Oh god. If you stay calm, then I'm sure your abilities will shine. You're the one running, Creek.
あら
Oh, right. That's true. I'll be the one running in the middle of all these loud cheers.
どうしましょう
My heart's pounding all of a sudden. What should I do? Remember that I'm looking forward to seeing you run. Oh my. Just seeing your sparkling eyes as you say that reminds me.
よーし
I'll just have to do my best. I can't let you down.
注目の1番人気4番スーパークリーク、3番人気5番7番人気2番5番
Oh, so she's like way better than everyone in this race. Okay.
4番
I do find the bit of Super Creek acts like she isn't the one running these races very funny. It is. Like... And like, I absolutely get what you're talking about with the Goo Goo Babies situation, like, because I'm the one reading her lines, and it's still so easy to forget that she's not me, like or that she's not a real person talking to me.
出走です
晴れ渡る空の下行われる阪神レース場芝2000メイクデビュー9人の馬娘たちが挑みます。虎視眈々と上位を狙っています。3番人気は5番
Just do
この
your
評価は
best,
少し
trainer.
不満か2番人気
You're
は
the-
この子
I-
さあ
My
今日の
part's
主役は
done for
この
now.
馬娘
I'm
を
gonna
置い
go
て
sit
他にはいな
down.
い1番
Oh,
人気
that's
スーパ
right.
ークリーク
I'm
私が
running.
一番期待している馬娘
I'll make
気合い
you
入れて
proud.
ほしいですね
ゲートイン完了出走の準備が整いました今スタートが切られました各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました
みんな集中してましたね好レースが期待できそうです
先行争いは7番スーパークリー
And then she just stays in front the whole time, even though she's not a front runner for some reason.
7番快調に飛ばしていきますさあ花に立ってるのは7番このままリードすることができるか先頭から大きく離
This
さ
Gold Chip once says in a career event, "What is a mere god to a mommy?" Absolutely. I remember that. Because she tries to compete with... Like, she's trying to challenge Super Creek, and Super Creek is just like, oh, that's so sweet. I love this whole thing you're doing right now. It's very impressive.
7番彼女の客
And Gold Chip is like, you're supposed to be... I'm pushing your buttons. You're supposed to...
いきますよ
これだけ
supposed to
に
respond.
と紛れがありそうですね
Aw,
順位
you're
を振り返っ
adorable,
ていきます
Gold
先
Chip.
頭は相変わらず7番続いて9番あとは1番4番手スーパークリークその後ろ3番少し後ろから5番そのうち並んで2番外を通りまして8番内を回って6番意気揚々と先頭を行きます7番どうでしょうこの展開
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが
まもなく第4コーナーカーブ
勝負どころ最後の直線へとかけていきます
9番ここで抜け出した互いに足を溜めている展開これは
There we go.
勝負になるかスーパークリーク前を狙っているぞ9番2番手
Good girl.
様子を見守るさあこれから坂2側の舞台はこれから坂があるスーパークリークこのまま押し切れるかスーパークリーク足色は衰えないスーパークリークリードは2打進残り2002番追いすがるこれ
Is that Haru Urara?
争いは2番
No, it's just another little pink-haired shorty.
変わらない1着はスーパークリーク最後意地を見せて栄冠を手にしましたスーパークリークレイクデビューを制しました2着は
Hell yeah.
よーし喜んでくれましたか
Super Creek could probably be punched in the face and go, wow, that was a great punch. I'm so proud of you. She could, and then I would kill whoever punched her. I want to see her perform the Make Debut song. I have a new favorite.
駆け出したらきっと始まるストーリーいつでも近くにあるから手を伸ばせばもっと掴めるグローリー一番目指してレッチャレンジ加速してゆこう勝利の女神も夢中にさせるよスペシャルな明日へつながるメイクデビュー響けファンファーレ届けゴールまで輝く未来を君と見たいから駆け抜けてゆこう
You want her giant braid for your hair? I know, right?
早く I believe 夢の先まで響けファンファーレ届けゴールまで輝く未来を君と見たいから駆け抜けてゆこう君だけの道を走れ走れ誰より早くいつか笑える最高だけ目指してゆこうI believe 夢の先まで
Hell yeah.
ただいま帰りました
Trainer, I'm back. How did I do? Did I run well? You were fantastic.
ありがとうございます
Thank you. I was desperate to make sure I didn't embarrass you. I'm so glad I ran well. Now then, a reward for giving me the chance to debut.
いい子いい子
Who's a good trainer? God, oh fuck. Alright. I don't know why, but this is really tugging at my heartstrings. I'll never forget cuddling you right now. Let's do this again at the classics, at the Satsuki show. I smile and nod as I watch Super Creek tearing up a little. Oh, right, a photo. We need to take a photo to commemorate your debut.
いいですか
Stand there. Okay, make sure to smile. Shouldn't you be the one getting your photo taken?
あら
Huh? Oh, right. I guess that works too. Let's take a photo together then. The camera captures an image of the two of us smiling bashfully. We need to think about what our next race should be. Our goal is the classics. If we want to aim for that, then
ごめんなさい
how about this race? Her eyes are focused on the Sumire Stakes. I think this is the perfect stepping stone towards the Satsuki show. The Sumire Stakes. What would normally choose Satsuki show trial races like the Yayoi show or the Spring Stakes instead? I ask if she has a particular reason for her choice.
はい
I mean, isn't the name just adorable? Sumire flowers are so pretty. I feel like I can do my best just based on the name. Doesn't it make you feel buoyant and carefree? I guess so. Gosh, thank you for being so understanding. That settles it then. If there are any Sumire flowers blooming at the Racecourse Central Plaza, let's have ourselves a little picnic and enjoy the view. I prioritize Super Creek's feelings, and we lock in the Sumire Stakes for the next race. I mean, of course you do. Of course you do? What else are you gonna do? She talks to you like that, what else are you gonna do? Let's see. Could you run for me so I can study your technique? Alright.
ごめんなさい少し疲れているみ
tempted to do wits twice. And then train a different thing. And then rest. Respect her a lot. Hearing that Super Creek is doing some solo dance training, I decided to drop by and watch. That dance session felt amazing. Great job. Thank you, trainer. But I have to say, I like the way you were looking at me. Your eyes were sparkling like a child's. I couldn't help myself with how much fun you seemed to be having. Goodness. Are you getting the urge to dance too, trainer? I'm glad to hear it. Let's dance together next. It's okay. We still have some time before the next person comes to practice. What do you say? Alright, let's do it. It makes me happy to see you this excited. I can't believe I get to dance with you, trainer. Maybe I'll be the one with sparkling eyes this time. Are you serious? Are you serious right now? Super Creek beams as we take to the stage, and the two of us enjoy our dance together. How is she not flirting with me? Oh, God. Let's go with guts. Fuck yes. Rest time. Alright, now I'm gonna start alternating speed and stamina training. Miss Creek, I'm hungry. Now, don't cry. I'll give you something really nice. Here, hold out your hands. There's one thing that I've wanted to see for a long time. Trainer, let's pick up the pace. Are you okay? I'm fine. I just want to see it. I worked up a great sweat today. Thank you for another amazing training session. I'm feeling great now. Hopefully I can keep this up and get through the Sumire stakes on my way into the classics. Can I ask you something? Of course. What is it? I ask her something that's been on my mind. What is this thing she wants to see? Huh? Oh, that? Well, how many treats do you want, trainer? Treats? Yes, treats. How many do you want? I don't really need any. What do you mean by treats? Oh, you. Just be honest with me. It's what I used to ask the kids I looked after. My family runs a daycare center, and I often cared for the kids with my mom. I'd ask them how many treats they wanted, and they would all say different things. The shy children would only ask for one. The greedy ones would ask for several. Everyone had different answers, but there was one thing that they all shared. What was that? Well, they'd all smile when they got their treats. It was always a joy seeing them so happy. Sometimes I think to myself that smiles are what are most important. There are all sorts of children at the daycare center. Some are more fortunate than others. But while they're smiling, none of that matters. As long as I can make them smile, anyone can be happy, at least for that moment. I can't be everyone's mom, nor can I take away the sadness in their hearts, but if I'm able to create even a single happy moment in their lives, even if it's only for an instant, then I'll do whatever it takes. That's why I can try my hardest, no matter how tough it may be, to see people smile. I had no idea. Yeah, that's why I want you to be honest with me. If a child doesn't get the number of treats they want, they won't smile. So I'll ask you one more time. Trainer, how many do you want? Tell me honestly how many it would take to make you smile. I'm sure you want some. One? Just one? I like considerate children, but I feel like you're holding back. Then I guess two? Is that how many you want? Would one per month in April and May really be enough? One per month in April and May? A thought crosses my mind. Could it be that she's not talking about treats, but about races? Tell me how many you really, really want. Go on. 3. Thank you for being honest. So you want 3 of them, right? I feel the same way. Miss Creek wants to give you 3 as well. Miss Creek. Ah, right. I'm not Miss Creek here. You could be. I thought I was back at the daycare center for a second there. No, it's fine. This is fine. If that's what you... Sorry, you're my trainer, not one of the kids. Damn it. We look at each other and laugh. I think I know what the treats really mean now. Alright then. I've promised you 3 treats. I can't give them to you now, but I definitely will. Eventually. Anyway, I've got somewhere to be now, so I'll see you later. Okay, later. Super Creek leaves and heads back toward the academy. What exactly is she up to? I can still keep going. Just a little longer. I need to get stronger to give trainer all 3 treats. The Satsuki show, the Derby, and the Kika show. There's only one thing I want to see, and I need to do this if I want to make it happen. I want to. No, I have to see it this fall. I will make trainer smile. Cough? Is she okay?
走りの粘り強さに始めましょうごめんなさいこれでも
What? I'm sorry for making you waste your time treating my injury. Don't worry about that. How's the pain? I'm fine. It's nothing to look so worried over. I'm barely even hurt. It's minor enough for me to be able to treat myself. I still want to help with whatever I can. Oh my, I can't turn down such an adorable offer like that. But really, please don't worry about me. I'll be better in no time. It hurts me more to see you upset. Of course, I suppose I'm the cause of it, so I'm sorry for making you worry. I cheer up the demoralized Super Creek so that she rests peacefully. That sucks. The 5%, I know, right? I'm stopping by a fast food restaurant for lunch when... Tamamo Cross. Okay, that's who... I think that was who was in the 3rd spot at the Ura finale when I was doing Haru Urara. You got 60 minutes. Show 'em what you got, Ogre. I got this in the bag. You can do it, Ogre. What's going on? Oh, trainer. Ogre is just about to take on the Super Humongous Burger Challenge. The burger is free if she can finish it within 60 minutes. Plus, she'll get a coupon to use the next time she comes here. And a real sweet coupon at that. It'll keep her fed for a month. It will be mine. Sorry, I've got a call from the academy. What? We didn't send in part of the race application. You need me to come back now? Say what? How can I possibly leave that behind? Following Ogre Cap's gaze, I get an eyeful of a towering burger boasting layer upon layer of fillings. I feel ya, but that paper's got a deadline. You might not turn it in on time unless you hurry. If I must then. Creek, I want you to take on the challenge in my place. Tamamo Cross, she's poor. Yeah, I think I remember reading that somewhere. It was one of the events in like my first run with Gold Ship. She talked about Like they talked about her not having a lot of money? Briefly? Oh, me?
頼む
And then give the coupon to Tama. Ogre? You can't mean that. You can do it, Creek.
頑張りますね
Very well. I don't want to let the two of you down. Leave it to me.
ありがとう
I owe you one. You guys are the best. I'm the happiest Umamusume in the world. Poor girl. While Super Creek manages to complete the challenge, the excessive volume of food leaves her immobilized for a while. I'm glad her energy went up.
悩んだらまず試してみましょう
She's got to go to the infirmary because I fucked up. I decided to let an exhausted Super Creek rest in the infirmary. That's a word. I just decided. I'm so terribly sorry for making you worry. Honestly, I should be the one taking care of you. All I want you to do now is rest. Yes, I'll do just that. Good night, trainer. Oh, where am I? Is this a dream? I mean, it has to be, right? Inari, Tom Tom, and even Ogre. They're all babies. Aw, how adorable. Come here, you little cutie pies. You're so good at crawling. All that hard work deserves a rockabye reward. I want a rockabye reward. Huh? Oh, I guess it really was a dream. But I'm glad I could hold such adorable versions of the three of them. I feel all energized now. I have to let Trainer know. Super Creek apparently got to hold the baby versions of Inari 1, Tamamo Cross, and Ogre Cap. I don't quite get it, but I'm glad she's feeling better. I get it.
今日は何
Alright, let's try this again.
行きましょうかこれでも始めましょう明けましておめでとうございます
Happy New Year, Trainer. You let me take such good care of you last year. I hope you'll let me do the same again this year. I still feel like it's supposed to be the other way around. Really? Anyway, it's a day to celebrate, so let's not dwell on it.
はい
Sorry to change the subject, but can I tell you my resolution for this year? Go ahead. This year, I want to spoil you like you've never been spoiled before. I know I shouldn't jump the gun or anything, but I just can't wait any longer.
あの
So, could I start this new year by coddling you? Your wish is my command, so let me know what you want. I feel like this is less of a resolution and more of a New Year's gift. What should I request? I don't know what to pick. Give me lots of praise. You've got it. Getting praised right from day one should help your personal growth all year long.
いいかいいか
Okay, here I go. You're such a good trainer. The very best there is.
あら
Huh? What was that light just now? It looked like my hand was glowing for a second there. Did something happen? Is this what they call a supernatural phenomenon? I'm so hungry I could eat a... I know, right? You're here for the mommy horse. My mind is suddenly flooded with ideas. I feel like I can teach Super Greek anything.
いつも通り
I
ですね
also feel things.
行きましょうか
29%, huh? I think I've heard in the Umamusume universe they say I could eat an elephant.
走りの粘り
I do have ideas and none of them are good. All my ideas are good, but not actionable.
行きましょうか
Let's see. Power training program.
緊張してます
Race day.
いつも通りでいいんですよ
Skills. She's a pace chaser. Triumphant Pulse always serves me well, so I should take that. Alright. Here we go. The Sumire Stakes is an open race, so the racers are ranked slightly lower when compared to graded races. I feel like Super Creek can conquer it if she gives it all she's got, but... What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. I think I'm still just a little tired from yesterday. It's been happening from time to time lately, but it's really nothing to worry about. Is she sick? More importantly, before the race starts, would you care to have a boxed lunch with me in the Central Plaza? I thought they were talking about steaks. I know, right? I made us some sweet omelets and octopus-shaped wing. You have to go rest now. Trainer. Okay, sorry. I'll lie down for a bit. Nah, she's healthy as a horse. Are you? Hey. Super Creek appears to be feeling a little better after her nap. Thank you. I think I'm good now. Do you want to withdraw from the race? No, anything but that. I can run, really. It's a shame that I didn't get to see the Sumire Violets with you. But I'll try to make up for it with a beautiful result in this race. She seems stable. A joke like that calls for barnishment. That one was really bad. I feel bad about that. I feel dirty having said that. But it's too late. Okay. Looking pretty good. 5, alright. She's up with the pace chasers like she needs to be. I see why she's in the position she's in. You did make me say the bad one. She really is taking her time, huh? Which is good. Her role here is to chase the pace. I don't like that she's in 8th place now. Alright, there she goes. I guess I underestimated her capacity to just move up when it was time. Come on. Having to determine her positioning by the shadows under their feet is something. Oh, it's so close. Yes! I think she did. I think she was just in front. Yes! Perfect. That was a little close, but I'm glad she made it. Still to make debut concert. She is a winner, it's true. She's not a normal Creek, she's a Super Creek. Despite not feeling her best, Super Creek achieves a great result. However, I am so concerned. Super Creek, I'm fine, really, so please. There's no need to look so worried, okay? Is this another Agnes Tachyon situation where she has a congenital defect or whatever or a terminal illness that is a threat to her career? It's nothing, but I'm a bad creek for making you worry. We're going to get you checked out. After her emergency checkup, Super Creek is prescribed bed rest. She has to lay on a whole loaf. She has to loaf around. There we go. That's the pun. No matter how you slice it, she needs to take a rest. After sleeping for a while, sorry for causing you so much trouble. Now we don't have to make her go to a ranch in upstate New York. That would be bad. Are you feeling better now? Yeah, as long as I rest up, I should be fine. But I feel like there's this strange heaviness inside my body. I looked into it, but was unable to pinpoint the cause. You don't know what's wrong. What does that mean? She has a light case of bad circulation, and it's likely to reoccur. It's hard to pinpoint the cause, however. Oh, good! There's still so much we don't know about Umamusume physiology, and there aren't many case studies for us to use as reference. Excellent! Goodness. Is there anything we can do, Doctor? For now, just make sure not to push her too hard. Without knowing the cause of her ailment, I'm afraid we can't come up with a treatment plan. Tracking down the cause is your job, trainer. My job? Yes. Since you're the one who observes her on a daily basis, it's up to you to discern the cause of her condition and attempt to neutralize it. You'll also need to pay extra careful attention to her race schedule for the time being. For the time being? Yes. To give you a rough estimate, I'd say about half a year until the fall. Fall? No way. What about the classics? I wouldn't say it's out of the question, but common sense would dictate that it's in your best interest to forgo them. I decide to let Super Creek rest in the infirmary and make my way home. As I'm leaving, I suddenly sense a presence in the courtyard. I turn to look. You only get one chance. I wanted to win the Satsuki show and the derby for you. 3. I promised to win all 3. Oh no. She bursts into tears, bawling like a child. It breaks my heart to know that there's little I can do to comfort her. Given the current situation, we shift our goal to the Kikka show. Will I be able to determine the cause of her condition? Some unknown issue is bringing her mind and body down. Has a greatly increased chance of failing training until fall. So she would need 4,500 fans to run in the Satsuki show anyway. So it's basically it's not impossible, but it's very difficult to even get her into those races. In the first place. What is the derby? Oh, here it is, right here, right? Oh wait. Hold on. Satsuki show is in 2 turns. I have 4229 fans. Alright, so I should train once. Probably speed. Great job, trainer. You must also be tired. Let's take it easy today and... Oh, Ogre, are you on your way home from training too? Hey, Creek. No, I'm just on my way to get a quick snack before heading back out. It'll be evening soon. Does that mean you'll be running after dark? Isn't it dangerous to run on your own at night? It's fine. I'll keep an eye out for cars. That doesn't make me feel any less worried. Trainer, do you mind if I join Ogre? If anything happens, it'll be easier to handle if she has someone with her. I'll join you too. Goodness me, thank you, trainer. Sorry to make you go out of your way. No problem, we're friends after all. Super Creek joins Ogre Cap later on for a nighttime training session. Good. That'll help her in this race she's about to be in. Nope. Yeah, she's not gonna do well in any of those others. We're gonna be greedy. We're going for the Satsuki show. The race is starting soon. Are you nervous, trainer? Restless? Having trouble breathing? Feel free to let me know. You don't need to act tough. If you feel uneasy, I'll... You seem like the nervous one here. Well, now that you mention it. I got a bit carried away, didn't I? I just can't wait to show everyone how amazing you are. And I'll prove it with this race. I believe in you. I wonder if I have the stats I need to actually win the Satsuki show. I hope so. We're gonna find out. So what you do in Umamusume, you try to give your horse girl everything possible? Yes. She wanted badly to give me this win, and I want to make her happy by letting her do it, or at least try. So we're gonna.
本日の一番人気スーパークリーク。
私が一番期待している馬娘、気合い入れてほしいですね。
ゲートイン完了。出走の準備が整いました。
I kind of really like Iwa Hayahide's whole vibe.
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは12番、1番スーパークリーク。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気スーパークリーク。12番快調に飛ばしていきます。 先頭を行ったのは12番、続きました1番、12番、1番、2人の競り合いは続いている。
ハイペースで流れる展開もありえますね。
1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます。12番、先頭に勝ちました。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは1番、激しい先頭争い。3番手には5番、そしてその後方には岩早秀13番、並んでくる。内からスーパークリーク2馬身3馬身開いて9番、外を回って8番、そして3番、それを見るように10番、向こう側に入って先頭は12番。 順位を振り返っていきます。現在1番手は12番、続いて1番、13番、3番手、内には5番、その後ろに岩早秀、スーパークリーク、ここにいます。後から9番、8番、並んできた。少し離れて3番。
Spend an amount of time on El Condor Pasta trying to win the Derby because after she comes in second or third, she starts to doubt herself and starts like her whole character arc. And I wanted to see her just not become sad in the first place. Didn't work. She still saw how strong her rivals were and got married or worried anyway. That's sad. There are plenty of character moments that can look really weird depending on actual placement in races. Like, come on, Super Creek, you can do it. Hell yeah. Sorry. Anyway, I had to watch my girl. I had to watch mommy finish. Wow, that could have a lot of meanings. Anyway, where was I saying? I distracted myself real bad.
よし
Oh yeah, Haru Urara stuff. There's a lot of stuff, like, she won a bunch of races that she was in, and then people were still like, yeah, she's never won a race in her life, and it's like, but she did though? She won a bunch. Still the Make Debut concert.
やりました
We did it, trainer. All your hard work made this great result possible. Thank you so much for always giving your best effort. I'm really glad that everyone knows just how amazing you are now. This is the result of your hard work, Creek. Like how Marazinski is treated as some terrifying opponent to the point people start dropping out of races she's in, which happened in real life, I think. But in my first run, I didn't do very well, so at that point she just hadn't won anything other than her debut. That's rough. The fact that you're able to be considerate of others like that just goes to show what an incredibly amazing person you are.
頑張りますね
I'm going to do my best. I'll do whatever it takes to see your smiling face again next time. Hell yeah.
あら
Inspiration! Yes! Right before the Satsuki show.
お願いします
Oh! Incredible! The timing of this is perfect.
力が溢れてきます
Oh wow, look at all those sparks.
まあ
Goodness me, what was that just now?
あら
Why does it feel like I've been enveloped in warmth? How strange. There's power welling up from deep inside of me, but I still feel so calm. A few days ago,
トレーナーさん
spring is here, the classic season. I was hoping that it'd be a warm spring, but there's still a chill in the air.
ごめんなさい
All I seem to have brought you is pain and sadness. Even when burdened by the memory of her bad health around the time of the Sumeria Stakes, Super Creek desperately continues working her hardest. Stop. That's enough. I can keep going, just a little more. Consider the state of your body.
ごめんなさい
You're right. I'll end up causing you more trouble if I push any harder. I'm so ashamed for causing you to make such a fuss of me, over me. Could I at least help you out in some other way? We decided to do some shopping, partly as a way to lighten her mood. Phew. I haven't had this much fun shopping in
ト
ages.
レーナーさん
Let me know if there's anywhere else you'd like to stop by, okay? Oh, do you want to go get a parfait? My treat. It's the least I could do. I think some of the careers do kind of account for and respond to how you do. Like how, fun fact, in Agnes Tachyon's career, if you did a certain race with her mood below a certain point, she changed her career goals to things she's less suited for plot reasons relating to her physical condition. Ah. Well, I'm glad I didn't do that. And in my run through of Agnes Tachyon's career, she dominated. Just as I think it's been a while since I've seen her enjoy herself. The wait is over, Umamusume fans. It's time for this month's Race Flash. Let's take a look at the Satsuki show's main contenders as they train. Several Umamusume are shown one after another on the big TV screen. They can all be seen racing enthusiastically. But it's a shame that Super Creek isn't featured here. It really is. Many fans had great expectations of her, but at the moment it seems unlikely that she'll race. Don't let it get to you.
トレーナーさん
I won't. There's nothing I can do about it. I brought this on myself. Now that you mention it, I hear that Super Creek's trainer is a newcomer with no record to speak of. Yes, perhaps it's that lack of experience that's hindering Super Creek's amazing talent and potential. Urara also has a special cutscene for winning the Arima Keenan, though you can't avoid her crying. She still cries. I bet, but for happiness, right? Do you mind if we go back to the academy? I want to train some more. If it weren't for me, then it's not your fault. But it is my fault that they're saying those horrible things about you. And all I wanted was to make you smile. I need to work harder to make you happy. I return to my office and think about Super Creek's condition. The color suddenly drained from her face earlier when she resolved to work harder for me. I can't be sure, but maybe the reason for her bad health is... I might have made an important realization. I'll keep an eye on Super Creek for a little longer.
ごめん。
Alright. Here we go.
注目の一番人気
They're just like, she probably won't make it into the Satsuki show. And then I'm just like, you want to bet?
素晴らしい仕上がりですね。クラシックさん。
Oh, I hope she wins. I hope she wins. Oh, I don't like that.
出走です最も
Alright,
速
come
い
on.
ウマ娘が勝つというスタートです各ウマ娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いは星雲スカイリホノブルボン3番期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気スーパークリーク星雲スカイ快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭をかけます星雲スカイすぐに続いてリホノブルボン星雲スカイとミホノブルボン
She's in fifth. That's good.
ペースで流れる展開もありえますね。
第1コーナー
Oh
は
no,
第
come on.
コーナー花を奪っていたのは星雲スカイ
Cool,
続いてリホノブルボ
cool,
ン早くも激しい競り合い1馬審査9番4番手には岩早秀6番追走スーパークリーク続いている3番並びかけてきた外アグネスタキオン少し離れて2番1番並んでくる1馬身離れ
It's funny when I'm speeding through career runs with her and getting the events where she's sad about not being able to do the classics. And then I go, nah, you're fine, and then sweeping them.
先頭からしんがりまでおよそ10馬身順位を振り返っていきますミホノブルボンまだリードをキープしています続きました9番3番手星雲スカイさらにその外
If she wins this, I'm gonna be...
6番岩早秀並んできたそれを
She's doing really well.
少し後ろからアグネスタキオンそしてそのうち2番そのうち並んで
Oh, that's good.
外から成田大臣あとは10番そしてその内を回って11番そしてその外から行ったのはキングヘイロー内から成田ブライアン第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう
Come on, Super Creek.
どう動くか目が離せません。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞここから捉えること
Alright, it's time.
中山の直線は短いぞ後ろの
Yes.
ギリギリ詰める成田大臣外を回っていったのは成田
Come
大
on.
臣成田大臣強烈な追い上げ残り200
Yes, Triumphant Pulse.
ここで抜け出した成田大臣足色は衰えない先頭成田大臣
Don't let her win.
しかしその差はわずか
Alright, well, she plays second.
今1着でゴールイン勝ったのは成田大臣サツキを制し3冠の一角を手に入れました2着にはスーパークリーク
喜んでいただけましたか？
That's okay, that's still really good. Winning the soul. How's that for bad circulation? Oh, I really thought I could win. I feel like I'm not being perceptive enough. I'm sure if I can fix that, things will turn out differently, so...
頑張りますね。
For all of the hard work you've put in for me, I'm going to work even harder in return. Let's use this as motivation for next time.
皆さん
Trainer, you're right. Next time I'll run even faster and make sure to take first
よ
place.
し
I'll tackle any training you bring just to make you happy. I'm working as usual when Super Creek excitedly places a flyer on my desk. She throws a fire on my desk. She burns it up. It's for a free one-day pottery class. They're holding an event at the art museum. It looks like you get to make your own bowls and teacups.
トレーナーさん
Doesn't it sound like a lot of fun? Why don't you come with me? Sounds good.
はい
Great. Since I don't have anything else to do today, let's get going.
トレーナーさん
What are you thinking of making? Maybe something we can use for training? Gosh. I wonder if you can really make something like that out of clay. You've always got training on your mind, haven't you? I absolutely adore how dedicated you are. What are you going to make? Good question. A teacup or a vase might be nice. But you have to carefully consider the thickness of things like teacups, or they might end up being too heavy to use. And vases are big, so you have to take your time or you might ruin them. Which do you think is better? A vase?
なるほど
It will be difficult, but trying hard is an experience in and of itself. Let's keep giving it our all. I try my hand at pottery with Super Greek. We can't come up with anything that would be useful for training, so we both end up making vases. Great job. Did you enjoy yourself? Yeah, it was fun. It sure was. I loved watching how focused you were. So cute. But the whole process involved more detail and patience than I expected. It wasn't just about gently pressing the clay with your hands, there was a lot more to it. I think it was a truly valuable experience. I can't wait for them to be fired in the kiln. Me neither. We should go find some flowers to put in them once they're done. It would be lovely to decorate our own rooms with the same flowers. That way, we'll think of today whenever we would look at them and remember the fun we had. A few days later, Super Creek and I head out to look for flowers to put in our finished vases. It seems like she's learned something valuable from the pottery class. Good. Alright. I'm not going to get into a race. I just want to see... We're gonna rest. I suppose I shouldn't forget that you're an adult trainer, no matter how cute you are. What prompted that? Sorry, it's just that you appeared in my dream last night as a little child. You were chasing after me, yelling, "Mama!" It was adorable. I'm feeling great today since I got to spoil you a whole lot. I'm at a loss for words, but glad she seems well rested. Hell yeah, get that friendship training on. Sure, now run as fast as you can. Oh wait, we got a race. Here we go. Oh wait.
一番人気こそ譲りましたが、素質は負けていませんよ。前目につける先行策で勝利を。
I keep forgetting to spend my skill points, and that's bad. Oh, she's in the first thing. All right, I feel very good about that. That's a great start. Hell yeah. Look at her go.
さあ激しい戦後争いで前に出たのは日本のブルボン。激しい戦闘争い、アイネス風神内から行く。少し後ろから9番2馬身差、17番1馬身離れて8番
She's falling back. I don't like that.
ライスシャワー2馬身3馬身開いて13番
I see what's going on with that.
6番
That's
さ
not
ら
too
には
bad.
スーパークリーク。それを見るように東海帝王、そして内目をつきましては10番
She'd be doing better if I remembered to buy her some skills.
離れて動くか1馬身差、成田大臣外から行く12番すぐに続いて
I also might not have the
15番向こう正面に入って先頭はアイネス風神
best legacies.
順位を振り返っていきます。依然先頭はアイネス風神、続いて日本のブルボン外17番内を回って9番外で8番13番並んできた。そしてその内から行ったのはライスシャワー、その後から東海帝王、そのうち並んでスーパークリーク外から6番内の方から10番さらに内からレーシンフラッシュ動くかここにいます。あとは12番そして外目をつきましては18
I do like that she seems to be gaining
さ
on.
らに11番後方2番手に15番成田大臣並びかけてきた。意気揚々と先頭行きます。
I don't want her to be stuck in there.
どうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。一息つけるといいですが。
大欅を越え4コーナーへ。先頭は見合ったままこのまま直線での争いになるのか。まだ1馬身以上の差があるとここから捉えることができるのか。まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。最終コーナー最初に立ち上がったのはアイネス風神400を切りました。日本のブルボン食らいついていくアイネス風神。
That's bad.
速いもはや独走状態で行きました。スーパークリークアイネス風神先頭はアイネス風神。これは強い200を切ったアイネス風神。リードは3馬身強い。先頭は依然アイネス風神。1着はアイネス風神。最後
Well,
意地を見せて栄冠を
she got to run it.
やった見事勝利したのはアイネス。
次はもっと頑張ります。
Oh dear. I'm at a loss for words. I wanted to prove to everyone how wonderful you are, but I will win next time, I promise. I didn't get the results I wanted this time, but you still believe in me, right? Of course. Right. I'll prove that it was right of you to put your faith in me. I hope you look forward to my next race. I'll put my all into aiming for first place so I can spoil you silly.
ごめんなさい。少し疲れているみたいで。なんだか。
It's 2 turns, right? Trainer, I'm taking the Racer's Oath. Summer camp is here. Before it starts, Super Creek cheerfully approaches me. I, Super Creek, pledge to spoil you a whole ton this summer. After all, this is our first summer together. I'll prepare your food, clean your ears, sing you lullabies for your afternoon naps, and everything in between. It seems like she's got more than all the bases covered. I have one more promise to make. I'll find a way to overcome my bad health this summer. With this magnificent sky and the beautiful ocean, this change in scenery will surely help lift my spirits. A change in environment should have a big effect, but I don't think it's enough to solve all our problems. A clue that might lead to a solution is what occurred before the Satsuki show. I need to work harder to make you happy. Her condition declined sharply the moment she resolved to please me. This camp is the perfect opportunity to test out that theory. Is something wrong? No, not at all. And if getting too worked up about being kind is the cause of her problem, then I'll need to change how she thinks, and I'll use our time together at summer camp to make it happen. I definitely need to get her guts up. I can't risk it with her. As Super Creek struggles with her health, an unexpected savior comes to her rescue during summer camp. Ha ha ha! Looks like you're really struggling there, Creek. Well, I'm here to give you a real challenge. That's right, Oh, it's a local child. No, I am not! I'm Creek's best pal, Umamusume Cross. But you know, you got great comedic timing. Right, come on, Creek. Try and beat me at a run along the beach. My legs. Yeah, that's what you're using to run. Running on fumes, huh? But you know what you need at a time like this. Drive! You got no get up and go because you're all out of motivation. What you gonna do with a feeble drive like that? If you want to spoil your trainer, then dig deep. For trainer. For trainer. God. Eh? What's all this about? I thought this might happen. Weird. I thought she just needed some drive. At this rate, you're never gonna beat me. Got a moment, Creek? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I want to do my best for you, but I just don't have the energy. If you can't do it on your own, why don't we run as a team? Huh? As a team? What's that now? The two of you gonna run a relay? Weird. I don't see how a trainer is gonna be much help in an Umamusume race. But whatever. I'll give you a little handicap then. You can have a head start. Super Creek should be the anchor leg, so I'll start with an all-out sprint. Wow! You're pretty fast. Not bad. Since when were you this fit, trainer? My own strength and stamina have increased over the time I've spent with Super Creek, which means... Whoa, that'll do for your handicap. If you're gonna push that hard, then I'm gonna get down to business too. Umamusume Cross overtakes me in an instant, but I still keep running, squeezing out every last ounce of energy I have. Come on, trainer. Come to me. Trainer! Dazed and winded, I pass the baton to Super Creek. At that moment, just you wait, Tam Tam. Yeah! Whoa, the heck's up with Creek's energy? I can win. I'm going to win. I will win. With our powers combined, there's nothing we can't do. By the time I recover, the sun is already set, and the result? Ah, nuts! You beat me straight up. I thought your trainer would just slow you down for sure. The handicap gave you an advantage and your energy was wild, Creek. What the heck happened? I don't know, but my chest didn't tighten up like it usually does, and it felt like my body was moving on its own. Oh, she's having panic attacks. Okay. See, you should let me help you sometimes. Huh? I explained to her that feeling obligated to shoulder everything on her own is the cause of her illness. When I tell her I want to help by having her rely on me a little more. Oh, so that's why. The idea that I have to work hard on your behalf is what caused all this, huh? I get it now. Guess that means you were true focused. Sounds like Creek to a T. Props to you for figuring it out and helping her see. You've grown to be so capable, trainer. I can't believe I didn't even realize that myself. You're such a good trainer, and I'm such a bad Umamusume. Together we'll become an unstoppable team. Of course. Ah, right. There's more I'd like to talk to you about, trainer. Tell me all about how strong you've become, okay? Now that's what I like to see. Happy for you, Creek. Trainer? Hey, are you even listening? I'm not just some background character in your dramatic scene, you know? Afterward, I put together a looser schedule for the summer so that Super Creek can relax. Several weeks later... We've been having a blast every day. I especially enjoyed feeding each other at the night market. Is that a friend thing to do in Japan? Do friends feed each other? Or is that romantic? It seems like it would be... Anyway. I almost wish the summer camp would never end. But that's the lazy part of me talking. And they were roommates. Hey. A lot of what the stuff that they've been saying to this point has been real suggestive, so it's okay to feel that way. Thank you. You've given me the opportunity to really relax. It feels like my whole body is slowly recovering. She has the same smile as when I first met her. I've finally been able to do something for her. But our summer camp isn't over yet. How do you want to spend the rest of it? Let's go on a ghost hunt. A ghost hunt? I don't mind, but I have pretty slow reactions. What do you mean? Like, it takes me a while to realize whenever a ghost pops out at me. Because of that, my screams are always a few seconds late. So don't laugh at me, okay? That's cute. Afterwards, she reacts to all the scares just as she described. But the more she has fun, the more courageous she becomes. That's fucking adorable, though. Summer camp is coming to an end. We've become a truly formidable team as we relaxed over the summer. I nervously check in on Super Creek. I wonder how she feels now. I can't quite explain it. I feel like a bone's been dislodged. A bone? Yeah, like a fish bone that's been stuck in your throat for who knows how long. And with the bone now gone, I feel amazing. I think I'll be okay, but even if I'm not, I have my little trainer here to support me. It looks like everything's worked out. She might be in tip-top shape again. Shall we go back then, trainer? To Tracing Academy? No, to our formal selves when we debuted together. To when we didn't have a care in the world. The classics. They're still out there, waiting to be conquered, right? She's right, we still have time. As long as we can make the Kika show, I know that Super Creek can prove to everyone what she's truly made of. Hell yeah. Excellent. Gotta rest. Let's definitely do some guts. I'll join you two. Skills first. What I love about Super Creek's career is how while other careers go into your bond with the Uma, Super Creek's in particular focuses a lot on the bond between her and the trainer and how they rely upon each other. I like that too. Alright, I have a ton of points. We should do recovering endurance on turns. What else? I'm looking to see if I would prefer something else. Slightly increase velocity when passing another runner mid-race. That would actually be good too, right? Slightly decrease fatigue when moving sideways. That'll help with passing. Disorient, slightly narrow the field of view. That should screw up people trying to catch up and pass.
体調もやる気もバッチリです。任せてくださいね。あら、ごめんなさい。レースが楽しみでつい鼻歌を。
Alright. We actually spent skill points this time, so we should be okay. Just to place top 3, I believe in her. It's the day of the Kikka Show, the final race of the classic Triple Crown. We're finally here at the biggest event of the autumn season. By the way, did you know there are superstitions about each of the 3 classic races? The fastest Umamusume excels in the Satsuki Show, the luckiest excels in the Derby, and in the Kikka Show, it's the strongest. I've come here to show my strength. That's the plan. When it comes to power, you're number 1. Power, huh? I think your idea of strength might be a little different from mine. You're not talking about your physical abilities? No. The strength I'm talking about is the strength of our bond. We didn't choose each other based on talent or other measures. We were true to our feelings and chose the person we wanted most by our side. That's why we were able to get back on our feet so magnificently after going through the hardships we did. We have an irreplaceable bond, and that's why I'm going to show it to everyone. You can do it, Super Creek. I will. Wait for me with open arms at the finish line, my trainer. Something inside her has burst open. I'm sure this unrestrained Super Creek will get the job done. How does she not have... I wish I knew what those symbols were. I don't remember what they were. Like, I know they give a little thing in the tutorial up front, but I forgot.
Classic Road の終着点、菊花賞を制し、最強の称号を手にするのは誰だ ?3 番人気にはメジロマックイーン。この評価は少し不満か。2番人気はこの子、テイエムオペラ王。さあ、今日の主役はこのウマ娘を置いて他にいない。
The undisputed star of the show.
私が一番
I love
愛
that.
しているウマ娘、気合い入れてほしいですね。
ゲートイン完了。出走の準備が整いました。今スタートが切られました。 各ウマ娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは14番メジロマックイーン岩早秀、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気スーパークリープ
Good start.
14番会長に飛ばしていきます。
Very good start.
14番単身で飛ばしていきます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手はスーパークリーク、そのうち並んでテイエムオペラ王、さらに外からマヤのトップガン、少し離れて10番外から行くメジロマックイーン、それを見るように岩早秀、まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。さあ花に立ったのは14番、このままリードすることができる。
Come on, mommy, you can do
マ
it.
ヤのトップガン、少し後ろからテイエムオペラ王、スーパークリーク、ここにいます。10番外から行く、1馬身離れて
She's falling back. I don't like that.
岩早秀、1周目のスタンド前にかかっていく、内をついて8番その外並んで11番内を回ります。5番さらには15番内、3番そして2番後からウイニングチケット、1馬身差ゴールドシップ、2馬身3馬身開いて16番後方2番手に6番松金福来たる、最後方からという体勢であります。マヤのトップガン先頭を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。
Holding my
マヤ
breath.
のトップガン、彼女の客室には合っていますね。
順位を振り返っていきます。さあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていくウマ娘たち。現在1番手はマヤのトップガン、14番空想テイエムオペラ
Corner recovery, that's good.
4番手に岩早秀、5番手には10番外目をついて15番スーパークリーク、並びかけてきた外を回って
She absolutely needed that.
内から8番そして外目をつきましては3番そしてその外を回って11番5番並んできた。さらに16番2周目の
She's
向こう
moving up again.
各ウマ娘たちの動きが激しくなっています。各ウマ娘一段となって団子状態の大混戦。
これだけ密集していると紛れがありそうです
She's
ね。
falling back
先
again.
頭テイエムオペラ王、レースはよどみなく進んでいます。続きました岩早秀、そしてその内からいたのはマ
I don't
ヤ
think
の
her stamina is high
2
enough.
番手には10番
行きますよ。
That should help.
15番並んでくる、残り 1000m を通過、その後ろスーパークリーク、内から14番外を通りましてメジロマックイーン、ゴールドシップ続いている。そしてそのうち11番
Yes.
内から行く松金福来たる、内には8
Two.
番意気揚々と先頭を行きます。スーパークリーク
Oh no, it's gold ship.
この展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。一息つけるといいですが。
第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
勝負どころ、最後の直線。
I know, she's out of the pack.
まだ差がある。ここから先頭
Oh god. Haha.
直線で勝負が決まるとスーパークリーク、穴を進む残り400、最後のコーナー最初に駆け抜けてきたのはスーパークリーク、食い下がるリバ
Come on, mommy, you're almost there.
速い速い、もはや独走状態、200を通過。2番手
So fucking good.
ゴールドシップ、スーパークリーク、足色は衰えない。
Bam.
スーパークリーク
What's up?
スーパークリーク、これは完璧な勝利です。他の追随をまるで許せなかったぞ。勝ったのはスーパークリーク。菊の舞台で
Fuck yes. The saying among Umamusume players that goes, when you're blocked, you're blocked. And I was worried that was about to happen here. I was concerned about it too, but instead, she dominated, and we're gonna watch her in her little concert now.
「光の速さで駆け抜ける衝動は何を犠牲にしても叶えたい強さの覚悟」「一度きりのこの瞬間にかけてみろ自分を信じて」
He doesn't care if anybody's in her way. You're not wrong.
必要というのなら宿命の旋律も引き寄せてみせよ走れ今をまだ終われないたどり着きたい場所があるからその先へと進め涙さえも強く胸に抱きしめそこから始まるストーリー果てしなく続くウィニーザソつかめ今を変えたいなら描いた夢を未来に掲げ恐れないで挑め走れ今もまだ終われないたどり着きたい場所があるからその先へと進め涙
so fucking good. Super Creek's just like, I promised my baby I would win this. And then she does. So fucking good. Super Creek takes it. It's a clean sweep. Her spring woes are but a distant memory now. The strongest Umamusume of them all has finally bloomed. We did it, trainer. We really did it. I managed to bring you the Kika crown. Thanks, but this crown belongs to both of us. Both of us. If the winner is the Umamusume with the strongest bond, then this victory belongs to us. You're right. It's not one of us who's won, but both of us. Let's steamroll the competition with Mama. Hell yeah! You've become stronger, and I have learned to trust you with all my heart. We were able to win today because we worked together hand in hand. This is a true victory. This victory really does feel different from all the others. We bask in the sensation for a while. Oh, that's right. Can I do that thing I haven't had the chance to do? What does that mean? You know, the reward thing I wanted to do during the Sumire Stakes? Yeah, of course. The time has finally come, on this grand stage, in front of everyone. I'm such a pervert. Who's a good trainer? You are. Although that's not much better than what I was thinking. Thanks to you, I've finally become the Umamusume I've always wanted to be. Sorry for making you wait. And thank you for being so patient. I'm so proud of you and how capable you've become. I should be thanking you for fostering that strength in me. We've learned so much together, things that will make us the best of the best. Now that she's won the Kika show, I'm sure Super Creek has what it takes to race among the seniors in the Grand Prix too. So, what should our next goal be? Let's head to Nakayama at the end of the year. Nakayama? Okay. I'm a little scared, but I want to face this challenge with you. Let's take on the Arima Kinen. What took you? Been waiting forever to see those skills. Now we finally got a superstar lineup for the year-end race. You'll be facing the best senior racer around and the Uncrowned Classic champion. Right, Oguri? That's right. Yeah, I'm starving. You're completely off topic. Yeah, she's hungry. Super Creek's rivals have their sights set squarely on her. Hell yeah. Shining brightly. Hell yeah. Three turns until the arena. That's not what I wanted to do. Hold on. Full stats. Both mind and body are in top condition. Has a decreased chance of failing training. Alright, it's break time again. So we're gonna do that. When we come back, more of this. And until it's time for me to eat, and then we'll do a video or something. Anyway, I'll be back shortly, hatchlings. Until then, I love you. I miss you. Sit tight. We are back. I am embarrassed to say that it's taken me this long to recognize that Let's Steamroll the Competition with Mama is a reference to a meme that was going around where people would talk about, let's do this with Mama, let's do that with Mama, and they were sharing a picture of a mother animal with her litter, brood, whatever. So like, there'd be a picture of a wolf spider with her babies on her abdomen, and the caption would be something like, let's go for a ride with Mama. And that's this. That's what we're doing here. Anyway, let's see how much farther we can get her to go. Slow down the recipe. Stamina to spare. Slightly decreased fatigue early race. That wouldn't be bad. Failure 28%? No. I'm sorry, trainer. Could I rest here for a bit? Are you feeling under the weather?
いいえ
Not exactly. A friend of mine asked me to help out with housework that had piled up. I've been cleaning and doing laundry since this morning. It was loads of fun, but there was way more to do than I expected. I guess a little too carried away. Ah, damn it.
今日は何をし 行きましょうか
I hate that was what happened.
さっきファンの方から
Alright. Is there anything I can even afford? No, it's fine.
トレーナー
Alright. She's got a chance of placing. I hope that she does. Oh my gosh, it's here. This year's Arima is incredible. All 3 big stars are running. Welcome to this year's Arima Keenan. Who will reign supreme in this contest of dreams? First up, we have the uncrowned champion of the classic year. As a regional racer, she didn't run in the Triple Crown, but her power is undeniable. Ogre Cap!
やるぞ
For myself and everyone back home, I can't lose. Next, we have the undisputed champion of the senior year, the small white giant with oh so many G1 victories, Tamamo Cross!
行くで
Ah yeah, time to show everybody what this Osaka girl can do. I'll take them all out. And finally, we have our late blooming superstars come so far with her greenhorn trainer, Super Creek. Come on, trainer. Hop on up here with me. Don't be shy now. You're not taking this seriously. Okay, that's it. We're done. Shut it down, everybody. People were kind of laughing at us, huh? But this race is the final chapter of a difficult year. This isn't the time or place for regrets. Good luck out there.
はい
Thanks. Even Tam Tam was concerned for me regarding my journey here.
え
I'll make sure to repay the favor by running the best race I can. I believe in him.
人気は1番スーパークリーク
I'm so worried.
気合が乗っていますね
3番
Who else is faster?
5番人気11番シンボリルドルフ
Alright, I don't know why.
1番
I don't know why she's... I don't know what those markings mean at all. Obviously.
今スタートが切られました各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう
12番とグラスワンダー
Very good.
競り合っているぞ期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気オグリキャップまもなく第4コーナーカーブ12番快調に飛ばしていきますさあ花に立ったのは12番このままリード
She's very firmly in with the other pace chasers. That's excellent.
さらにはスーパークリーク外を回りますダイワスターレット5番手には2番1個目のホームストレッチですそしてその外10番大きく離れて3番2馬審査4番外オグリキャップエイシンフラッシュ並んできたシンボリルドルフ並んでくるそしてその外から行ったのはタマモクロス6番続いているさらに外9番後方2番手に8番岸アマゾン最高峰だオグリキャップ果たしてどうでしょうか
馬場状態を確認しながら走っている感じですねまだ本気ではないですよ
さあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていく馬娘たち順位を振り返っていきます先頭は依然12番1馬身リード続いてグラスワンダー3番手にダイワスターレットそれを見るようにスーパークリーク差がなく2番あとは10番外にはシンボリルドルフそしてその内を回って4番その後ろタマモクロス
Holding firm at number 5.
並びかけてきたオグリキャッ
It's
プ
pretty good, pretty good.
外目をついてシアマゾン
行きますよ
Excellent.
さらにその外からはエイシンフラッシュ向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ8馬身まだ形成し合っているのか互いに探り合いのままレースが進みます残り 1000m を通過依然先頭はグラスワンダー続きましたダイワスターレット1馬身差スーパークリーク少し離れて12番すぐに続いて2番その外並んでシンボリルドルフ内の方から4番
I think after this I'm going to do another gold chip run.
内を回りますシアマゾン
Because every one of my
グラスワンダーまだリードを
racers uses gold chip as a legacy.
内から来るか外から来るか最後の局面です
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞここから捉
It's
え
very
ることが
good.
できるのか最終コーナーを曲がって最初に駆け抜けてきたのはグラスワンダー外から
And
タマモクロス並んでくるタマモクロスタマモ
Ooh,
クロス
come on. Yes, 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 yes.
タマモクロス
Come on. Why?
タマモクロス
Alright, well, she's gonna make third. Okay. Anyway, as I was saying, everybody uses Gold Chip, and she's only C rank. And I want to see if I can improve her as a legacy, so that we can do better. I've still got a ways to go. It'll take a lot to win against Tam Tam and Ogre. They're still miles ahead of me in terms of skill. Don't rush yourself, just keep at it. I will. After all, we've taken everything one step at a time up until now. They may seem out of reach today, but I'm sure to catch up to them eventually. So, what should our first goal for next year be? If possible, I'd like to go somewhere new together. Then how about the Osaka High? The Osaka High? At the Hanshin Racecourse, right? That sounds so exciting. This year was a tough one, but I hope next year starts on a positive note. Sup, Ogre? Is Creek really bugging you that much? I'm not worried yet, but if she keeps improving like that, then she'll be more fearsome than anyone else. She approaches every race calmly, resolutely, and without ever folding. That's the kind of Umamusume she is. The heck? Suddenly got all serious on me. Yeah, we have to stay sharp and train hard. Also, I'm gonna eat till I drop in Osaka. I should have known you'd be thinking about something like that. Hey, forget about it. As things heat up, Super Creek realizes that she still has a long road ahead of her. Not thrilled about that. Barely passing. But it's fine. New Year's Shrine Visit. It's on New Year's Day that the tone for the year is decided, so Super Creek and I visit the shrine together. This is going to be my senior year, so let's pray for a great one. I'll do whatever I can for you, but please ask the gods for things I can't do, okay? What are you going to wish for? There's only one thing I want. It's for the two of us to have a happy and healthy year. That's enough for me. I believe that I can make any dream come true as long as I'm in good health. She appears to be more confident after overcoming the hardships of last year. What are you going to wish for? Go on. What I wish is for Super Creek to have... I don't know what these mean. A saintly awakening. A saintly awakening? You certainly wish big. I do want to be kind and nurture others, but I don't know if I can reach that level. Afterward at lunchtime, I made some New Year's soup. I usually put 2 pieces of mochi in, but you get 3 today. If there's anything else you want to ask for, just keep the requests coming. Her kindness has increased by 30%, and she's flitting about with joy. She even has more energy to do her daily chores. Is that the result of the saintly awakening? That's weird, right? Super Creek and I are returning from shopping trip. Okay. It's raffle time. No, we haven't done the video yet. I've not yet been given dinner. Don't worry about it. Wow, we must have lost track of time buying all these things. It's so late. What's that? Step right up and try your luck at a New Year's raffle. This year's grand prize is a coupon for a hot spring vacation for 2. First prize winners get a deluxe carrot hamburger steak. Feeding fish? What are you talking about? Second prize winners get a bushel of carrots. And third prize winners can take home a single carrot. You two over there, care to try your luck? Looks like fun. We've already got a raffle ticket, so why don't we give it a shot? Alright, give it all you got. Huh? Me? It's fun just to watch, so go for it. Woo-hoo! You can do it! With Super Creek's passionate support, I give the raffle drum a turn. We have a lot of aquariums, Just a chore I'm taking care of for the next couple days. Okay, that's fair. A small plastic ball drops from the tumbler's opening. We got a second prize winner. It's your lucky day. You're going home with a bushel of carrots. You obtained a bushel of carrots. Gosh, look at how many carrots you got. I'm so happy for you. Aren't these yours? No, you won them, so they're yours. Despite what she says, I only won the prize because she gave me the raffle ticket. The raffle ticket was yours to begin with, so you should take them. I suppose I shouldn't refuse if you really insist. Thank you. I've made up my mind, trainer. I'm going to use these carrots to cook for you every day. I'll make dishes that both carrot lovers and haters alike will enjoy. Every day. Oh, don't worry. I've got plenty of recipes up my sleeve. But I'd like you to eat the carrots too. I tell her that there are too many carrots for me to finish and that they wouldn't taste as good as if I ate them alone anyway. Goodness, I can't believe I didn't realize that. Then I'll join you for each meal. I'm looking forward to it, beginning tomorrow. I reluctantly agree and we head home. I really should look into what these prizes do, because I have no idea. Trainer? I wanted to celebrate Valentine's Day with you, but... Valentine's Day should be a fun day, but Super Creek seems awfully down. I asked her if she forgot to bring her chocolates. Oh, I'd never forget something like that. I brought the chocolates I made, but... they didn't come out right? That's not it. Will you try one for me? I pop one into my mouth. The flavor of heavenly chocolate blossoms in my mouth. A true Super Creek masterpiece. Does it taste okay? I could die happy right now. What? Please don't. I don't see any problems with the flavor, so why does she seem so upset? You see, I put my heart and soul into making these chocolates, but when they were done, it hit me. What kind of chocolates are these exactly? There are all sorts of chocolates, right? You give some out of romance, others out of friendship, or even obligation. But I can't tell which feelings I poured into these. Which means that she has more than one of those for me, right? Surely they're not out of obligation. Absolutely not. If I had to pick the most appropriate kind, then I'd guess it'd be romance, but... oh, alright. I don't know how to answer since that's not the kind of relationship an Umamusume has with her trainer. If I really had to put a label on my chocolates, then... Are you sure? Are you sure, bud? What about ambiguous chocolates? Our relationship is hard to define, so maybe describing them as ambiguous makes sense. You're right, but the thought of them being ambiguous is a little sad. How about ambiguously special chocolates? Yeah, that works. Thank goodness, I feel a little better now. It makes sense. We have a relationship where we can't really pin down what's special about it. Super Creek smiles and watches me enjoy the chocolates. There's a hint of something special in them that makes them all the more delicious. I swear. Super Creek and Narita Taishin are going out to look for some everyday training shoes. Super Creek asks for my help choosing the right shoes, so I end up joining them. So why are you tagging along again? I wanted to go on my own. Oh, don't be like that. It just so happened that I wanted to go shopping myself. We are roommates after all. We might as well go together. Okay. Then would you care to explain why your trainer's also here? I figured we need a second opinion when choosing training shoes. And who's more reliable than trainer? Leave it to me. Whatever. The mall is packed with people. We squeeze past the shoppers and notice a change in our numbers. Where's Taishin? Did she get separated from us? Gosh, what do we do? Oh, Taishin, I should have held your hand. I'm sure she's feeling sad and lonely. We need to find her right away. Let's split up and look for her. Okay, I'll go that way. Let's meet back here later. Hang in there, Taishin. I'm coming. Super Creek sprints off, weaving deftly through the crowds in search of Narita Taishin. 30 minutes later. Whew, I'm so glad I found you. I can't believe you seriously came looking for me. You could have just left me to wander around when we got separated. I'm not a kid. Oh. Are you okay? Oh, don't worry. I guess I'm a little more out of breath than usual since I was frantically paying attention to my surroundings as I ran. I'm okay now. Shall we resume together, Taishin? Fine. I'll stay close, okay? Shush. Super Creek smiles with the resigned Narita Taishin following behind. She appears to have learned something from this experience. Hey, stamina and power increased. How? Failure 32%? Nope. Not doing that! Alright, let's look at these. Frenzied frontrunners. Let's like ramp up. Alright, the Osaka High. The Osaka High, an excellent predictor of how things will turn out in a year, is about to begin. That okonomiyaki last night sure was tasty, wasn't it? I even got to cut up your food and serve it to you. It's given me a much-needed boost of energy. I feel like I can pull it off today. Somehow, Super Creek draws strength not from food, but from doing her best for others. Yo, I'm letting myself in, Creek. Tam, are you scheduled to race today? Nah, just dropping in to check up on you. Wanted to see how you're doing. Next up is your big battle against yours truly. Just get through this and come at me. I'll be waiting for you at the Spring 10. Spring 10? Do you mean tempura spring rolls? Is that a famous Osaka dish? No, the Spring 10 is show. Races are for running, not for joking. You better be serious on race day. The record for her forward bend. What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't like how far out she is, but there's nothing I can do about it. Unless she loses.
春の中長距離三冠第1弾大阪杯3番人気にはエアグルーヴこの評価は少し不満か2番人気はこの子東海帝王スタンドに押しかけたファンの期待を一身に背負って菊花賞ウマ娘スーパークリーク1番人気
What a lineup!
火花散らすデッドヒートに期待しましょう。
ゲートイン完了出走の準備が整いました
Aizen Flash is in there too.
スタート各ウマ娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いはダイワスカーレット2番5番期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気スーパークリーク東海帝王落ち着かない様子ダイワスカーレット快調に飛ばしていきますさあ花に立ったのはダイワスカーレットこのままリードすることができれば第1コーナー回って第2コーナー
Okay, good.
先頭はダイワスカーレット単身で飛ばしていきます2番手の位置で
Hell yeah, corner recovery. Ramp up.
4番
Yes.
中にはスーパークリークすぐに続いて5番そのうち並んで3番差がなく東海帝王
Very good.
外並んで10番、そしてその後方にはメジロマックイーン、内
What are you
で
doing?
ラグルーブ、少し離れて松金服着てる向こう正面に入って先頭はライバスターレット、順位を振り
I don't
返
like
ってい
how
きま
far
す。
back she is.
ライバスターレット続きました。4番、3番手、2番、4番手に3番、5番追走、後から東海帝王、少し後ろから10番、外目をついてメジロマックイーン、内からスーパークリーク、内を回ってエアグルーブ、外からナイスネイチャー。
I don't like how far out she is.
さらには松金服着てる内の方から6番、後方2番手に7番、14番、現在しんがりだ。意気揚々と先頭を行きます。ライバスターレット、どうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが、
第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
Alright, now it's time for her to really gun it.
先頭を捉える子は
Seven.
出てくるのか。最終コーナー、最初に駆け抜けてきたのはダイワスカーレット。ダイワスカーレット、強い、強すぎる。完全に
Come on.
抜け出したダイワスカーレット。先頭はダイワスカー
Hell
レッ
yes.
ト。
Okay.
これは強い。100を通過、ダイワスカーレット。このまま最後まで行ってしまうのか。ダイワスカーレット、足色は衰えない強さを見せつけて、
Oh.
ダイワスカーレット、ゴール板を駆け抜けた。これは見事な走り。ダイワスカーレット、春の
We're in second though, right?
喜んでいただけ
Perfect.
ましたか？
Okay, good. Not the best, but it's fine. Phew. That takes care of our first goal of the
ト
year.
レーナーさん、
How did you find it, trainer? I wasn't worried in the slightest. I was. Thank you. I guess this is what they call smooth sailing.
よーし。
Now I can take on the Takarazuka Keenan with my head held high. You already forgot about the Spring 10?
まあ、
Oh, Tam Tam. Thank you for coming to cheer me on. Well, I am your bestie, but friendship and races are two different things, you hear? Heh, I saw both you and your trainer's weakness real clear today. Huh? Our weakness? Yep, you're not gonna get any better if you don't realize it.
本当？
Goodness, will you tell me, Tam Tam? Say what? Who just asks out of the blue like that?
ええで。
Whatevs. I'll show you next time, right in front of all your fans. A storm's brewing, so you better bring your umbrella. Not like a real storm, but whatever. Tamamo Cross leaves in an intimidating huff. What could our weakness be? I wish I knew. I think it's our power. I think we need to up our power. Well, I've got one turn to do it, so... Oh, inspiration hits, so that's good.
体から力が溢れてきます。キュキュ。
Thank you for the follow. The Fan Fest. A festival where Umamusume fans from all over gather at Tracen Academy. Crowds of fans flock to catch a glimpse of Super Creek and Tamamo Cross, two major contestants butting heads at the spring tennis show. Hey, listen up, Creek. You and your trainer got a real big weakness. You're not going to be able to run well in the tennis show unless you fix it. Oh, yeah? Ha! You're not even a tiny bit scared, are you? Well, even if you say we've got a weakness, I think we're the best duo there is. We've overcome everything in our way to make it this far.
せやな。
Yeah, I know. You two really are something. But it's thinking you're the best that's your weakness. Now listen up.
もう。
Why did Umamusume run? Everyone's got their own reasons, but you know what?
も
We all got something in common. There's something we all want.
う。もう。
Victory, glory, or just pure mastery. Everyone's got some kind of goal. But you two got nothing. Why? Because you were already done when you met. You were done.
もう。
Yep. Creek's happy spoiling you, and you're happy being spoiled. You both got what you want already, eh? You don't need nothing else. Look at me, though. I'm running for my family. For my little bro and sis who can barely keep their bellies full. No way you can run like me when you're already satisfied. What do you got to run for? Tamamo Cross is very convincing. I can't even attempt to refute her. Oh, I had no idea. Then
それなら。
I'll cook for your little brother and sister, too.
そうで。
That's not the point, but whatever. Those reasons aside, it'd be annoying if the Ditzy duo could do everything, right?
なあな
Don't bother me either way, but the fans hate a Mary Sue, yeah? Us? A Ditzy duo?
あ。トレーナーさん。
Is that how people see us, trainer? I'm as surprised to hear it as you are. What? The two of you are like a happily married couple. What do you think, everybody? You want them to sink, right? That's right. They're so sweet my teeth hurt just thinking about them. Knock them down a peg, Tamamo Cross. The cheers from the crowd seem to favor Tamamo Cross. If it's hungry versus lovey-dovey, then hungry gets the respect. You two already got everything, so you got no future. What you gonna do now? Oh. Tamamo Cross shoulders the burden of her family. Will we find an appropriate response to her by the time the tennis show rolls around? That was harsh. Alright. Race day. I don't like my chances. The day of the spring tennis show is here. Have we found a way to compete against Tamamo Cross's purpose of racing for her less than fortunate family? Well, did you find a reason to race that's better than mine? No, not really. Thought so. Not that easy to find your own reason, yeah? Happy, satisfied folks should just sit quietly and enjoy their lives. Creek, today's crown is mine for the taking. I'm the star. And I'll whop that trainer looking behind you so bad they'll never be the same. You better be ready. You'll do what to my trainer? What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Sorry, but I can't let you do that, Tam Tam. That's the one thing you won't ever get away with. The hell? I've never seen you like this before. No point trying to threaten me, though. Sheer will's not gonna win you the race, because I ain't gonna hold back. Let's go, trainer. There's a terrifyingly serious look on Super Creek's face. Tamamo Cross just made Mommy mad. I don't know what any of this means, so we're just gonna go. Tenno Show. The Imperial Race. Damn! Incredibly good start for my girl there. And yet, she immediately fell back. That's fine. I believe in it. Third place so far. Come on. The pace chasers are pretty competitive. She's not triggering a lot of skills either. Good. Terrified she's not gonna make it. She's not even halfway there yet, so I guess should take a break. I don't like that Rice Shower, who is also a pace chaser, is that close to the front. That's okay, Super Creek is moving up. I'm so tense. This Orient's good. Oh no! Gold Ship made her move. Oh shit! Come on, Super Greek. Yeah. Rice shower and gold ship in front of her. Oh no! Of course gold ship do everything. That sucks. That's okay, I made 3rd place. And the curtains close on the Spring Tennis Show. What a magnificent race. Super Creek has never run so magnificently. What the? Where'd all that strength come from? Is it really you? You really the Super Creek I know? No, you're not my Super Creek. But I've seen that look on your face before. Oh. Oh, I get it now. So that's how you managed a race like that. I'm okay now, trainer. Really. Right. Whew. That was an impressive race, Super Greek. You really are my lifelong rival. But there are 2 tennis show races, spring and autumn, Kyoto and Tokyo, west and east, cherry blossoms and autumn leaves. I, Ogre Cap, shall be your opponent at the autumn tennis show. Did I mess up? Is that the wrong vibe? Nah, that was good. But don't get all serious on me out of the blue like that. And so, Super Creek managed to get a great result in her spring race against Tamamo Cross. But why does she seem to have gotten over all that's happened? I've really got to get her power up. Hello, is that you little runts? You watched the race, yeah? I did my best, but the lady racing against me was real good too, right? She's the same as me. Several nights after the spring tennis show. Coming in, Creek. Oh, Tam Tam. I'm so sorry for the other day. My emotions got the better of me. It's okay. What happened in a race stays in the race. Besides, I was the one who provoked you. I totally screwed up by saying what I did. I fired you up so much you became the star. Screwed up. Remember what I said in the waiting room before the race? And I'll whop that trainer looking behind you so bad they'll never be the same. I shouldn't have said that. I was trying to sabotage your future. But I lit a fire under you and the kind creek was gone. What's she talking about, Super Creek? I wouldn't have cared if you were just trying to provoke me, but I couldn't let you hurt Trainer's future. Because I will do everything in my power to make sure my trainer becomes the best in the world. That's a dream that I won't budge on. It hit me when I saw your angry face after the race. It was like my mom's face when she gets angry. The face of somebody trying to protect a kid from some schmuck trying to crush their dreams. I thought the two of you were a ditzy duo, but I was wrong. You're family. Never realized it, but you're racing for something just as precious as I am. I'm sorry for picking a fight. You two are the real deal. Tam Tam, I should be the one apologizing, but thank you for saying that. Oh, I know. Let's have dinner together. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll make sure to call your mommy to let her know, okay? Wait, my mom? You don't gotta call her when she's all the way over in Osaka. What am I supposed to do with you? But I'll definitely join you for dinner. Can't miss out on your tasty cooking. After a fun dinner together, Super Creek and Tamamo Cross are back to being best friends. Phew, thanks for the chow. Anyway, I'm sure your race against Ogre won't be as scrappy as ours. She might be a little spacey, but you two have fun out there, yeah? Okay, I'll do just that. The fierce look definitely doesn't suit Super Creek. I hope she has an amicable race this time around. I've got to get her power up. One day, we're volunteering to play with some children at a nearby kindergarten. Here I come. Yeah, run! I'm gonna get you. Super Creek deftly chases the children around the playground until... Thunk. Creek? She accidentally hits her head full force on the playground equipment and sinks to the ground. That bump earlier really startled me. Are you okay? I'm fine. I was seeing stars right when I smacked my head, but after that my mind actually felt surprisingly clear. had a real easy time running for some reason. Maybe I can use this to my advantage in races. Hey, can we go back to the academy and test it out? You're going to hit your head again? No. I just want to try running again. If all goes well, maybe I can make you smile even wider. Super Creek appears to have figured something out by hitting her head, and her running noticeably improves. That's very good. I'm glad for her. There's been so much to think about lately when it comes to training. I feel like my head is going to explode. Oh dear, you look exhausted. There, trainer. I know you've been working hard. After all this effort, I think you deserve a treat. I'm just doing my job. Nope, there's no way around it. You're getting that treat. Even if you were only working hard for your own sake, the fruits of your labor still trickle down to me. It only makes sense for me to pay you back somehow. Work just came in here to tell me that it was dinner time, and I was like, what is it? And they're like, Asian pierogies, because they couldn't remember the word. They paused and they looked at me, communicating with their eyes that they didn't remember the word. And then they just like shrugged sadly, and they were like, Asian pierogies. And I'm just like, dumplings? And they're like, yeah. It's so fucking good. Let me know if there's anything you want, okay? Perhaps a tasty meal or a shoulder massage? Maybe something to clear my head. Your head. In that case, I've got just the thing. Sit tight. I just need to make a call. After making a phone call, Super Creek leads me away. What is happening? Hey, over here, Creek. Marzin, sorry to keep you waiting. Thanks for calling. Shall we get to it? Where exactly are we going? We're going to the most wonderful place, right, Marzin? Exactamundo. You're gonna have the best time ever. A bit later. It's time for the real deal. Hold on tight, you two. Oh my gosh. You're really drifting around these corners. Isn't this exciting, trainer? We're at a racing circuit. The squeal of tires fills my ears as the wind pulls back the skin on my face. I can barely keep my eyes open as Marazinski careens around the track in her beloved car. My mind goes completely blank. That felt incredible. Haven't had such a radical time in so long. How'd you like that speed? I bet your head's clear now, huh? Marazin's given me a ride in her car before. It felt so amazing that I figured you'd like it too, trainer. What did you think? Well, her driving's nothing to sneeze at, I'll tell you that. You'll make me blush with compliments like that. Cut it out already. But seriously, thanks. Isn't that nice, Marazin? Thank you so much. Don't mention it. In fact, I'm always down for doing stuff like this. It's been way too long since I last put the pedal to the metal. Wowzers, it felt amazing. You were seriously impressive. How on earth did you learn to drive like that? I suppose I just have a knack for it. Exhausted beyond belief, I listen to Marazinski and Super Creek chat away. At least, it looks like Super Creek has learned something from Marazinski's fierce driving. Gained 1 hit level for corner recovery. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna be right back, hatchlings. I need to go grab my food, and then we'll watch something when I get back. Alright, hatchlings. We're gonna do something real quick. If we can. We're gonna turn that off. And go find a thing to watch. If I remember correctly, last time what we were watching was Tasting History with Max Miller, right? So, let's see. So, I think, since I'm eating, that's a good option. How long do I want to give it? You know what? This is perfect. This is perfect. We're gonna watch this one. Uh, it is the Halloween season. I know, I know. That's a surprise. Nobody knew. I'm telling you for the first time right now that today's Halloween. So, you did, Yase. Welcome back. So today, happy Halloween. We're going to watch this Tasting History with Max Miller, uh, Vlad Dracula, Vlad the Impaler, some kind of food about that. All right, are you ready? Let's go. That's a good question. Was he? Who knows? Delicious cherry sauce. I know, right, Nicolani? We're on a short break because it's my dinner time, and it's the night I go long. So we'll do Uma back. We're doing a Super Creek run, so it's a lot of mommy stuff going on. You know how it goes. I'm pretty much in the same boat. I'm just figuring stuff out as it goes along. I have no idea what I'm doing half the time. I play by vibes, and sometimes I win, and a lot of times I don't. It really does look really good. I like throw what I've got at the daily races and stuff. I'm not worried about competition. That's an incredible story there, Nicolani. I believe it. The way they talk about Ogre Cop, there's got to be a freaking monster, right? Cherry sauce would be really good. That's really interesting about Horlicks. I do not have sponsor block now. Tokai Teo robot plush? I gotta go look that up. What?
They're here.
Welcome in. Welcome in, new hatchlings. My name is Lady Aranea. I was playing Umamusume, and I'll be going back to that as soon as I finish eating. But we're watching a short video while I do that. I'm happy to have you all here. My name is I paused it briefly. My name is Lady Aranea. I already said it. I've streamed Assassin's Creed. I've streamed the Hades series. I've streamed Final Fantasy games. I stream all kinds of stuff. Right now, I'm streaming a gacha game where we race cute horse girls, which I hope you all know something about it. Um, it's been infecting the algorithms of my other viewers. One of them is routinely getting F1 slash Umamusume crossover content now, which is very cool. Why don't you tell me about Void Stranger? How are you doing, and were you having fun? And if you need to raid and run, I get it. I'm happy to have you here. Really fun, hard puzzle game. That sounds good. I'll look into that right now. It looks good. Radu the Handsome, eh? Harshly disciplined, get it? I know, right? His husband puts those up. I will have fun, princess. Sleep well. Spider Lady meets Steak Princess. What ad? How would it be on your end and not on the stream? Oh, I see. Very focused on trying to eat this. It's very spicy. Rook makes sauce specifically for me that is mostly chili crisp. So, Wow. Nobody showed the US government any of this. Also horrific. Exactly. A measured, proportionate response. My mouth is on fire. Oof. Big oof. Those jerks. I don't understand the difference between that. What does that mean? I'm not going to help you, but I'll support your cause. What? What? Yeah, that makes sense. Dracula. I want to suck your blood. It looks bloodish. I can see that. It's a little purple to be blood. It's a little thick. I wonder if his having blue eyes has anything to do with that. I think I read somewhere once that people with blue eyes are more likely to be colorblind than other people. I'm gonna look it up. Hmm. It looks good. I would eat the sauce. I guess it's not actually that likely. That big a. It's not statistically significant. That does look like blood. That's dangerous. I've had drinks that ran out of alcohol, or that you can't taste the alcohol in. Yeah. Good move. All right. Excellent. That worked out perfectly well. Very good. Love that. not quite dark enough, but it is closer to the color than tomato juice. It's blood-like. But yeah, like, it would be...
さあ今日も無理せず私た
It's
ち
not
の
identical.
おおやってやりますかも
We have to beat Ogre Cap in the
なんだか体がか
Autumn Tennis Show. Or else.
いくよ
Like, unironically, or else. Because you have to place first. Or it's game over. Summer. The fuck was that? Summer is here. An unforgettable season for us both. That's right. That faithful event happened last summer. What? I've been in bad health because I've been taking on too much by myself?
ですね
I'm so sorry, trainer. From here on out, we do things together. Super Creek's health improved after we started sharing responsibilities and became a true team. And we've continued to grow closer ever since. This year... What's wrong? You look different somehow. Maybe it's because you've gained a bit of muscle since last year? No, that's not the only reason. You got a more resolute look in your eye, too. It kind of gives me mixed feelings. Mixed feelings?
ええ
Uh-huh. Like, I want things to stay how they were, but it also makes me happy. But I don't think these changes will stop. Not in you, or in me, or in our relationship either. I'm not afraid, though. I believe we'll be okay no matter how much we change.
はい
Now then, how should we spend this summer in preparation for the fall G1 races? Although we may be closer than ever, some things just never change. I pledge to the blue skies above to race through this once-in-a-lifetime summer without any regrets.
予定は決まりましたか
Gotta get her power up.
頑張りますよ昨日のよエルと頑張りましょうごめん
Failure 16%.
なんだか足が重く
Take a rest.
予定エルと頑張りましょ
As summer camp comes to an end, I ask Super Creek how she feels about her summer. I had a really pleasant time. My mind felt completely free, unlike last year. Not having a single worry really is wonderful. It means we can focus on other things. We can squint our eyes beneath the harsh sun above as we walk towards a brighter future, slowly working together day by day.
うあら
Oh, speaking of which, have you gotten a little tan, trainer? Have I? Uh-huh. Aw, it's like you're growing up right before my very eyes. You're not a fledgling trainer anymore.
困りまし
I
た
bet other Umamusume will be latching onto you now, too. Just remember, wandering off with other Umamusume just because they ask you to is a big no-no.
え
We've got to keep our eyes on the fall G1 series, okay? Alright. Yes, ma'am. Duly reminded, I resolved to buckle down and work towards the Autumn Tennis Show. They knew what they were doing.
体が軽いんです
The riders knew what they were doing.
い
There's no fucking way they didn't know what they were doing.
張り切っていこ
This is rough. I know, right? It's the whole time, Rook. The whole time. Who's a good trainer? You are. Ow. Why? Lucky was right. It's playing Super Creek is Goo Goo Baby time. She's flirting the whole time. Constantly. Everything she says is a flirt. At least if you're people like me. There's a fan event being held today in the lead up to the Autumn Tennis Show. A huge, once-in-a-decade movement is taking place in the Umamusume world this year. Oh, it's her. That's Super Creek. Whoa, she looks intense. Huh? Are people scared of me? But why? It's Oguri Cap. She's here. Oguri. Oguri. What's happening? If you'll allow me to begin, let's start with the red-hot Super Creek. How does it feel to race with such a monumental obstacle, Oguri Cap the hero, standing in your way? Obstacle? Hero? I'll do my best. Is that good enough? And over here we have Oguri Cap charging in to attack from the countryside. You're already a national superstar. Fall is finally upon us. Can you hear the cheers from your fans? I hear them. When I'm out of sleep, that is. Oguri. Oguri. Huh? What's going on? Super Creek, wait. Hold on. Are you telling me that everyone sees me as the villain? I guess so. I can feel it from the crowds in the stands. Oguri Cap's popularity is out of this world. Super Creek might be playing the anti-hero in this story. It's almost like that time at the Spring Classics. Everyone was so cold and distant because I was ill. Should we protest? Actually, could you leave this to me? I've got an idea of my own. I'll try saying it in front of everyone. Hello, everyone. If you think Oguri is the strongest around, then you're sorely mistaken. I, Super Creek, along with my trainer, will knock Oguri down a peg at the Autumn Tennis Show. You'll make a worthy opponent, Super Creek. Let's throw everything we have at each other. But I won't lose. Oguri! Oguri! I asked Super Creek where her confident outburst came from. It kind of occurred to me that saying things like that would make everyone happy. I wanted to do that for them since I love making everyone smile. And if I can do that through racing, then I don't mind taking a bit of flack. I didn't have the composure during my bad spell, but I can handle it now. Especially since you've built me up so much. She's decided to play the villain for her fans. The kindest villain in the world. Also, would you mind playing the villain with me? And then, let's finish the race with a result so great that everyone can't help but to detest us. It won't be exciting unless we're formidable. Super Creek plans to envelop Oguri's unprecedented popularity with her nurturing love. I believe in her. 45%. She even has a 6% chance of failing wits training. That would be a nightmare. It's weird that that event is only triggering now. Honestly. Super Creek bakes a huge batch of Madlins to give to her friends. Thanks for the treat. You're welcome. But I'm in a bit of a pickle. I made some for myself as well, but I spent so much time handing them out, it's already really late. I can't be eating sweets at this hour, but still. Do you think it would be okay for me to have some? Just a few? I think it's fine. Okay, then just a few. I actually had a taste and they were quite delicious, so I've been looking forward to having some more. I'll work extra hard at training tomorrow to make up for it. Super Creek hums a tune as she makes some tea and enjoys her Madlins. Very good. Alright. What? Obviously, I want straightaway acceleration. Every time I can take it, I want it. Alright. Autumn Tenno Show. It doesn't matter what the predictions are. I've got to race anyway. It's finally here, trainer. The Autumn Tenno Show. My race against Oguri. I'm not here to jog. My goal is first place. I fully intend to win. If I don't, then I can't call myself the greatest villain ever. Yeah, let's get that win. We've done all sorts of training to reach our goal. All that's left is... Oh no! I forgot something. I haven't practiced my villain voice at all. How are the fans going to get excited now? Could you help me practice? Sure. Ahem. Okay. Ha ha ha, you naughty child. How dare you defy me? Kneel before your master. Oh god. And then her trainer just falls out. Beg for my forgiveness, and you might yet receive it. Wow. Okay. Alright. Okay. You nailed it, I think. Yeah. Right? I'm actually enjoying myself quite a bit. But I don't think I should be. I'll tone it down a smidge if I win. I was enjoying myself. And I was the one reading it.
これ以上ない仕上がりですね。
Let's see, 689. Where's Ugly Cat? She's the only one I'm worried about. Alright, I don't understand. We'll see. It's fine. $12.
出走です。
ウマ娘たちが追い求める一条の盾、鍛えた足を武器に行く栄光への道、天皇賞秋。現在1番人気はオグリキャップ、人気と実力を兼ね備えたダイワスターレット。今日は3番人気です。対抗するのは菊花賞ウマ娘スーパークリーク。真っ向勝負に
The
注目
Kikasho
私が
Conqueror.
一
I
番
love
期待して
that.
いる馬娘、気合い入れてほしいですね。
ゲートイン完了。出走の準備が整いました。
Oh good, Ugly Cap is out further than I am.
さあゲートが
Late start!
各
That's
馬娘
terrible.
綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気オグリキャップ、これから第2コーナーへかかっていきます。マヤのトップが快調に飛ばしています。
Ugly Cap is well behind me, and I don't know if that's
先
good.
頭から大きく離されて
I'm not sure what kind of racer she is. Quarter
Quarter
recovery is good, though. Straightaway acceleration? Fuck yes.
行きますよ。
Clear heart? Alright.
Her
skills are doing well.
外には11番、9番続いている。差がなくスーパークリーク、さらに18番、10番並んでくる。少し後ろからダイワスターレット、内からエアグルーブ、オグリキャップ、この位置につけています。1馬身離れて動くか。1
Come
馬
on,
身
Super
差
Creek.
8番、13番
Oh no, Ugly Cap is closing in behind me.
I
like that.
離れて1番、後方2番手に6番、15番最高峰からのレースになりました。意気揚々と先頭を行きます。マヤのトップガン、どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。一息つけるといいですが。
大欅を越え4コーナーへ。まだ先頭は動かない。これは直線勝負になるか。
Good,
オグリキャッ
good,
プ
good.
まだ抑えたままだ。中から先頭を伺うのは7番。
Look at her closing in on the blue front. Neck and neck with Ugly Cap. That's not good.
1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。最後のコーナー、最初に
Come on.
駆け抜けたのはマヤのトップガン。上がって
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Perfect. Come on. Yes. Oh, I'm stressed out. Oh, yes! Yes! Beautiful. She beat Ugly Cap
一着です。
and took first. That's beautiful. This concert, Next Frontier. Here we go. Let's watch our sweet girl perform.
選ばれしこの道をひたすらに駆け抜けて頂点に立つそう決めたよ力の限り先へ
Fucking beautiful. I love that. I love the way they say fanfare. It is so fucking good. It sounds like the way I say stuff when I'm playing with the phonetics. And like it feels good to say fanfare. It feels good in my mouth to shape the words that way. And it sounds good to me coming out. I love it. It's so good. Amazing! The only Umamusume to stand in the way of Ogre Cap the hero. It's Super Creek. The winner of the Autumn Tenno show is Super Creek. This is what happens when my trainer and I get serious. You ran well, Ogre. I may have even been a teensy bit nervous. You're a tough opponent. I didn't think you'd stick it out on the final stretch. But this still isn't settled. I want both you and Tam Tam to take me on next time. Our final battle will be the Arimikine. To all our fans out there, please come and watch the climax, okay? Trainer, we did it. Did I pull off the villain act? Yeah, I was totally sold. Then how about I praise you in a villainous way as your reward? Oh god. Come, bow your head in submission. Hold on a minute. Alright. I can read this. I know I can. I can do this. Such a fine subordinate. Yes, you are. Fuck. Despite her villainous act, Super Creek's touch is as gentle as always. Only the senior Arimikine remains. Winning that will make me the queen. And you, the queen's prize trainer, will be the best in the world. Let's make our dream come true. Together. I'm not supposed to be falling in love with fictional women. Straight away adept, huh? Slightly increased velocity on a straight. I want rushing gale though. It's gonna do more speed. And again. Eek! It's Super Creek. Mommy, I'm scared. Grr. I'll eat you up. Eep. Super Creek's notoriety grows to rival Ogre Cap's popularity. How are you feeling, Super Creek? What's your outlook for the Arimikine? Well, both Tam Tam and Ogre are trying their best, but they've still got a ways to go. No matter how much they struggle, they won't win. The world is mine. In all seriousness, how do you see the middle and long distance Nakayama races playing out? Huh? Oh. Trainer, don't things seem strange to you lately? I'm doing my part to play the villain, but everyone's so indifferent. What's going on? Look, it's Creek, over there, see? Oh, you're right, she's so fast and strong. Creek! Hello there. See what I mean? Maybe they're starting to see you differently. But why? In the beginning, she was simply Ogre Cap's rival, but as she gets more exposure, perhaps people, both fans and non-fans alike, are starting to see Super Creek for who she really is. How complicated. I don't mind being the villain though, it's kind of fun. I'm happy as long as everyone is enjoying themselves. Maybe people want to see you in a different role. A different role? You mean there's something other than the villain? I'm not sure if I can just switch things up on the fly. I believe you already have another character up your sleeve. Another character? By that do you mean... Everyone has begun to realize that Super Creek doesn't have to act like a super athlete, because she already is one. The winds of change have started howling in the lead up to the end of year showdown. Hell yeah.
今日は何をし
It's worth risking for a 2 friendship training situation. It's the evening before the holiest night of the year. Visions of food are flashing through my mind. Fried chicken, turkey, meatloaf, and the most delectable cake. Their Christmas meals are rather different from ours. Trainer, it's dinner time. We're having Odin tonight. Crash. That's the sound of Super Creek destroying my holiday dreams. I want Odin.
どうかしました
Is something wrong? I had something else in mind. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that it's so cold now. It's almost freezing outside, so I thought Odin would warm us up. Today is particularly cold. Super Creek is simply being as considerate as always. I guess everyone really does want to eat cake around this time of year. I was wondering a while back if it was really necessary. What do you mean?
ええ
Well, one time I was helping out at my family's daycare center. I took one of the kids to the park. I don't care if mom comes to get me or not. I just want my cake, that's all. I don't think that boy actually wanted cake. He simply wanted to have a joyful holiday dinner with his family,
それで
which is why I picked Odin tonight. I thought you might find it more comforting. Should I have chosen something else instead? I'm more than happy with Odin. Thank you. Let's warm up under the kotatsu and eat. On a night when everyone else is eating cake, for some reason we're pecking at Odin. But I guess this is what it means to truly have a connection with someone.
ごちそうさまで
What a great meal. Did you eat your fill, trainer? Yep.
まあ
Glad to hear it. Now for dessert, I'll bring out the cake. Crash. That's the sound of Super Creek destroying my holiday woes. Is something wrong? Talk about a plot twist.
体調もやる気
I
も
love
バ
her.
ッチリ
She's
です
incredible. Please let me get Russian Gale. Thank you. Perfect. No, don't cancel. Alright. Arima Keenan time. Let's see. She's a bit outclassed. Why? By whom?
よーし
Okay, trainer. I'm going to try my best playing the villain today. Let's go. It's time for the Big Bad Creek to make an entrance. Super Creek, Super Creek, Super Creek. Huh? All these cheers. Is this... You're the face now, sweetie. Your boring little story is coming to an end, Creek. Tam Tam, Ogre. Everyone who knows about you saw your old races on Umatube. We all know what an amazing Umamusume you are, Creek. Yep. That's why you can drop the villain act. No one's buying it. You didn't work this hard and come this far to rule some evil queen, yeah?
ええで
Creek, tell everyone why you're really here. Go on. I've come here to become the strongest Umamusume around and
必ず
to make my trainer the greatest in the world.
安心を
That's my only dream. Oh,
どうし
I
ましょう
blurted that out in front of so many people. That's how it should be.
行くで
From here on, you gotta be true to yourself. You're not here to get all shy.
やるぞ
It's a battle of dreams. Let's see who's come out on top. Yeah. The stage is set. This is where we put everything we've worked for on the line.
7番人気は15番
Alright.
スーパーフリーク
ちょっと
Who
厳し
is
いメンバーですが健闘を
supposedly
期待した
better
いで
than
す
her
ね
in these
14
stats?
番人気5番
I'm just not seeing it.
12番人気です13番人気は12番7番人気
Alright,
は
well,
15
doesn't
番
matter. Hopefully she can do what she did last time, which is to say, win. Out at 15, huh?
年末の中山
The Arima Keenan.
スタートです
We put
ウマ娘揃って綺麗なスタートを
Haru Urara in the Arima Keenan for her career, and she was so bad. She's a dirt track racer. So she was in 16th place the whole time. And not even like a little bit. Everybody else was over here near the finish line up top, and then she was there where it says start underneath the progress bar up there. Hell yeah. And ramp up. That's great. Meanwhile, Super Creek is being perfect here. Hanging out in second. Excellent pace chaser behavior. That's exactly where she should be. Simply Rudolph is ahead of her, huh? I was glad to see how far back Ogre Cross and Ogre Cap and Tamambo Cross are. That means that we're beating them by a lot. Alright. Wow, look at Tamambo Cross try to catch up. That's not good for me. Go Super Creek, go! Yes, Triumphant Pulse. Russian Gale. Yes! Beautiful. I'm so proud of her. I have the fastest mommy in the world. Or at least in Japan. You beat me. She's so tough. There's no way I can match that resolve. The fateful battle has been decided. The winner of this year's Arima Keenan is Super Creek. We did it, trainer. I'm a Grand Prix winner, and that means you're a Grand Prix trainer. Congratulations, and thank you, Creek. I should be the one thanking you. I just... Oh, come and join me in the winner's circle. Hello, everyone. I'm Super Creek, the former villain. To tell you the truth, I'm actually just a motherly Umamusume who wants to coddle her trainer. Thank you so much for your support today. Congratulations! You can coddle me anytime. Alright, man. Come on. Back off. You're all very important to me, so I want you all to listen to what I have to say. Please be careful on your way home. The Arima Keenan isn't over until you're back safe. Okay. A unified response. Super Creek appears to have captured everyone's hearts. Right. I'd like to finish off with some special congratulations. Now that my trainer has become #1 in the world, I'd like to offer a reward as a way of expressing my gratitude. She pulls me out to stand in front of everyone. I can't think about this too hard. You've really become so capable, trainer. And it's thanks to you that I've been able to achieve such wonderful results over these past 3 years. But my career is hardly about results. It's about you and me and everything we've built together. We both try to hold back our tears. You've done such a great job. Okay, here I go. Who's a good trainer? You are. Okay. I'm fine. It's fine. This is fine. I close my eyes and soak it in. There's nothing like getting praised and patted when you're on top of the world. Come on. Trainer. For a moment, I have no idea what's happening. My body is enveloped in a strange sensation. And I soon find myself wrapped in Super Creek's warm embrace. Thank you so, so much. Thank you for coming into my life. I'm so glad to have met you. You are my everything. My body trembles with emotion as I continue to look up towards the sky, unable to even hug her back. I'm finally a first-class trainer. The sky should feel distant and unreachable, Yet now, as Super Creek holds me up in her tight embrace, it feels so very close. And that's it, it's over. Just kidding. Now, we go into the Ura finale. We're gonna rest first because,
まあまあ
obviously. Alright, we're number 7 fave, going in
厳しいメンバーですが
to the Ura finale qualifier.
出走です
Placed toward the inside, huh?
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは7番、18番、10番、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気エアグルーヴ7番会長に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ってのは7番。このままリードすることができるか。
That's
ス
not
ーパ
good.
ークリーク上がっていきます。
ちょっと前に出ましたね。
先頭は7番単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはスーパークリーク3番手。
行きますよ
That is good.
1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます。
That should make up for the rushed situation.
続きましたスーパークリーク外を回って10番4番手に4点
Corner recovery, that's good.
並んで8番エアグルーヴ並んでくる差がなくマヤのトップガン岩早秀並んできたすぐに続いて
I don't know who came up
タマモクロス並んで
right behind me, but I'm glad that
そのうち並んで
she can't pass me.
走上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ
Well,
10馬身
she can't pass my girl.
依然先頭は7番
Russian Gale, perfect.
スーパークリーク1馬身離れて4点上段10番4番手8番続いている17番追走少し後ろ
Oh, look at those strides.
それを見るようにキングヘイロー少し離れてエアグルーヴ内でタマモクロス外を回ります18番そしてその内を回って岩早秀成田大臣内
I-
外13番内から内
Knowing how our world works, I'm glad there aren't real Umamusume in it.
最高峰からのレースになりました7番先頭を進みますがこれは
Because they would not be treated
彼
well.
女の客室には合っていますね。
まもなく第4コーナーカーブ
内から来るか外から来るか最後の局面です。
この直線で勝負が決まるぞエアグルーヴ外で足を止めていますスーパークリーク花を進むさあこれから坂
That's incredible. Disorient,
スーパ
that
ークリーク
messes up everybody behind her. And she's the front runner right now, which is weird because she's the pace chaser, but she's just faster than everybody, so it's fine.
リードは3馬身2番手争いは成田大
Yes!
強さを見せつけてスーパークリーク今勝利ですこの子にかなう馬娘はいるの
I'm excited to see her sing Umamusume Legend. I hope it happens. I want that for her. Don't want to rest. Heck yes. Speed up by 50? That's incredible.
さすがはトレーナーさん
That's so much. She's so fast.
あら
Here we go.
5番スーパークリーク8番人気です
ちょっと厳しいね。
I'm excited. The semifinals. 2 more races. And Super Creek will be Lura Finale champion.
そうです
美しい青空が広がるさあゲートが開いた各馬娘
There's my girl.
綺麗なスタートを切りました
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは1番7番メジロマックイーン期待通りの結
How
果を
is
出
she
せるか
still
1番人気東海帝王1番会長に飛
Oh,
ば
I
してい
see.
きます
Okay.
先頭は1番単身で飛ばしていきます2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは7番東海帝王ペースが速い1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます
Love that
さあ花
passing
に立てるのは
people
1番
can trigger a skill to make her speed up.
続きました7番
Corner recovery. There we go.
少し後ろから
Third place? That's where she should be. Second or third. She shouldn't be
メジロマックイーンそしてそのうち東海帝王
beyond
後
that.
ろスペシャルウィークさらにはウォッカ向こう上面に入って
Vodka
先頭からしんがりまでおよそ12馬身順位を振り返っていきます依然として1番続いて7番3番手にはガイバスカーレットスーパークリーク4番手
Hell yeah.
よ
18番追走うちにはメジロマックイーン差がなく10
I
番
wish I triggered the events to
1馬身離れて
increase that,
さらにその内から
but
ウイニングチケットその後ろ動くか外ナイスネイチャー
I guess I didn't hit the fan
さらに14番その後から3番内から行く4番後方
thresholds.
9番17番
That's right.
最後方からという体勢であります1番先頭を進みますがこれは正解でしょうか
1番彼女の客室には合っていますね。
第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけて
Hell yeah.
この直線で勝負が決まるぞ残り400東海帝王不気味に息を潜める最初
There we go. There's my girl.
切ったのはダイヤスカーレットスーパークリーク並んできたスーパークリークここで抜け出した残り200スーパークリーク
That's right, sweetheart.
衰えないスーパークリークリードは1馬身ダイヤスカーレット
Hell yeah.
スーパークリーク1着でゴールイン実力をいかなく発揮しレースを制したスーパークリーク
Fucking wonderful.
一着です
So fucking good. How do you even hit the top one?
なんだか
15% chance. I'm gonna try it.
うるうる
No! It's all part of Shana's job. That's
さ
not
っき
great.
ファンの方から応援のお言葉を言って
It's okay. It's alright. Better straight away adapt. I will hydrate, thank you.
トレーナーさんが頑張ってくれた分
Final race. My RNG there was not good.
1番スーパークリーク
ちょっと
I don't like the triangles. Thank you for the stretch hook.
出走です
美しい青空今スタートが切られま
Guess
した
I could have practiced
各
wits.
馬で綺麗なスタートを切りま
Doesn't
した
matter.
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうです
Russian Gale. There we
マ
go.
ルゼンスキーとアイネス風神この2人が競り合っているぞ期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気ラリタ・ブライアンマルゼンスキ
I
ー
love this
最初に飛ばしてい
angle.
ますさあ激しい先行争いで前に出たのはマルゼンスキー1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます先頭をかけますマルゼンスキー2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはアイネス風神3番手に6番4番手にスーパークリーク差がなくエルフォンドルパター内から行くハッピーミーク内を回って10番その後山陽馬身
Competing against Happy Meek now.
そのうち並んで11番1馬身差オグリキャップ外を通りましてゴールドシップ向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ12馬身順位を振り返っていきます現在
Hell yeah.
6番続きましたマルゼンスキーアイネス風神3番手それを見るようにハッピーミーク
Another straightaway skill.
外からエルコンドルパター内10番少し後ろからラリタ・ブライアン
行きますよ
1馬身離れて
That's always good.
さらにはゴールドシップ7番続いている少し離れてオグリキャップそしてその後方には9番そしてその後ろから行くのは13番後方2番手に2番5番最後方だ6番先頭
I don't
キープ
like her being so far back, but
このまま
it is what it
これ
is.
は大胆な作戦、完全に予想外でした。
第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
ハッピーミックここで抜け出した先頭は宮古はこの
Come
ま
on,
ま
you're supposed to be
さあこれから坂
making that number go down, not up. Come on, Super Creek. She's blocked in. Or not. Yeah, she is. Okay, it's fine. It's okay. We'll try again.
8番人気は4番
Now she's in great mood, so she should be better this time. We'll see.
出走です
In the fourth stall,
スタート各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りま
she's
した
still pretty
誰が
good.
先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いはマルゼンスキーアイネス風神2番期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気ラリタ・ブライアン 花を奪っていたのはアイネス風神、続いてマルゼンスキー。アイネス風神とマルゼンスキー、2人とも花は譲りません。
いいライバル関係になりそうですね。
第1コーナー回って第2コーナー。
Gale straight away then. Very good.
そしてここで先頭はマルゼンスキー。激しい戦闘争い、2馬身離れて
I love those skills going off.
少し離れてハッピーミーク、その後から
always good.
そしてその内を回って5番、その後ろに成田ブライアン、成田ブライアン上がっていきます。アイネス風神会長に飛ばしていきます。向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ14馬身、順位を振り返っていきます。先頭アイネス風神、レースはよどみなく進んでいます。続きましたマルゼンスキー、その後3、4馬身開いて2番1馬身差、スーパークリーク、差がなくハッピーミーク、少し
Side by side with Happy Meek. That's cool.
離れて5番、そしてその後ろ
That's
から
thematic as fuck.
その後ろオグリキャップ、外目をついてゴールドシップ行きますよ。
Perfect.
内を回ります。14番、あとは13番、1番並びかけて
I wish I'd given her more velocity skills, but I didn't find a lot.
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
まだ先頭は動かない。果たして抜け出すのは誰だ。スーパークリーク、前を狙っているぞ。
Come on.
最初に仕掛けるのか。さあ、これから仕掛け
Okay, that's good. She's really making a move for it there. That's much better. Come on, triumphant impulse. Yes! 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 I knew she could do it. I had to rewrite time once, but she did it. Thank you, Rook. I appreciate that. Thank you, Yase. Obviously, we're gonna watch her sing Umamusume Legend. That's half the point. Who's that other Uma with Inez and Super Creep? I love this part so much. It strikes me how frequently musical performances in East Asia especially are radically different from over here in the West. In large part because over here we have a lot of, like, we do small groups. We do like a little band or a solo act or things like that a lot. Like, But there's a lot of stuff over there that is like big choral numbers like that, and it's interesting to me, and I like it. But anyway, my first 3 years with Super Creek have been a success worthy of legends. And due to her overwhelming ability, a certain old rumor makes a comeback. Another overwhelming victory by Super Creek. She truly is a mighty wall standing in the way of all the other Umamusume. Nobody can stop her. All I did was run. Nothing special. I was just lucky. I'll run just like I always do next time, too. I'm not the type to do nasty things like getting in people's way. Shiver, tremble. Let's get going, Super Creek. Sure. Where should we go? Anywhere you like. Shiver, tremble. Well, that's actually pretty terrifying. It's like a demon in the flesh. Yeah. It's even more frightening because she's always smiling. And nobody knows what the two of them are really like behind the scenes. Right. Who knew they'd be like that? What? What is she saying to me? What is she saying to me? Trainer, I want to play Goo Goo Babies today. What is she saying to me? What does this mean? What is she... First of all, she's in casual clothes, which She looks good. It's... Alright. Huh? I finished this race in a really cool manner. So now I feel this urge to cuddle. I know, right? Play what, ma'am? You want to do what? You want to play Goo Goo Babies with me? What does that mean? You're going to need to spell that out real clear. I'm not saying no. Absolutely not saying no. But I do want to know what I'm getting myself into. What am I agreeing to? Am I going to be disappointed? What is happening? Finally, we made it to Goo Goo Babies. What is... Listen. Hey. I'm not saying no. 8.5 hours to Goo Goo Babies. I know, right? You gotta do what you've gotta do, I guess. Yay, really? Okay then. Who's a good trainee Wayne? You are. Oh yes, you are. Listen. Hey. Super Creek, listen. You cannot talk to me this way. Listen. You don't... Come on. Alright. As Super Creek becomes stronger, she sometimes explodes with the desire to spoil me. I need to make sure she gets it out of her system before anybody sees her like this, or they'll all get creeped out. Yeah, because we're gonna start a scene in the middle of public, and everybody's gonna be like, what are they doing? And I'm gonna be like, oh, we're just apparently in a kink dynamic that happened with your Umamusume that you trained? I didn't ask for this, man. I mean, I didn't say no, but I didn't ask for it, man. She started this. Another blowout by Super Creek. Is there no one who can defeat her? Trainer, today I'm buying you a nice outfit. Oh god, she's my sugar mommy too. What the hell? Oh god. A massive win for Super Creek. Not a single racer could even get near her from start to finish. Trainer, I want to swing you around in the middle of the amusement park. Come on. What? Okay. Super Creek, super victorious. Just where does she get this consistency from? Trainer, let's take a dip to... Oh god, really? She wants us to bathe together? Nope, this is where I draw the line. Satisfying her urges to spoil me while also keeping them hidden is a heroic feat in itself. I think the objection is because it's a public bath. I think that's the objection here. But Super Creek is still her calm, kind self at all times. I'm cracked. That's what's happening here. This is... I thought Agnes Tachyon was intense. Like, being called a guinea pig is great. Like, flat out having your Uma turn into your sugar mommy, who pats you on the head and tells you you're a good girl and... Alright. Trainer, you've come a very long way from when we first met. But lately I've been feeling a bit confused. About what? Sometimes when I'm spoiling you, I feel like I'm spoiling myself. It's like you're indulging me by letting me do what I want. She's right. The line between spoiling and being spoiled has become completely blurred. Wonderful things are happening on the Lady Aranea stream tonight. I am having a meltdown. This is... I'm gonna crash out, is what's gonna happen. This fictional horse girl is not... should not be... It's good that I'm being so normal about it. I know, right? Like, wow. I could not be an Umamusume trainer in real life. It would go bad so fast. I'd get someone like Agnes Tachyon or Super Creek and it would be over. It would be so bad. That goes to show how deep our bond has become. Or great. Or it'd be the best. I don't know. And the deeper it gets, the more impressive Super Creek becomes. Maybe I wanted more than to just spoil you when we first met. Maybe there was some other reason I was drawn to you. I can't imagine a normal day without you in it. That's how much we've bonded. See? That's love, right? I suppose fated encounters are a thing after all. That's a thing that the Japanese talk about for romantic partners. Fated encounters are when you meet your soulmate. That's red thread of destiny shit. Like, she's flat out saying, I think we're supposed to be together forever. To her trainer. I understand what Lucky was talking about now. How many such meetings do we get in a lifetime? I don't think there's an answer to that question. At any rate, this once-in-a-lifetime meeting will never end. In the future, if there's anything at all you want, please continue to tell me. I'll win any race you wish for. But maybe my goal isn't actually to win races anymore. Then what are you racing for? To display the trophies we've won. Together. From a once-in-a-lifetime meeting to an enduring path together. And all of that is because the horse she's based on was said to be the wife of her jockey, or of his jockey. So they just leaned into that. And they're just like, yeah. She has romantic feelings for her trainer. You know. Not my 3 skill points. I'm fine. This is fine. Gold Ship has helped all these other Umas get up to
確認を忘れずに
a higher rank than she is. So we're gonna go back and revisit Gold Chip.
信号を渡るときは誰も隣に来ないように気をつけてるんだ。はい、スーパークリーク
Not least of which, or not least of all, because Gold Chip will not make me feel this way.
ゴールドシップ様を呼んだか？
Me.
お
I can upgrade potential levels again. Well, I'm racing Gold Chip, so let's go ahead and raise her potential. Ba ba da ba da 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 da.
落ち葉のベッド。
All right.
はい、スーパークリークですよ。
この
Wait. Why her? Why is it doing her instead of one of these? Plus 5 plus 63 plus 17 plus 21 plus 63. Redshift, corner adept, corner recovery, early lead. 12, 33, 63. The same things. Steadfast, redshift, corner adept, corner recovery, early lead. 5, 33, 63. Stamina, late surger. Power, power. Multiple 3-star power. Whatchamacallits. So that's gonna be real good. Alright. A hit level for Redshift. Fantastic. Yawning already. Slightly increased acceleration with position toward the front on the final corner or later. That's terrible. I don't want that. Pressure. Slightly increased velocity when passing another runner late race. We'll worry about that later. We've got 11 turns. Let's see, I don't need to do a lot of power to start with. I can do guts and wits.
今日はどうすんだ？余裕余裕。お、よっしゃ。
Look at these rush through. And then speed.
気合いだ。
The benefit of having played as Gold Chip before is, of course, that I can rush through a lot of things I otherwise would have to worry about. She sounds like SpongeBob. I need it. You know? Let's see. Remember all your training. What did that give me for remember all your training? Guts went up by 10. Okay. What skill? Standard distance. Should I do that? I'm gonna do wits. Let's get her speed and power up. Alright. 147. You can see that I worked through you. Alright, don't need to get any more skills right now. It's time to blow through the debut. I hope. I love this part because Gold Chip is gonna just hang out for a long time. Oh, of course. That's great.
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは
She's such a
2
weirdo.
番、1番、9番、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ゴールドシップ、2番快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭は2番単身で飛ばしていきます。続いて9番、早くも激しい競り合い。3番手、1番第1コーナー回って第2コーナー。2番先頭に勝ちました。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは9番、あとは1番、4番手、7番、8番、追走。少し後ろからゴールドシップ、それを見るように4番、5番続いている。内を回って6番。2番先頭
I don't have to worry about her hanging back here. Yet.
2番彼女の客室には合っていますね。
2番まだリードをキープしています。続きました9番4馬身離れて1番その後3、4馬身開いて7番5番手にゴールドシップ外を回って8番さらに4番向こう上
Very good. She's at the front of the late chasers, or the late surgers. Front runners, pace chasers, late surgers, in closers.
ゴールドシップその後ろから7番さらには8番内で4番外には5番そのうち並んで6番意気揚々と先頭行きます。2番どうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
先頭は依然2番
Look at her go.
リード間もなく第4コーナーカーブ。
ウマ娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
ゴールドシップここで抜け出した。勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された。残り
She got tired of hanging out of the back.
ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。1番ホイッスがある。
Nobody can do anything about it.
強すぎる。完全に抜け出した。残り200。強いゴールドシップリードは7馬身。ゴールドシップ足色は衰えない。
Boom!
これは完璧な勝利。くるっと回ってワオ一着のポーズ。
That's a good one. I also like when she runs up and drop kicks me. Top 5 in the hopeful stakes. Let's get this all we've got. Let's do wits. That's good. It's good that they went up. Failure 12%. Just do wits one more time. Oh, this is a new one. Wahaha! There's no mistaking Goldchip's boisterous laugh, and I can't help but check on her. Hey, trainer! Look at the ground. There's a paper airplane at my feet, so I pick it up and unfold it. A series of lines crisscross over the paper, and scrawled in the middle are the words, Go Go Golshi. That's gotta be fan mail, right? I can't believe it. I just folded it up along the lines, and this puppy took off like a jet. How awesome is that? Whoever sent the fan letter sure knows Goldchip well. I guess they're not a fan for nothing. The fan's thoughtfulness and love for Goldchip renews my own motivation as a trainer. Is that a twinkle I see in your eyes? You raring to go? Well, I'm right there with ya. Hang on, I'll fold us a paper airplane big enough to ride, and we can hop on and make straight for the clouds. I think I'll pass. That's incredible. Good for her. Just got stamina going. The ultra fast 7G smartphone. Speed went up by 10. Let's see. We're gonna take a rest. I try not to do it too often, but I absolutely do need to take rests. I do love that the entry criteria are already met. Good things to come to those who persist. Alright, what now? Stamina. Wits. That's like even better than ever. How are we doing on these? It's all down to the recipe. How bad are those? One more there. People are crowding in front of the central plaza. I'm curious, so I gotta check it out.
No.
Ahem. Hello, darling pony. What do you mean, what do you wanna, is there anything that might be bothering you? Hishiyama? This darkening of your lovely eyes must mean, you'd like me to stop.
Yeah.
The hell are you doing? Oh, Brian, your hair is looking lovely today. So lovely that I want to take you on one-on-one.
Oi.
Come here a minute. So why the Fuji impersonation all of a sudden? Thought you hated acting all dramatic. Yeah, but I have my reasons, alright? See, that student back there lives in my dorm. She always seemed worried about something. She opened up to Fuji, apparently, but as her dorm leader, I'm supposed to be the one she goes to. Does she really not trust me? What kind of leader am I if no one feels like they can talk to me? Damn it. Ama. Oh, right. What did you think of my performance? Did I seem more trustworthy because I was acting like Fuji? You've lost it lately. The Ama I know wouldn't try to be someone else. What? What happened to all that passion you show in your races? No way you're giving anyone advice like this. At least I wouldn't think to lean on someone who's forgotten how to be herself. That's harsh, but you're right. I was trying silly tricks when I should have faced my problem head on.
Thank you.
Thanks for the wake-up call. It's time to solve this properly. Later, Hishi Amazon resolves her resident's problem and seems delighted when more students start coming to her for help afterwards. Speed and power. Do another stamina in a second. I love when energy goes up as a result of this stuff. Mood went down.
ヒーリング的なあれはバッチ
I don't want that. Let's see. Let's see. I want front runner skills. 290, huh? Straightaway adept. Huh. Slightly increased velocity when passing another runner late race. Warning shot. Slightly increased velocity with a long spurt starting halfway through the race. Sounds good.
走るなら勝ってみせるぜ
Here we go. How bad would it be to get there and not have enough fans? They'd just be like, oh, you can't be in this race. You
記録は
lose.
完全に
Fortunately, we didn't put ourselves in that situation. Number one fave, huh?
さあゲートが開いた各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは15番18番8番期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気ゴールドシップ15番快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのは15番このままリードすることができるか1コーナーから2コーナーへ
I don't remember what she has to place at, but I'm sure she'll win.
2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは7番そしてその外から行ったのは18番
Spooky Night. I like that.
2番その後
I wish that was a real horse.
5番さらに外キングヘイローさらに3番すぐに続いてゴールドシップそしてその
Maybe it is. I don't know.
さらに1番1馬身離れてウィニングチケット6番並んでくるそして外目をつきましては12番16番
If it is, it clearly isn't one
14番向こう上面に入って
of a
およそ10
performance
順位を振り返っていきます
to be
15番続きました
featured and
あと
characterized.
はアグネスタキオンそれを見るように2番18番
There she
一
goes.
馬身差キングヘイロー少し後ろから8番外目をついてゴールドシップそして
Here's my lovely little weirdo.
3番成田大臣続いている外を通
My
る
sweet
そ
autistic,
してその内から行ったのは1番さらに外からウィニングチケット
my sweet autistic nerd.
そしてその後方には12番内から14番第4コーナーカーブ
ここからスパート。一気にレースが動きます。
アグネスタキオンここで抜け出した勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された
There she goes.
先陣を切ったのはアグネスタキオンじりじり詰めるゴールドシップゴールドシップ抜け出した一気に上がってくるゴールドシップゴールドシップ足色は衰えない200を通過ゴールドシップリードは2馬身食い下がる成田大臣
There we go. Love that.
お見事
Fuck yes.
着彩上の強さを見せた見事な勝利で
Bam! What a great way to be greeted. Narita Taishin, King Halo, Agnes Tachyon, winning ticket. I'm glad the top 5 are actually characters in the game. Endless Dream. Do we have that song? Obviously, right? Top 5 in the Satsuki show, huh? 6 turns. Let's see. Let's figure that out together.
今日はどうすんだ
Let's see. Guts has a lot of people on it.
やいだ
That was the scene. That was the scene where Super Creek is like, "Aw, how cute. You're being such a weirdo. That's adorable." And she's just like, I think that we're good here. You get plenty of weapons up your sleeve. Haste Chaser straightaways. Alright. I don't need that stat though, is the problem. Let's go with speed.
気合いだ。早く。
Let's do speed again.
よっしゃ。
Let's see. Let's do that just to get Otonashi points. Let's see. You should get them yourself. Fine. I'll use the time to gather intel on other stores while I'm in line. She ends up queuing up herself, tutting and grumbling the whole time it takes to reach the store. Wait a minute! My max energy went up? That is literally the first time I've heard of that happening. That could happen? I've never seen that happen before. Wow. Happens at least once every run, usually using the Aishin SR support. That was Air, that was Air Shakur. Surprised I haven't gotten the acupuncture event. That can also raise your max by quite a bit. Is it just a random event that could happen to any racer? Huh. I also haven't won a hot spring strip. It's fucked up and evil? I mean, it's acupuncture. I'm expecting it's going to be something where you're coercing people. You've been high rolling on it though because you're beautiful and perfect. That tracks. God damn it, Gold Ship. How dare you? A late start. That straight away adapt is gonna help. Really?
先頭はアイネス風神単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはセイウンスカイ、そしてその内から行ったのは7番。
Alright, good. Gold Ship is moving up to where she needs to be.
5番その外並んで9番、あとは13番、2馬身3馬身開いてスペシャルウィーク、そしてその後ろから行くのは AM オペラ王、外からキングヘイロー、17番並びかけてきたゴールドシップ、追走向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ8馬身、順位を振り返っていきます。現在1番手はセイウンスカイ、続きました。
There we go.
3番手岩早秀、さらにその内からはアイネス風神、差がなく9番、そのうち並んで7番。
My favorite thing about Gold Ship is that she wins through the weight of inevitability. Like her skill, Warning Shot, is just like it turns her into. She just slowly gets faster over the rest of the race, and it's dramatic over time, but it's just gotta be demoralizing how she starts off way back and then just does this right here, and it's just like she could do that to me, it'd be fine. Hell yeah, top 5 in the Satsuki show. Now the Kika show. Let's see. We'll schedule that one. I want her to race more than she did last time. Let's see. Let's do some guts. All the way down. Mood and guts. That sucks. 13%. We're gonna take the risk. Fuck yes. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're going to do recreation. Claw machine. Hey! This is the first time I've done this. One day, while I'm out and about with Goldship. Whoa! The heck is that? What's wrong? Look at that clear box over there. There are tons of Umamusume trapped in it. Goldship points toward a claw machine filled with Umamusume plushies. Who would do such a thing? Hang on, everyone. Help is on the way. Goldship reassures the plushies behind the glass. Hey, you're not the type that would abandon all this poor Umamusume, are you? I guess not. Good. Go in there and show us your stuff. I'm ready to witness the greatest rescue operation of the century. There's no way I can fail now. Play the claw machine to get cuties. Try to get Umamusume plushies, also known as cuties. You'll be successful if you can get one within 3 attempts. Succeeding may result in your trainee unlocking new hits. How to play. Okay. I have no idea. What? It's a claw machine, so it's rigged. I got one! Damn it. I got one cutie. Mission accomplished. Good job assisting the Umamusume prisoners on their grand escape. I could have saved more. The rest will be fine. Looks like they're pretty happy living in the clear box. It's up to us to find a safe home for the freed Umamusume. We need to find their Eden too. For now, we can turn McQueen or Jordan's room into a temporary Eden for them. Now that that's settled, let's go. Onward, valiant soldiers, to the noble land of temporary Eden. That went pretty well. A hit level for straightaway recovery, which is pretty good. Hit levels for Rush and Gale. That's fucking incredible. Let's see. I forgot that I needed to... Actually, yeah, we're gonna race. I forgot that this was gonna be in summer. It's fine. I wanted to have more fans.
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな が集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは4番、9番スペシャルウィーク期待通りの結果を出し
I love just how clear it is that Gold Chip is jogging for most of it.
4番単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を
Like for half the race, she really is just jogging along.
6番すぐに続いて2番外から行く12番2馬審査ダイワスターレット、その後3、4馬身開いて14番、さあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていくウマ娘たち。さあ花に立ってるは4番、このままリードすることができるか。続いて9番、あとは6番、その外並んでスペシャルウィーク12番追走、差がなく2番3馬身離れてダイワスターレット、その後から14番、その後ろから7番少し離れてゴールドシップ1馬身離れて松金福来てる、その後ろ11番後方2番手に5番向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ
Hell yeah.
津軽海峡
There she goes.
冷たく砲を打つ函館のターフ、先頭4番
Proceeding to the front
続きましたスペシャルウィーク内をついて9番外を
with
回り
all
それを見る
the weight
そしてその内から行ったのは
of
6番
inevitable
こ
doom.
こにいた1馬審査ダイワスターレット、少し後ろから14番7番続いている、そしてその後ろから行くのは松金福来てる、その後ろに11番、そしてその内を回って5番第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
残り400
Bye, Special Week.
果たして抜け出
It was nice running with you. You tried.
ゴールドシップ、ここから一気にちぎるか。200を通過ゴールドシップ、足色は衰えないゴールドシップ、リードは3馬身、これは強い、先頭は変わらずゴールドシップ、大楽勝だゴールドシップ、ゴールド
Just flat out ruining those other Uma's summer. Fucking yakisoba. Go for a long swim together. I have not yet gotten Anuma's ult to 5.
ちょっと付き合えよ。
That would be incredible though. That's part of why I want her racing more. Running a lot of racing, get a lot of fans. That could be the one. That's. I figure if I can do it with anyone, I can do it with Gold Chip. At long last, we've arrived at the legendary ramen shop. We're going to create the best ramen shop in Japan, and to do that, we've got to steal their flavors. So yeah, we're ordering everything on the menu. Follow my lead, trainer. Right behind you. Aw, yeah! Let's start from the top. You're a worthy foe. Oh, my stomach. But our struggle wasn't for nothing. I can see our path to victory. Oh, trainer! Take my hand. We'll conquer every challenge on the long, rugged road to ramen mastery. Gold Chip smiles defiantly as the crimson sun glimmers at her back. Skill points. Hell yeah. Start getting her Russian Gale.
今日はどうすんだ？ぶつかり稽古か？
What is the next? Schedule that one. And then I know that the Kika show is scheduled right behind it. We're gonna do 2 races in a row. We will not do more than that.
広め向いて走るとすげえ目が乾燥。
What is Kika show? I want to see. Okay, we've got a long way to go before the Arima Keenan. Whoa! Called to the waiting room by Gold Chip, I walk inside to find her trembling from head to toe. I went too fast. Are you alright? Yeah, it's just a routine. It's a surefire way to make sure I'm fired up and in top condition. The only thing is... do your warm-ups outside. See? The people next door always get mad at me when I do this. I'll leave the apologies to you. Alright, I'm in the zone. Goldship heading out. Goldship races out of the room before I can reply. I'm not super likely to get the negative event even if I do run 3 in a row. You haven't gotten it once? Watch my luck, I'll do it. At least she's in top form today. I'll give it a shot.
注目の1番人気13番
What's the worst that could happen? She picks up a condition and
抜けるような
I have to put her in
ウマ娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました
the infirmary.
位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いはセイウンスカイミホノブルボンレジルマックイーン期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気ゴールドシップセイウンスカイ会長に飛ばしていきま
Love
す
that straightaway acceleration.
セイウンスカイこのままリードすることができるか
I was lucky she didn't get slow. I know, right?
外を回って14番外から行くレジルマックイーンそしてその内から行ったのは8番さらには18番7番並んできた1番追走ミホノブルボン上がっていきますさあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていくウマ娘たち前から大きく開きました隊列は縦長になっています
I gotta push it though.
難しいレースになりそうですね。
Know what I mean?
ミホノブルボン1馬身リード続きましたセイウンスカイ5馬身離れて7番さらにレジルマックイーン差がなく8番少し後ろから12番1馬身差14番1番内から行くさらに外18番3馬身差17番向こう正面に入って先頭はセイウンスカイ順位を振り返っていきます現在1番手はセイウンスカイ続いてはミホノブルボンその後3、4馬身開いて7番4
30 energy is pretty damn good.
12番
It really is.
少し離れて8番その後1番14番並び
There we
か
go.
ゴールドシップここにいたすぐに続いて18番外を回ります17番残り1000メートルを通過ここで一気に後続が差を詰めてきた意気揚々と先頭行きますセイウンスカイどうでしょうこの展開
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
先頭セイウンスカイレースはよどみなく進んでいます1馬身離れてミホノブルボン第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
まだ1馬
Wow, look at that ground eating stride.
勝負は最後の直線に持ち越されたじりじり詰めるゴールド
Wow.
ゴールドシップ前を狙っているぞ残り400最終コーナー最初に駆け抜けてきたのはゴールドシップゴールドシップ負けられないとゴールドシップ突き放せ残り200ゴールドシップリードは4馬身食い下がるセイウン
There we go.
足色は衰えない先頭はゴールドシップ変わらないゴールドシップ
I know, right?
完璧な勝利です他の追随をまるで許せなかったぞゴールドシップ
Like you got your little fast sprinters with their little speedy little. And then you've got Goldship with her super long, like she's jumping every step. Rah! Peace, peace! Check it out, trainer. That was Goldshi's all-out dash. Burn it into your mind. That was awesome. Right? My dazzling display and the resulting thunderous applause is bound to have changed the world's weather. You don't suppose the Northern Lights might have shifted to Japan as a result, do you? We ought to celebrate our new Japanese lights with a fancy fish platter. Goldship grabs a fishing pole and sets off to catch some fish. It takes everything I have to stop her. Hey! Where'd the fishing pole come from? Does she just have it at the track? Because she just had it with her for reasons? Is that why? Who fucking knows?
注目の2番人気14番
There's no understanding Goldship. She does what she wants because she wants to.
クラシックロードの
Alright, time for the Kikka show.
スタート各ウマ娘
No late start this time.
これは
That's
位置取
good.
りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いはセイウンスカイ9番ビワハヤヒで期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気シンボリルドルフセイウンスカイ会長に飛ばしていきますさあ花に立ったのはセイウンスカイこのまま
I love what it says about your Uma's stats.
2人の競り合いは続いている
Like where they are in the pack when they're running. Like if you're running a late surger and she's with the pace chasers, until it's time for her to surge. That's just because she's so fast that even her take it easy pace is outclassing the slightly faster, like slightly more effortful pace chaser strategy, you know? Like you see the front runners up here, like they've got these really short strides. And the pace chaser too. That's why speed is the most important stat for every Uma there is, without exception, I believe. Yeah. And then you see Gold Ship's stride back there. The late surgers and in closers have much longer strides. Come on, Gold Ship. Get around him.
9番彼女の客室には合っていますね。勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
I don't like that she's back in 5th. There she goes. Each of those steps eating up the ground ahead of her. Oh, yes, yes. Beautiful. That was looking real bad for a second. I was worried. I had every reason to be concerned. But yeah, you're right. That was a big, big win for her. This is the G1 you were talking about? The Queen Elizabeth Cup? Let's do it. I hope I don't get a negative event afterwards. That would suck. Would be pretty funny. Straightaway acceleration to start with? Why, thank you. It would be so bad. Why is she so far back? I'm worried. Straightaway even, yeah. You're not wrong. Why is she so far back? There she goes. Okay. No? I'm anxious. Was she the only in-closer? She must have been. Which would be funny. I don't like that she's in the pack. She does her best work from the outside. Everything inside of me is clenched right now. Okay, that's great. I don't know where she was. She plays third. Okay. That's not too bad. It's so awesome how everyone gets a fire in their eyes when it's time to race. I won't lose the next one, right, trainer? I know you won't. I knew you'd get it. Now let's get me some contacts with LED lights so I can turn my eye fire up to 11. Wait, what if I go for ultimate stealth instead? Sneaking up on people and cooking them with eye lasers point blank sounds cool. What do you think? Goldship drags me out to an optometrist, but has no choice but to give up when she's told no such contacts exist. Yes! I didn't get the negative event. Alright. Let's rest. Let's let Bakushin blow up whatever she's gonna explode. Russian Gale. I want Corner Adept and Professor of Curvature too. The Arima Keenan. Only the number 5 fave? Damn. I haven't got her enough fans yet.
年末の中スタートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは14番オグリキャップ、3番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気エイシンフラッシュ、第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。14番会長に
Alright, this feels better than that last G1.
14番関心で飛ばしていきます。2番手の
By a little bit.
うのは綾野トップガン、外から行く3番、そしてその外から行ったのはオグリキャップ、差がなくグラスワンダー、さらには12番1個目のホームストレッチです。2番
Alright, not by much.
シンボリルドルフ、4番続いている。さらにメジロライアン、マンハッタンカフェ並んでくる。1馬身差、5番ゴールドシップ
That's bad.
冷静さを取り戻せるといいのですが。
2点先頭は14番、先頭から大きく離されて2番手は3番1馬身
That's good.
綾野トップガン、1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます。順位を振り返っていきます。14番まだリードをキープしています。続いて3番
Come on, Golshi, you can do this.
そのうち並んでグラスワンダー、綾野トップガン
Okay, she's hanging out at 10 now.
12番2馬身
Or
2番
close.
シンボリルドルフ、すぐに続いてマンハッタンカフェ、エイシンフラッシュ並んできた。そしてその後ろから行くのはメジロライアン、そしてその内を回って
Come on, there we go.
さらにその内からはゴールドシップ、あとは5番後方2番手に16番、そして最高峰
Here we go.
13番、第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った。現在1番手は14番、続きました3番、残り 1000m を通過。内の方からグラスワンダー、4番手にはオグリキャップ、少し離れて綾野トップガン、12番並びかけてきた。後ろシンボリルドルフ、2番
Okay,
から行く。
she's
マンハッタンカフェ、エイシンフラッシュ、ここにいた。そして内目をつきましてはゴールドシップ、その後ろメジロライアン、それを見るように4番、そ
That's
して
good.
5番、そしてその後方には16番。
I know, she's making me so anxious. Normally I'm
来
fine.
るか外から来るか。
Goldship is normally
勝負は最後の直線に持ち込まれた。まだ1馬身以上の差があると、ここから捉えることができるのか。中山の
What is this?
後ろの子たちは間に合うか。シンボリル
That's good.
抜け出した中からゴールドシップ、強烈な追い上げ、残り200、強すぎる。シンボリルドルフ、リードは2馬身、2番手争いはグラスワンダー、マヤのトップダウン、後ろを突き放してシンボリルドルフ、ゴール板をかけてきた。
That was so bad.
これは見事な走り。夢の逆にすげえってことで
8th place? Sweetheart, please. I know you can do better than that.
5番人気は
Okay, she's on the outside now, so she should be better. I think that was the problem. I think she was stuck in the pack. She needed to be either on the inside or the outside, so that she didn't get caught. You know what I mean? Okay, but now she's hanging out at the far back. Yo! Welcome in, voices. How you doing? Hell yeah. We are doing well, thank you. We'll be doing better if Gold Chip figures this out and wins the Arima Keenan for us. But she's kind of dragging. Okay, good. This is what I wanted from her before. What kind of snackies? Come on. Russian Gale, perfect. Oh, I'll take second. That's fine. Don't call me baby for this, but I made some chicken nuggets. Did you make chicken nuggets because we were playing Super Creek and she was being mommy to the whole chat? I'm still recovering from that. That was... intense. It's actually not your thing, personally. That's fair. We have to learn the art. Gotta get her speed up. We got a carrot, which is nothing. I gotta work on stamina. What is she doing? Oh, warning shot went out. You are fit? Yeah. We don't judge food choices in this house. In this web. Now don't call me Goo Goo Baby for this, but I made carrot chicken nuggets. Yeah, that's the world in which Yase is an Uma. Favorite hot sauce? Yes. My favorite hot sauce is the dumpling sauce that Rook makes me. With red pepper and chili crisp and I don't know what else is in there. Sesame oil. Thank you, Rook. It's so fucking good. It's so good. I put Like, literally, I put it in everything. I put it in quesadillas. Well, I put it in everything that's savory. So I put it in quesadillas. I put it in ramen when I make ramen. I don't have a favorite brand, no. I guess the... Why can't I remember the... I really don't use anything else. Like, I use hot honey also, but I just use, like, store brand hot honey. I like stuff that's spicier than most. I'll eat the chili crisp by itself. Absolutely. 100%. Like, I want things to be spicier than you can get out of most store brand or store-bought sauces. So Rook makes hot sauces for me, and then I am the only one in the house to eat them because I have the highest spice tolerance, which is fucking funny. Hot sauce I used to get on giant burritos from a place called Habaneros, a local joint, Qdoba, Chipotle. That sounds really good. It's really funny because back when I was pretending to everyone that I was a man, I couldn't handle hot sauce at all. I couldn't handle any kind of spice. But since getting on estrogen, I have cranked my spice tolerance up so freaking high that I have made other people back down when they have tasted food that I like. They've been like, "You do this to yourself?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's fine." And they're just like, "What?" The Brianna Skinner conversation? I don't know what you're talking about. Brianna Skinner? What? Hey there. Goldchip doesn't seem like herself today. What's the matter? You'll never believe this. Mystery Adventures got canceled. It was my favorite show. The Chili Queen. That's right, Quartz. We're still here for another half hour. Brianna Skinner, Chili Queen. Is she one of us? Wow. You know what I think it is? I think it has to be estrogen. I think estrogen changes how your brain interprets pain signals and dramatically affects all of that stuff. And like, I think I've seen other stuff that supports that because I know I saw a survey of this one dominatrix, and she was talking about how all of her male clients, that's right. I was trying to say, my first thought was patients, and that's not true. That's not right. All of her male clients avoid pain, and they don't want pain during their play. But all of her female and non-binary clients, and I'm talking like gender, not like AGAB, but current gender, liked pain. Like, not all of them, but like 80%. Like, it was super common. And it's just interesting how that happens. Now they'll never feature me as one of the 7 wonders of the world. Goldchip takes a while to recover from the devastating news. That's terrible. It's going alright, except for the periodic sneezing, which I don't know what that's about. It doesn't feel like an illness-inspired sneeze. Power went up by 60? That's incredible. I've got warning shot level 4. So I will pretty much be able to get whatever that other thing is. Got 4 people over here on guts. It's yakisoba dog for lunch today. Woohoo! Today's a good day. At Goldchip's invitation, I join her for lunch on the roof of the academy. I'm sure this won't go poorly. Well, aren't you, Chipper? Nakayama. How's the party? A chill zips through the air like a sword. Nakayama Festa's competitive aura staggers Goldchip. Her vibes are really up to 11 today. About to pull something, is she? When I see that fear in your eyes, it only makes me want to challenge you even more. Challenge me? To what? There's just a little something I want to try. Sugoroku, that is. Sugoroku, the traditional Japanese board game where players use dice to race to the finish. How about it? I bet you could put up a good fight. A good fight, you say? I'm not one to pass up a challenge. Warning, with Goldchip in the zone, it's highly likely the match will last the entire lunch period. Should I send her in or should I stop her? Sorry, trainer. I've got to settle this. Go ahead and eat lunch without me. Her honor is on the line. I've got this. Oh yeah, I got this. Huh. Then roll the dice. Whoever rolls higher can decide who goes first. Ding ding ding! And thus their fierce battle begins. Hours pass, and neither side relents. The final stages of the game unfold, and it's a close race to the finish. You were Hilda from Pokemon again? Congratulations! How did people like your costume? Ugh, this is ridiculous. No matter how many times I roll the dice, I can't land right on the finishing square. Every time it seems Goldchip is about to seize victory, she overshoots the goal and has to circle back yet again. I need a 4. Please, give me a 4 this time. Come on then. Let's see if Lady Luck's on your side. Goldchip prays fervently, and we all watch with bated breath to see what she rolls. Clack. Can it be? Ah, yeah, 4! It's a 4! I'm clear! Looks like Lady Luck cut you a break after all. No one knew who you were, but you showed them and they said you looked great. I believe it. Oh yeah, how's that for lucky? I could take on the world right now. I could win anything, be it a small town squid catching tournament or a huge Grand Prix race. It's by the skin of her teeth, but Goldchip snatches a win from the jaws of defeat. Skill points went up by 60? Fuck yes. We're going for Corner Adept. Alright, she's going to destroy this race. I hope. We'll see. Oh, my spine. I like how far back she's falling. My internet mindset momentarily unable to compute that people wouldn't recognize Hilda Pokemon. I mean, come on. I'm not a Pokemaniac, so I only know who Hilda is because Quartz told me and showed me pictures. You know? Yeah. I've been immersed in Assassin's Creed for years before I shifted gears into first Hades and now Umamusume. I'm not in the right circles for that, which is, you know, a problem in its own right. Good, Rushing Gale. What's cool about Hades 2? It's so fucking good. It's incredible. I like all of it. I 100%ed it on stream. Is Golshi winning? She will be. She's playing games with my heart is what she's doing. She's been fucking around. Like, Hades 2 gameplay is very engaging. It's got a lot of stuff to learn, especially when it comes to proper muscle reflex and reaction. Enemy like fight patterns, things like that. The story is incredible. I love it. The women are gorgeous. Come on, Gold Chip. What are you doing way back there? Pulls off a lot of things at once for sure. It really does. God. I don't know if it's not an RPG. It's a roguelike action game, I guess. Must have got screwed with her guts. Her guts are good enough though. She probably needs more stamina. Cause like you don't level up or make decisions. Like you don't really make story decisions either. It's very much like the story is set. So like it's not really an RPG in any meaningful way. 先頭は12番安心で飛ばしていきます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手はスペシャルウィーク、さらにはスーパークリーク、外目をついてライスシャワー、内の方から10番すぐに続いて前のトップ。If we make it through this, I'm going to be focusing on her stamina for a little bit. さらに7番、そしてShe needs it. 内からシンボリルドルフ、少し後ろから16番、18番、外から行く、内からゴールドシップ、外を回ります。9番、第4コーナーカーブ、前から大きく開きました。間延びした展開です。仕掛けどころの難しいレースになりそうですね。She needs power. Her power is good. Her power is way higher than everybody else's. It's either a guts issue or a stamina issue, I think. I don't know, I could be wrong. She's doing a lot better this time. She was much farther back at this point last run, so and closers have to accelerate the most out of all the positions. Maybe you're wrong. I don't know. Maybe you're not. If I work on her power, it'll up her stamina anyway, so I can just do that. There we go, she's doing better now. She was for a second. Wow, what the fuck was that? Rice shower wanted it. Wow. I got greedy on the races. Try one more time. Oof, indeed. Alright, this is the third time we're watching it, so we're gonna watch it on super speed. She's not gonna make it. Oh wait! If she keeps doing that, she might. Look at them flail about, I know, right? Okay. Alright. Still no.
かもなく不可もねえな。
Fourth? What does she have to place? Yeah, the hint person says it's stamina. So. Alright. Was that very slightly better than last time? Alright. Okay.
Thank you very much.
That was close, I guess.
目標達成
Okay.
このゴールドシップ様を呼んだか？
Let's try it again. That's with guests? Why? Alright. I'm out of borrows. That's not great. Okay. Well, at least that didn't cost monies then. I gained a hit level for Blue Rose Closer. More Bra today feels good. Going without it?
どうすんだ？予定あんなら聞いてやるよ。よっしゃ。
Let's try to...
お、気合いだ。広め。行くぜ。
Let's get our speed and power up a lot here. Ah, what is Wait I'll play on your behalf? Her energy goes up.
鳥の数数えてたら
I lost.
気失ってたわ。
That sucks.
気合いだ。
Hell yeah. Let's do some wits.
余裕余裕。
Sure, now run as fast as you can.
今日はどうする？よっしゃ。
Stamina,
お、
speed.
行くぜ。
I have no idea what Shrewd Step is, but
余裕余裕。
wits. Speed again, yeah. Prudent positioning. You're gonna check his hand in that left-handed turn. That was risky. Let's get some energy. Only 5. Only 5. Sprint corners. Don't want that. Shoot step. I can see right through you. How? I'm gonna get her blue rose closer too. Because I believe in her. Maybe I should have done rice shower instead. We'll see. That's fine.
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは8番、1番、9番ゴールドシップ現在最高峰。失策、はたまた狙い通りか。
これはきっと作戦でしょう。彼女には爆発的な末足があります。
1番快調に飛ばしていきます。第1コーナー回って第2コーナー。先頭をかけます。1番すぐに続いて8番、1番、8番序盤からやり合っています。
いいライバル関係に
Well, she is always the correct answer. I don't know. Super Creek was a good answer.
さらに9番、その後ろ3番、5馬身離れて4番、その後ろからゴールドシップ少し離れて5番、後から6番、少し後ろから7番、1番先頭を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。
1番彼女の客室には合っていますね。
涼やかな
Have you seen the Super Creek stuff courts?
第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った順位を振り返っていきます。先頭1番、レースはよどみなく進んでいます。
That was intense.
続いて8番
No, I,
it.
it.
3番、その後3、4馬身開いて4番、ゴールドシップその後ろに5番、それを見るように6番、その後7番、意気揚々と先頭行きます。1番、どう
I'm
でし
so
ょう。
flustered through a lot of it.
一息つけるといいですが。
1番、まだリードをキープしています。第4コーナーカーブ。
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
まだ1馬身以上の差があると、ここから捉えることができるのか。400
Okay, there she goes.
さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。じりじり詰めるゴールドシップ。さあ外から先頭を伺うのはゴールドシップ。残り200。ゴールドシップ追い込んでくるゴールドシップ。足色は衰えないゴールドシップ。リードは4馬身。これはすごい。2番手争いは1番、3番ゴールドシップ。
Hell yeah.
強いとしか言えない走り。次のくるっと回ってワオ。
Alright, so she made her debut. She met a very motherly woman and was reduced to a puddle. 100%! She plays a villain, she pretends to be a villain halfway through, and she's like, now I have to praise you like a villain would. And she's like, bow your head in submission. And I'm just like, oh god. Come on. You can't do this to me. I have an audience. I'm on the internet.
気合いだ。よっしゃ
Hiya! Hurrah! Let's do this! Sure energetic today. Was that? What you talking about? Girl, she's full go anytime, all the time. But you gotta meet me halfway, catch my drift? None of that boring half-baked training, Neo. Don't even think about subjecting me to a snooze fest today. If you try it, we'll go whitewater rafting instead, and you're gonna be the raft. I value my life too much, so I curate today's training schedule entirely around Goldchip's demands. I don't know what that means.
今日はどうすんだ。
Oh, we can only do speed training. What a threat. I know, right? Like, that's terrifying. We're going whitewater rafting, and you're gonna be the raft. You got stuck under a raft once? That's terrifying. I would hate that. She uses a peculiar ironing cloth.
10番
In what way is it peculiar? Also, how badly did I screw up
上空には
going into this race?
スタートです。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。
Not too badly.
できそうです。
先行争いはマルゼンスキー8番ガイナ・
Okay.
スカーレットマルゼンスキー落ち着かない様子。期待通りの結果を出せるか。
I have fortunately never been in such a water-related crisis. I'm glad you made it out. Unless you didn't, and this is your afterlife now. In which case, I'm sorry. Doing a just for fun Marazinski run where you only pick speed until it hits level 5. Damn! She just leaves everyone behind. She doesn't even need stamina because nobody gets close enough to make her actually push herself. That would be so bad. If I found I was actually dead, I'd have to find whoever was in charge and ask him for more time to hang out with me though. Aw, that's cute. I don't know what I would do if I found out I was actually dead. There we go. Who won? Hell yeah. Incredible. It was great, but you can aim even higher. I believe in it. Skills. Blue Rose Closer, of course. Left-handed, target in sight. Prudent positioning. Shrewd step. We'll hold on to the rest. All right. Let's do some guts. Wits. Another wits. Super heavy fake jumbo shrimp. Power went up by 20, huh? Still more wits. I want her to use her skills. 15%, 13%, 11%. We're gonna push it with the stamina. Rest. It's original flavor. Do guts here. 109, huh? Huh? Okay, now what do I want? I want to hold out for one of those other ones. So let's go ahead and do the hopeful stakes. Wait, this is a G1? Oh, I just remembered she has Blue Rose Closer too, so that's gonna be neat. So she has two very good velocity increasing skills. And hopefully the wits to activate
2
them.
馬身3馬身開いて7番1馬身差アグネスタキオン5馬身離れて1番その後からウイニングチケットさらにキングヘイロー少し後ろから9番そしてその内から行ったのは2番外から行くゴールドシップそれを見るように10番外から16番5番続いているそしてその外を回って12番外目をついて17番向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ12馬身先頭集団を見ていきましょう
I had to force myself to
レー
relax.
スはよどみなく進んでいます
There we go.
2馬身離れて7番その外並んで6番アグネスタキオン外から行くこの辺りまでで先頭集団を形成しています
Warning shot. That's very good.
4番ゴールドシップ伸びてくるか依然先頭は4番2番手に外からアグネスタキオン3番手に7番そしてその外から行ったのは6番1番5番手
Alright, it's looking good.
リングヘイロー第4コーナーカー
I'm liking
こ
it.
こからスパート一気にレースが動きます。
アグネスタキオンここで抜け出したさあいよいよ
I feel like the Agnes Tachyon is playing it front runner right now.
先陣を切ったのはアグネスタキオン外から飛んできたのはゴールドシップゴールド
Come on, Blue Rose closer.
2番手争いはゴールドシップ4番残り200アグネスタ
That's
キオ
fine.
ン苦しいけど粘っているここまでかアグネスタキオン並んでくるゴールドシップ
Yes!
ゴールドシップ差し切ってゴールゴール
Hell yeah. That's my girl. Hell yeah. Let's see. Let's train you for long distance races. Alright.
鳥の家族
Excellent way to finish out.
達成確認を忘れずになマルゼンさんなんでドライブに誘ってくれるんだろう
Alright,
私
hatchlings.
の渋滞になったのに
You're very welcome. Thank you for joining me. It was very good to have you all here. Let's see who we're going to drop in on. Let's visit. Let's find another Uma player. We've got some options here. I like her. Alright, hatchlings. Tomorrow's my day off, so I won't be there. Reminder, my Patreon is live. Under the same Patreon name as my... whatchamacallit? I also have... my link tree. What the hell is this? There we go. You can find it on my link tree there. But yeah. I'll be back on Sunday. Until then, I love you. I miss you. Sleep tight.